Dreamscape presents Frenemies by Emma Hart, narrated by Kelsey Navarro and Tim Page. Chapter 1. Emmy. Blast from the Past. That is one hot piece of ass. I eyed my grandmother across the room. She was standing in front of the window, her head shoved between the two curtains. Since her dress was the same navy blue as the curtains, it gave the illusion that the curtains had grown a body. Or that she'd grown a pair of curtains. Either one would fit her. "Grandma," I said, "stop perving on Mr. Hawkins." She'd had an inappropriate crush on the gentleman who lived opposite us for 2 years, and I'd caught her peeking at him more than one time. Hell, he'd caught her. Usually when he was mowing the lawn in his shorts, but that was a nightmare for another day. "It's not Mr. Hawkins. It's the sexy-as-hell man in front of the moving truck next door." I frowned. The sold sign had been banged into the next door's front yard for 2 months now, and we'd just talked yesterday about how we thought nobody was ever going to move in. Someone is finally moving in? I got up from the dining table, careful not to knock my coffee onto the canvas I was painting, and joined her from the neighborhood watch spot. That's how she referred to it anyway. She fancied herself as the great keeper of the neighborhood, ready to call the police like an elderly vigilante superwoman-esque kind of person. I called it her nosy Parker spot. "Oh, now you want to look with me." She sniffed when I joined her. "Look, see, that's his daughter." I peered out at the little girl. She had to be 4 at most, who was dancing on the front lawn in a pink, glittery princess-like dress. It was the exact style of dress I spent my early years living in, and I smiled as her crazy blonde curls flew around her head as she twirled around. "Cute," I said, "but why are you perving on her dad?" "Because I've been watching them for 20 minutes, and I don't see her mother. So I assume Mr. Muscles is single. Maybe she's at work. And he's moving by himself? No, darling." She scratched her nose. "You're showing you're single. If you were married, you'd know this important thing. If he was married, his wife would be there to stop him from messing it all up." Showing my single. Right. That's what she was calling it this week. "Where is he then?" I narrowed my eyes, shifting to get a better look. "There, coming out of the house in those heaven-sent pants." If this man wasn't at least 40, I was hiding her contact lenses. Given that the woman was 80, even 40 was pushing it as acceptable. All right, so that made her a raging cougar, but it was the age we'd agreed on. It brought us both necessary peace. I caught a glance at the guy and froze. He looked way too familiar to me. As in, I knew that profile as well as I knew my own, and my stomach was already hurting from how tight it was over the sight of him. If he was who I thought he was, I was going to regrow my hymen and join a nunnery. He disappeared into the moving truck. I stared a hole in the side of it until he came back out, this time carrying a huge box. My heart jumped into my throat so hard it shot out of my mouth and boomeranged right back in there. No, this was not happening. Oh, hell, I breathed, staring at him as he set the box down and crouched in front of the little girl. "Do you know him?" Grandma asked, turning her blue eyes my way. Yeah, I know him. I knew that face. I'd know that face anywhere. In fact, I'd know any part of his body anywhere, given that I'd spent 2 years of my college life under it, over it, and in front of it. Mason Black was, apparently, the equivalent of a fine wine. It had been 6 years since I'd seen him last at his college graduation, and he'd only gotten hotter since then. From what I could see, anyway. He was still tall, still impossibly handsome, still built like a romance novel hero with muscles in all the right places. Even his hair, his thick, dark hair was cut in the same style, short on the sides, longer on top, and swept to one side like he was a freaking rock star. But the short beard, not quite a full one, but not quite stubble, that was new. The problem was that none of that covered the main issue. Unless we were in bed together, we didn't get along. I know. It'd been fucked up then, and it sounded even weirder to my adult ears. But we'd just never been friends. Not the way you'd think two people who hooked up as often as we had should have been. That was probably the only reason him graduating and never calling me hadn't hurt as much as it should have. How do you know him? Why haven't I met him? When did you meet him? Grandma demanded, pulling back from the curtain. We knew each other in college, I said vaguely. I haven't seen him in years. Is he the guy you were banging for 2 years? Grandma! I choke on my own spit and dart away from the window. I did nothing of the sort. She put her hands on her round hips and glared at me. You most certainly did. I read your journal, and it said so. You read my journal? What the hell? You left it open. I thought it was one of your romance novels. The writing wasn't up to much, though. You're no Jane Austen. My cheeks flamed bright red. Okay, we're done here. Why? Are you going to ask him if you can pick up where you left off? No! I'm going to ask him what the hell he's doing here. Okay, but I'm opening the window to listen. She paused. And don't forget about the little girl. No cussing. I frowned. I work with kids. I know not to cuss. I glared at her back for a moment before I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch. The spring air was pleasant, and the flower pots that were now bustling with greenery showed signs of colorful life in the buds that were growing. I, however, didn't care for any of them. I only cared about the man who'd just done a double take and was now turning around. Mason's eyes widened as they landed on me. He gave me a long, hard look, dragging his gaze from the messy blonde bun on top of my head to the pink polish on my bare toes. It was a look I felt everywhere. The kind of look where you just knew not an inch of your body had gone unnoticed. Mason took a step forward before he stopped himself. Imogen? What the hell are you doing here? Were the first words that came out of my mouth. Please tell me you work for the removal company. He opened his mouth and closed it again, right before his lips tugged up into a smile that made the corners of his eyes crinkle. It's good to see you, too. I'd tell you the feeling is mutual, but it isn't. He smirked. Some things don't change. And no, I don't work for the removal company. I bought this house. His gaze flicked toward the house behind me. I didn't know you lived here. Why would you? It's not like you ever called me. Are you so lost for words that you're pretending to be mad over something that happened 6 years ago? Wow. Okay, Dr. Phil. No need to psychoanalyze every single word. Also, yes. I folded my arms across my chest in defiance. No. But considering we slept together for 2 years and I didn't like you then, I see no reason to like you now. His laugh burst out of him, sending annoying goosebumps prickling across my skin. It's nice to be welcomed to the neighborhood by such a warm and friendly welcoming committee. If I knew you were coming, I'd have brought cake. I see you're just as cocky as you always were. You look as beautiful as ever, by the way. I pursed my lips. He was a big, fat, freaking liar. I hadn't washed my hair in 4 days, and I knew there were at least 3 colors of paint on my face, not to mention the paint, fresh and old, that coated my old sweater with a hole in the armpit. Daddy! The little girl came running over with a doll dragging on the ground after her. Daddy, I hungry. Okay, there are snacks in the truck. Do you want to say hi to my friend first? The little girl looked up at me with big blue eyes that were so sweet they could probably compel an entire army to do her bidding. And that was before you considered her darling dimples and little bow lips. Never mind the doll she was dragging. I was pretty sure she, herself, was a doll. She stared at me for a long moment, then turned back to Mason. No, I hungry. I bit the inside of my cheek to stop laughing. Considering I ran Grandma's art store and held a ceramic painting class for kids between the ages of 5 and 10 every Saturday morning, I was totally used to their ability to get straight to the point without giving a damn what adults thought. Mason looked at me with a wry smile. Sorry, we're working on her manners. She's hungry. I get it. I'd pick snacks over people too. I shrugged. I have to get back inside anyway. I just wanted to make sure my eyes weren't deceiving me. Not today, Picasso. He winked and turned away before I could say another word. God damn it. I'd hated it when he'd called me Picasso. One of the first times we met, I'd been sketching a squirrel, but I'd had trouble with its eyes. I'd already worked on it for 3 days, and when I'd showed it to him, he insisted they were level. Long story short, I painted them, and they were not level. From that moment on, he'd called me Picasso whenever he wanted to piss me off. Given how I'd come out guns blazing, I probably deserved this one. But hey, he never called when he said he would. As a woman, I reserved the right to be pissed off about that for the next 20 years and bring it up at every opportunity. I watched him for a moment longer as he guided his daughter toward the truck, leaning down so she could hear him as he talked, then turned and went back inside. Grandma was waiting for me. Well, is he the one you're going to marry? You really need another hobby. I pushed the door shut and walked into the kitchen to grab a drink. I'll date and get married when I'm good and ready. My time's running out, Emmy. The only thing running out here is my patience. I went on the Thunder app, by the way. The what now? The Thunder app. The one from the commercials, where you... Gosh, what is it? She tapped a blue fingernail against her lips. That's it. Where you swipe left and right. Oh, please, no. You mean Tinder. You went on the Tinder app. Yep. There are some nice gentlemen on there. Okay, listen to me when I tell you this. There is no such thing as a nice gentleman on a dating app. I held the water bottle tightly. Please do not go back on that godforsaken thing. She pouted. But it was fun. There was a nice man who sent a picture of his, I know what they send photos of, Grandma, Pomeranian. Is that what your generation is calling a penis these days? I asked witheringly. Grandma, seriously, I have to get this painting done because Ashley Gunderson is coming to collect it in 2 days. And the little stock crisis at the store yesterday in the middle of art class kind of put me behind a little. Grandma jerked her chin up. I was at yoga. You were at the yoga studio with Priscilla, and you were perving on the men's class. That's not the same as being in the middle of a yoga class. It keeps me young, Emmy. You're only as young as the man you feel, you know. Are you feeling any of those men? Not technically speaking, but my loins definitely feel something. I blinked at her. Have you taken your meds today? Do you need a nap? Yes, I've taken my meds. And no, I don't need a nap, thank you very much. I'm not a toddler. She opened the cupboard nearest to her and let out a long, ooh. I waited for her to turn around. Twizzlers, she squealed. Not a child, my ass. I think you've had enough sugar. I plucked the packet from her hand. Didn't you eat a donut for breakfast? Emmy, when you're 80 years old and you need to take 12 pills with your breakfast, you'll take them with a donut too. She took the Twizzlers right back. Now, I'm going for a nap. I just remembered that my bedroom window overlooks the front yard, where Mason and a whole horde of guys were moving his belongings into the house next door. She was incorrigible. Shaking my head, I left her to her so-called nap, where I'd probably find her actually napping on her window seat in 30 minutes, and went back to the dining table where my canvas was set up. I didn't often do commissioned pieces of art. Running the art store Grandma had opened 50 years ago and taking over the kids' ceramic class pretty much swallowed up all my time. But I couldn't turn this one down. Mrs. Gunderson, the grandma of one of my ceramic painting enthusiasts, had to have her dog put down 3 months ago after he was hit by a car. Her birthday was coming up, and so her daughter-in-law had commissioned this piece of her beloved poodle, Jammy. I'd even put a tiny jar of jam hidden in one of the bushes in the background. I was nearly done, meaning that my work for the next several hours would all be painstaking details that required the steadiest of steady hands. None of those things would be helped by my pervert of a grandmother standing at the front window, remarking on everyone's packages. I slid into my seat and stared at the canvas in front of me. My gaze quickly darted to the window. It was weird to think that on the other side of that wall was the guy I used to. Well, I wanted to say date, but that wasn't true. It was a booty call, pure and simple. That's all we ever were to each other, mostly because we couldn't hold a conversation without bitching at each other otherwise. As much as I joked about him not calling me, I could have hunted him down on social media or something. I sighed. I was glad I didn't. He'd clearly been in a serious relationship since then, maybe even married. And I didn't care what Grandma said. We didn't know for sure if he was single or dating someone. I mean, he had a daughter. I cared way too much about this. I shook my head to dislodge those thoughts and get back into the painting zone. No, I didn't care. I didn't care about Mason Black, the phone call that never happened, or the fact that he was my new neighbor. And if it meant erecting a new 10-foot-tall fence so I never had to see his stupid face again, then so be it. Chapter 2. Emmy. Old Biddy's Book Club. Here you go, Mr. Buckland. I set the thick paper bag on the counter. That'll be $42.93, please. Thank you, Emmy. He unfolded his battered old leather wallet and pulled out 2 20s, then counted out $3 in change. You'll put a smile on Emily's face. I smiled at the mention of his wife, who was currently bedbound after breaking her ankle. I'm glad I could find her the paint she was looking for. He winked as he took his change. So am I. I'll see you next week, I'm sure. I look forward to it. I beam at him as he took the bag and left, throwing a wave over his shoulder. I returned the wave even though he couldn't see it and busied myself with the order book. I had no idea how we'd ended up with so many crafty people in this town. Art by Numbers, the family store, had expanded over the years. Back when my grandparents had opened it, it had only held your basic paints and brushes. Now we owned 2 stores side by side and stocked everything. Paint, brushes, pencils, canvases, knitting yarn and needles, crochet things and cross-stitch kits and everything else arty you could ever imagine. The second store was the ceramic painting room, where I taught the kids every weekend, and occasionally slipped off during my lunch hour to do a little something for me. It was like paradise for me. I wandered through the store, taking stock of everything that was available. Thankfully, the stock crisis of the weekend had been well and truly averted, and I'd gotten a stark reminder of why Grandma was not allowed to do that anymore. She forgot. Not because her memory was going, but because she had the concentration of a squirrel. This store had been my safe place for as long as I could remember. As a teen, I'd retreated here, painting in the back room, and my summers in college had been spent earning money behind the counter. That was when the ceramics classes had started. I'd had grand dreams of moving to a city and being discovered and having my own art shows. But instead, here I was, in my hometown, living with my grandmother running the family store. And I couldn't be happier. I plugged in an order for the few things we needed and sent it to the supplier. The next hour ticked over slowly with only one customer who browsed without buying. It had been a quiet Monday, so when 3:30 rolled around and it was still dead, I flipped the sign on the door to closed and locked the door. It took me half an hour to clean the store. When it was done, I slipped out the back and headed toward my car. It was about the only thing I actually owned, but it didn't stop Grandma Jen from stealing my keys and jumping in whenever she thought I wasn't paying attention. Honestly, she might be 80, but she was probably a better driver than I was. I tended to, speed. Mostly after being held up by people doing 30 in a 60. Some of us have places to be, Karen, okay? I pulled out onto Main Street into the slow flow of Monday afternoon traffic. It was nothing new. I was seriously considering changing the opening hours to accommodate the flow of customers. Grandma was a stickler for tradition. Not that she upheld the tradition, but I digress. My phone rang, connecting up to the screen via Bluetooth. Grandma's name flashed on the screen, and I hit the button to answer the call. Hey, Grandma. Amy, can you hear me? I'm in the car, not the Yukon. Smartass. You need to go to the store before you get home. I sighed and quickly changed lanes to turn left instead of right. What do you need me to get? Flour, blueberries, butter, milk, and bananas. Oh, and matches. I frowned. All right. Do you want some pork to go with that, Laura Ingalls? I don't think they had blueberries or bananas in the little house on the prairie, Imogen. Fine. I'll get what you need. Anything else? Yes. I need some wine. And Twizzlers. Also cheese. Are you hosting the book club again? There was a pause. We're out of chorizo. Grandma, I'm not making you another charcuterie board. All you all did was stalk poor Mr. Hawkins, who just wanted to prune his rose bushes. It was my turn to stop. Oh my God. You're going to perv on Mason. Her silence gave her away. No, I'm coming home. Imogen, we've been reading War and Peace for the last 3 weeks. It's imperative that we have our snacks. War and Peace? Are you shitting me? You're reading 50 Shades of Grey hardbacks with War and Peace dust covers you ordered off eBay. How do you know that? You used my eBay account. Oh. Yes, oh. I pulled into the parking lot of the store. I'll get you what you need, but it's the last time. Do you hear me? You need to find a new place for your clandestine stalker parties. It's a book club, darling. Whatever you say, Grandma. I'm going now. Bye. I hung up before she could add another thing onto the list. Thankfully, she'd never worked out texting, so I knew I was safe with the list she'd given me on the phone. I tapped out the items into the Notes app on my phone and made my way inside, pausing to grab a cart on the way in. It took me mere minutes to get through the store, and I was about ready to check out when I paused and looked at the wine aisle. Yeah, if the Stalker Club was meeting at home tonight, I needed wine. All the wine. I scanned the aisle for my favorite Sauvignon. There was only one bottle left, and I darted toward it to grab it. My fingers touched the bottle at the same time another very male hand did. Well, this is awkward. Narrowing my eyes, I turned my face toward the man who was currently accosting what was clearly my bottle of wine. You're on my wine, Mr. Black. Mason's lips twitched to the side. On the contrary, Miss Anderson, you're on my wine. No, I don't think I am. Maybe we can cut our losses and share it. You're as delusional as I was when you said, I'll call you. He dropped his grip on the bottle with a laugh. Touché. I'll give you this one. Damn right you will. Thank you. I plucked the bottle from the shelf and nestled it into the cart with everything Grandma had demanded I buy. Mason's gaze followed my hand. Girls' night? You'd think, but no. I offered no further explanation. He grabbed another bottle of Sauvignon that was more expensive and set it in his cart. Your grandmother? How did you guess? She strikes me as a chorizo and brie kind of woman. She spoke to you today, didn't she? She demanded my attention, he said carefully, leaning against the cart. Does that classify as speaking? In her eyes, yes, I said dryly. What did she say to you? That it was her turn to host the book club, so if I saw several excitable women at your house, I wasn't to assume you were hosting a sex party. Yep, that was Grandma all right. Sounds about right, I admitted. The food is for her. The wine belongs to me. I don't think it needs any further explanation. Mason grinned. It was the same grin he'd given me when he'd seen me on my front porch, the one that made his eyes crinkle at the edges. It gave me the willies. The good willies. Butterflies-esque willies. I didn't like it. I cleared my throat and steered my cart to turn it around. Well, I need to get this to the local horny elderly chapter, so... You can't bring yourself to have a conversation with me, can you? I paused. What do you mean? You keep running away. I do not. Your daughter needed... I paused. Where's your daughter? Did you lose her? Mason laughed, dipping his head back. No, she's with her mom. I said nothing. At her mom's house, 30 minutes away. Oh, I assumed you were together. His eyebrows shot up. Why? Because all the people who have kids are together? No, but nobody in their right mind would move with a child in tow. He grinned again, rubbing the side of his jaw. We tried to convince Maya it was a bad idea, but she wanted to see the house. I viewed it without her, and she was pissed. She's like 4. How can she be so mad? Almost. Mason put another bottle of wine in his cart. She's 4 in a few weeks. I guess you've never heard of a 3-nager. I don't have children, so no. I turned my cart fully. So you're not with her mom? Mason followed me to the end of the aisle where I browsed some cordials, pretending not to care. No. We broke up a week before she found out she was pregnant. We tried again after that, but we were just friends. Still are, actually. That's good for Maya. I put a lemon cordial I didn't want in my cart and moved along. He followed me again. Yep. My company opened a new office here, and I relocated so I could be closer to her. My congratulations, I drawled. I don't want to be rude, but I have to get back home before the stalker club descends on my house. He plucked the lemon cordial from my cart with a wink. I'll see you around, neighbor. I pursed my lips and watched as he turned and walked down the next aisle, leaving me standing there like an upturned turtle. That's what it felt like, at least. Lying on my back, flailing, unable to respond. He was right. I didn't want that lemon cordial. At all. Oh, my. Lillian skirted up beside me, adjusting her hairnet. He's a hottie. I turned and looked at one of my grandmother's best friends. Not you two. She pursed her lips. What I wouldn't do to that young man if I were 30 years younger. We're going to the register, I told her, looping an arm through hers and controlling the cart with my other hand. I can't believe Grandma sent you here to check on me. She grinned, peeking into the cart. You're missing some wine, honey. You know what? She was right. I definitely was. Jennifer, Lillian, Evelyn, and Kathleen walked into a bar. They didn't, actually. They were all sitting around the coffee table. Grandma Jen was holding court in the high-backed armchair I hated. Lillian was in the smaller bucket chair, already holding her back as if it was about to give up on her. Evelyn was flicking through her book like it was a shopping brochure, and Kathleen was frowning at her glass. "I swear this is all gin, Lil." Grandma picked up her glass and swilled it. "It's no good being mostly tonic, Kath." This was reason number 1 why I didn't chaperone book club night. It was less book club and more whiskey club. I wasn't against that, but when the whole club consisted of 80-something-year-olds who were a little on the spicy side, well, you try policing that. It was easier to sit at my canvas and ignore the majority of their crap. It was also harder to do because the second one of them offered a stupid idea, I was almost inclined to respond. It was like being on a diet and someone giving you chocolate cake. You know it's a bad idea to say yes, but you know you're not gonna turn it down. Nope, you're gonna eat that slice of cake whole, baby. That was essentially what it was like. Except this chocolate cake came up with dumb ideas and got drunk over the books we all knew they hadn't read. Honestly, it was kind of goals. If I could be half as irritating when I was 80, I'd be pretty damn happy. Not that I was going to tell Grandma Jen that. "So," Lil said, pretending to flick through her book, "I saw that scrummy piece of ass next door talking to Emmy at the store earlier today." I paused my paintbrush in the red paint. I was doing a new canvas, something for fun. Mostly something to get my mind off said scrummy piece of ass next door. So this wasn't helping. Grandma shivered. "If I were 30 years younger." "You'd still be too old," Evelyn snarked, "unless he likes older women." "You know he doesn't," Kathleen responded. "He already spent his best years bonking Emmy." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Did everyone over the age of 75 know about my college hookup? Hookup, because it was only Mason. Yeah, I wasn't exactly someone who played the field, then or now, to be honest. But still. Kids, don't keep journals. Your nosy grandma will find it and apparently use it as fodder for her book club. "Don't you guys have some nipple clamps to be reading about?" I said, determined to steer it back to their book. "I've read those books. I can't imagine the new neighbor is more interesting than a kinky billionaire." "I have no idea," Lil admitted. "I read 2 chapters and got distracted by Days of Our Lives." Grandma nodded in agreement. "I watched that movie about Queen instead. Fantastic." "And we call ourselves a book club," muttered Evelyn, ever the sensible one. "But I would like to hear more about the hottie next door." 4 pairs of eyes all snapped in my direction. I held up both my hands. "I have nothing to tell you. I haven't seen Mason in 6 years, and I had no idea he was moving in until he did. I'm sorry to disappoint you, ladies." They all sighed and turned back into their circle. "Well, I, for one, think we should bake him some muffins," Kathleen said, reaching for a slice of cheese from the charcuterie board I'd been forced to create. "I think pie would be best," Evelyn offered. Lil shook her head. "We should bake a cake. We should do all 3, Grandma announced, clapping her hands. Excitement lit up her eyes. "We can give him a feast. Plus cupcakes. Did you know he has a little girl? A darling little thing with the cutest curls." Gasps filled the room, and almost immediately, the momentary silence was filled with the sound of their tittering. They broke into arguments about what fillings the pie should be, cherry or apple, if you please. Lil wanted to know how the cake should be iced, sugar icing or buttercream. Kathleen asked whether her muffins should be blueberry or chocolate. And Grandma wondered how many sprinkles to put on the cupcakes. I pushed my canvas across the table and dropped my forehead to the cold, paint-coated surface. Dear God, nothing would stop them now.
Chapter 3. Mason. Sweet tea shenanigans. Fuck! I jerked out of the way in time to stop the box cutter slicing my finger open. I had 10,000 boxes to unpack, and a sliced finger wasn't going to help me on my mission. It would be about as helpful as my 3-year-old had been the last 2 days. Thankfully, I'd managed to send her back to her mom's house with the pinky promise that I'd paint her room next week with all the free time I didn't have. I tipped the box I'd just emptied upside down and retrieved the box cutter from the floor before I stepped on it and took off my toe, then sliced down the tape so I could collapse the box. Honestly, I didn't care if you were a fucking ballerina. Moving made everyone useless, clumsy messes. It didn't help that I wasn't exactly fully thinking about what I was doing. No, I had one too many brain cells focused on my new neighbor. Imogen Anderson, the woman I'd almost fallen in love with in college. I said almost because I'd never let myself go the whole way. I knew it wouldn't work. We'd spent so long making sure that we were only casual that there was no way I could ever admit I had real feelings for her. Did I regret it? Sure. I wish I'd told her before I graduated that I liked her as much as I did. Then maybe she'd understand why I never called her. On the other hand, if I'd told her, there was every chance I wouldn't have Maya, and I'd pick my daughter over everything else. Although there were a few months where sleep almost edged her out. Almost. Sometimes it kinda did. I was only human. Humans liked sleep. Humans needed sleep. Except toddlers. Apparently, toddlers were the exception to the rule. Those little monsters didn't need anything except snacks, constant attention, and milk. Like cats. Huh. Toddlers were secretly cats. That made so much sense. I was pretty sure I'd seen Maya climb on top of a bookshelf once. Not a two-shelf thing, but one of those towering monstrosities that was almost ceiling height. God only knew how she'd gotten both up and down there without killing either her or me. I pulled the curtains from the box marked IVOO, which was Maya's way of helping label the boxes. It was a good thing I spoke 3-year-old, because reading it was a little like reading Welsh. Some people could understand it, but to everyone else, it was just a bunch of letters in an inexplicable order. Reaching up to the pole I'd secured to the wall this morning, I secured the curtains onto it and turned the little screws that fixed the pole to the fittings. And I paused. This window looked out onto both my front yard and Imogen's, and my position gave me a view of an elderly woman hobbling across my grass with a basket of something clutched tightly to her. I didn't know who she was, but I was going to make an educated guess and assume she was Imogen's grandmother. They had the same nose that turned up a little at the tip. Right on cue, 3 surprisingly forceful knocks rattled my door a minute later. I left the curtains where they were hanging a little wonky and headed for the door. The second I opened it, I was greeted to the sight of the woman I'd seen shuffling across my grass, but the black wrap she'd been wearing had opened to reveal a bright red cardigan and startling yellow skirt. Yeah, she was Imogen's grandmother. There was no doubting where my old flame got her personality. If her grandma was half as flamboyant as her clothing, "You used to sleep with my granddaughter. I brought you muffins." She thrust the basket at me and invited herself in, pushing past me before I could even think about choking out a response. Choke was exactly what I did, on my own damn spit. I pushed the door shut and followed her through to the box-strewn living room. That's the first time anyone's ever said hello like that. She stopped, looking me up and down. "Well, you did, didn't you?" Swallowing, I put the basket down and held out my hand. "Mason Black, ma'am. You must be Imogen's grandmother." "I suppose I must be. I'm Jennifer, but you can call me Jan." She sighed, putting her hand in mine and shaking it like she was interviewing me for a job. "And I know who you are. I read her journal." This was going from bad to worse. She kept a journal? Jen wriggled her penciled-in eyebrows suggestively. Do you want to read it? I know where she hid it. I stole it, actually. I'm writing an erotic novel, and I'm using it for inspiration. I wasn't sure how I felt about that, if it were even true. Does Imogen know about that? No, she thinks she's a prude, but I know better. She winked, and taking a step back, looked around. You haven't unpacked much. I had absolutely no idea how to talk to this woman. Did she have any kind of brain-to-mouth filter? Was there anything I could say that would make this conversation any kind of enjoyable? Can I get you a drink, Jen? Coffee, water, sweet tea? You don't look like the kind of man who knows how to make sweet tea correctly, sugar. I have all the fixings in the kitchen. Come, she demanded, sweeping her black wrap around her in a majestic-as-fuck fashion. I'll make you sweet tea. That was not what normal people did. Then again, she'd introduced herself by saying I'd slept with her granddaughter and invited herself in, so I'd put $100 on this woman not being normal. Maybe 1,000. The return would probably be worth it. I followed her into the kitchen. Where are your pans? I looked around the kitchen. That box. Well, get them, boy. I was a 28-year-old father of one. It had been a long time since anyone had referred to me as boy. Still, I jumped like I'd been whipped and dug 3 pans out of the marked box and put them on the kitchen counter. I knew better than to argue with a Southern woman, especially an elderly one. There was no doubt that Imi's grandmother could kill me with one look and bury me with a single word. I wasn't a fan of either of those things happening. Instead, I stepped back and let her get on with her sweet tea-making escapade in my kitchen. I'd barely cooked in it yet, but this seemed a fitting way to break it in. All right, I hadn't cooked in it at all. I'd ordered takeout every single night since I'd moved in. I wasn't ashamed of that. Moving was exhausting, and I sure as shit didn't want to cook every single night. Or at all. I cooked when Maya was here because I was a responsible father. A responsible single man was another matter. I was not that. So, you have a child? Is it my granddaughter's? I would like to think she'd know if it was, ma'am. Jen sniggered, stirring the tea. Good answer. Who'd you knock up? I know you're not married. How do you know that? No woman would let a man move into a house without her directions, she answered simply. Lord knows y'all can't find a damn thing without our help, so you're sure as shit not putting it where it needs to be in the first place. Well, that was logic that was hard to argue with. Plus, you're not wearing a wedding ring. And that? I'm not married, I confirmed, leaning against the island with a breakfast bar that seated 2. Never have been. Knock up the mother and run? I almost choked on my own spit. No, ma'am. We dated for a year, then broke up before she found out she was pregnant. We tried again, but realized we were better off as friends. I'm sure. Where's her mother now? Forgive me for saying so, but you have an awful lot of questions for someone I just met. Jen turned around and held up her wrinkled hands. I'm just being neighborly. I stared at her. Also nosy. I appreciated that she admitted it. Fine, here's what you want to know. Francesca lives in the next town over. I requested a transfer and got offered a job here with my law firm and took it so I could be closer to her and Maya. We've been good friends ever since we broke up, and I get along well enough with her fiancé that we have a beer together every now and then. I have no romantic feelings toward Fran whatsoever, and no, she doesn't give a damn if I date, I finished dryly. Jen nodded firmly. You're smart. That's a good trait for my future grandson-in-law to have. Have you spoken to Imogen about that little plan? No, she'll just growl at me and tell me to shut up, but she's mad at you, so you should probably grovel some. Jesus Christ, this woman was a hoot. Grovel? Yes, for not calling her. She took the pan of tea off the heat. She'll never marry you otherwise. I honestly didn't know if she was being serious or not at this point. I'll keep it in mind, I said vaguely. What should I do with that tea? She was clearly happy to change the subject, and I noted the instructions in my phone, and with a promise to stop by if I got confused, I led her out of my house and walked her back to her front door. I was 2 seconds away from saying goodbye when a black Mazda 3 pulled into the driveway. There was a dent on the driver's side wheel arch that I could see from my position on the porch, and I swear to fucking God, I felt Emmy's glare the moment she realized I was here. She killed the engine and climbed out of the car. I wasn't sure I was quite over the sight of how fucking gorgeous she was now, even if she did have a huge streak of red down her left cheek. Her blonde hair was pulled into a messy ponytail that swung around her shoulders as she stalked toward me, and her blue eyes darkened with every twitch of her narrowing eyelids. "Can we help you?" "He was walking home, you rude little hippie," Jen said, putting her hands on her lips. "Is that how we treat people in this house?" Emmy's nostrils flared as she shot her grandmother a dark look and turned back to me with a saccharinely sweet smile on her lips. "Hello, Mason. Thanks ever so much for walking my grandma home." I fought my own broad grin. "Hey, Emmy, how are you?" "I've been better," she replied tightly. "Yourself?" "Not bad. I've got some sweet tea from your grandma." "She makes the best sweet tea." She softened ever so slightly. "Where's your daughter?" "With her mom. I have her this weekend." "He's not married to Francesca, and she's engaged to someone else anyway," Jen said, stepping aside. "I'll tell you everything else you need to know when you get in here and put my chicken in the oven." "Have I ever told you that you're incredibly rude?" Emmy asked. "Yes," her grandma replied, looking straight at her. "When have I ever responded in a way that makes you think I give a damn?" I choked back a laugh. Living in their house must be a roller coaster. Emmy pinched the bridge of her nose. "I'll put the chicken in the oven if you turn it on." "Seems fair." Jen turned around and reached over to pat my cheek. "Good talk, Macy baby. Let me know how that tea turns out." She turned and tugged the front door shut behind her. Did she just call me Macy baby? I looked at Emmy. She pushed her hair behind her ear and grimaced, staring at the front door. "Yeah, ignore her. She's a weirdo. Why was she at your place making tea?" "Why, you jealous?" "As jealous as I'd be if you'd given her the plague," she replied wryly. She came by with muffins and invited herself in before taking command of my stove and making sweet tea. I didn't really get a chance to say no. "Yeah, that sounds like her." Emmy sighed and ran her fingers through her hair before she realized it was in a ponytail and she couldn't get it all the way through. "Sorry about her. Well, she's crazy." "She's interesting," I said slowly. "By the way, when she gives you a full rundown of my personal life, just know that she made me tell her." I stepped back, holding my hands up. "Before you accuse me of something." Emmy quirked a brow, raising it in a look that was one part amusement and, well, 50 parts derision. "Why would I accuse you of anything? I don't care what you do with your love life, Mason." "I never suggested you did. I was merely saying." What does mean?" "It means I'm done with this conversation. Goodbye." She spun on the balls of her feet and stepped into the house, pausing when she crossed the threshold. She glanced back at me. "If she corrals you again, let me know. I'll come and sort her out." "How can I let you know? I don't have your number." "Huh, you're right. Never mind then." With a shrug, she shut the door. I laughed. I couldn't help it. She couldn't make it more obvious if she tried. She wasn't interested in so much as speaking to me, never mind anything else. It sucked for her that her grandma apparently wanted us married. And apparently me. Because while I figured there were worse women I could marry, Emmy had me in the devil incarnate category of men. I deserved it. Kinda. Not as much as she believed I would. I stepped off the porch and headed back to my house, shaking my head in amusement at her. As much as I wanted to be mad at her, I couldn't be. I did a shit thing when I didn't call her after I'd graduated, and I could make 1,000 excuses for why I didn't, but it came down to one simple thing. I didn't call her. She thought I would, and I didn't. We weren't a one-time thing. We were together for a long time, exclusively, even if we never had an official relationship. Her anger was completely justified. And if I wanted to get her back on my side, to convince her that I wasn't a young jerk caught up in his own self-importance anymore, I needed to figure out a way to do it. Just as soon as I was done unpacking my kitchen.
Chapter 4. Emmy. Cupid called. He wants his pension. I can't believe you did that. Grandma stirred her tea, hot, if you please, and peered at me through thick black eyelashes. I have no idea what you're talking about, Imogen. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Mason, sweet tea, a fancy walk home for the entire 50 yards between our front porches. I shoved the fridge closed as if it was the reason for my frustration. Wow, what did the fridge ever do to you? I glared at my cousin and one of my best friends. It was in my way. Hannah smirked, flicking her long, curly brown hair over her shoulder. It was just sweet tea. It was more than sweet tea. I know more about the man's dating life than I do about my own. Well, you don't have a dating life. Neither do you. Girls. Grandma shook her head, tapping her teaspoon against the side of her china cup. You're both shit daters. Don't fight about it. It's so nice to have your support, Grandma. I don't know what we'd do without it, Hannah drawled. Don't you have anything to do? No. It's one of the great pleasures of being retired. I can piss you both off for as long as I like. And on that note, I'm going to work. I abandoned the coffee I was in the middle of making and shot Hannah a look that said, "Come with me." She didn't need telling twice. She directed a weak smile at Grandma before she kissed her cheek and hurried after me outside. We both got into our own cars, and I waited a minute for her to leave so I could get out. The delay meant that my eyes collided with a shirtless Mason taking out the trash. I swear to God, I almost crashed my freaking car. Look, I was a human being. I could appreciate a good-looking man, asshole or not, and I was fully allowed to get momentarily distracted by a six-pack and gray sweatpants. Especially the sweats. The important thing here was that I didn't crash my car, despite said distraction. I swerved a little, true. I was pretty sure he noticed because I caught a glimpse of a smirk before I focused back on the road like I was supposed to. If I didn't know better, I'd say he did it deliberately. In fact, I did know better, and I wouldn't be surprised. I didn't believe in coincidence. That's why I didn't believe that he'd just happened to buy the house next to mine. Sure, there was a chance it had happened, but I just didn't believe in it. For an artist, I was terribly pessimistic. It was a curse. Or a blessing. It meant I was never disappointed when the worst happened, after all. I pulled into the 3-car parking lot behind the store and got out of the car. I'd beaten Hannah here, and I was willing to put my entire life savings, not a particularly large number in fairness, on the fact she'd stopped to get a caffeine fix. If she didn't bring me a coffee, I was disowning her ass. I unlocked the back door to the store and let myself in. By the time I was done with the morning routine of turning everything on, Hannah had shown up with 2 coffee cups and a holder. There were 20 minutes until opening, so we headed through the art room and sat at a table covered with half-painted ceramics from my Saturday class. "What is that?" Hannah asked, pointing at a neon green penguin. "A neon green penguin," I replied. She thought black and white was boring. She's not wrong. She sat down and looked at me. "So, Mason." "No, Mason," I said immediately. "I'm not talking about him. I don't know why he's my new neighbor, but I don't care. It's all in the past." "Is that why you swerved your car looking at him this morning?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "I swerved mine," she smirked, lifting her coffee cup to her lips. "Emmy, it's been a long time, but you can be confused, you know? It's a shock to see him again. And he has a daughter?" I sighed, cupping my to-go cup and letting the warmth seep into my palms. "Grandma said he's not married, not even close. His ex is engaged to someone else, and it's all very friendly and lovely and the kind of shit you see on that patronizing social media pages where everyone's life is perfect. Wow. Tell me how you really feel. Shut up. Is it so hard to be nice to him? I know how he hurt you. We were roommates in college, remember? She raised her eyebrows. I spent a lot more time studying than you did. I flipped her the bird. I was an art major with a minor in biology. I was studying the human body 4 evenings a week. It just happened to be a live body with a great penis and a mouth that could make a porn star cry. I shook my head before the memories took hold. Han, I just don't think I have it in me to be nice to him. Everyone has their limit, and Mason Black is mine. I think you're a salty bitch. I think you're running your mouth a lot for someone training for a half marathon. Thank God it's a marathon where my feet run and not one for talking shit, because you'd already have me beat. I rolled my eyes and sipped from my coffee. Whatever. I'm sure I'll be fine in a week or so when I'm used to it. You'll be under his sheets, you mean? I am not sleeping with Mason again. I beg to differ. I'd sleep with that man if it meant sleeping on the roof. You've got issues. Coming from the person who can't get over someone who hurt her years ago, there was nothing to get over. The only feelings were physical. You cried when he didn't call you. Out of sexual frustration. I banged my fist against the table. I would argue that until I was blue in the face and ignore the little bitch inside who told me otherwise. I knew I'd had feelings for Mason back in college. And yes, I was hurt, but I'd be damned if I'd ever admit it to anyone else. Much less my cousin, who had a terrible habit of always being right. If I kept enabling that shit, she'd never get her ego through the door. In fact, that might work in my favor. The lady doth protest too much, Hannah said after a moment of silence. I just don't think you should close the door. I didn't. I finished my coffee and slammed the cup down. He closed the door the day he promised to call and never did. He doesn't matter anymore, Hannah. He's just a guy I used to know. That's it. I turned and left the art room, leaving her staring after me with wide eyes. I didn't care that it felt as though my heart skipped a beat every single time I lay eyes on him. I was just getting used to him again. The same way the human body acclimatized to a temperature change. Except Mason Black coming back into my life was an Arctic winter in the middle of an Australian summer. Sudden, unexpected, and absolutely, completely, perfectly impossible. Yet here he was, impossibly in my life, living right next door to me. And I had absolutely no idea how to handle it. I knew how I was going to handle it. I was going to pull up my big girl panties and be a civil human being. I'd been over it 1,000 times in my head during the 8 hours the store had been open. I'd mentally worked over just about every feeling I had toward Mason Black. And being a nice person was the only way I would be able to move past it. All right, I'd also been on Pinterest and Instagram for some of those be the bigger person quote type things. But I digress. He was my neighbor. He'd bought the house. I had no intention of moving, and I assumed he didn't either. It was the one thing in my life I was going to admit was a coincidence. We had no connections. There was no way he'd hunted me down, and even if he did, he had an entire life that I wasn't a part of. That I'd never be a part of. That's right, world. Imogen Anderson was pulling her stubborn head out of her ass and being an adult. I was going to start off my new leaf by delivering him something nice. Since my grandma and her erotic book club had the baked goods covered, I was opting for the thing that would make any man smile. Beer. me naked wasn't an option. Although it wasn't exactly a bad sight, to be perfectly honest. Although it did depend on how many baked goods I had eaten. Anyway, back to my point. I locked the store and took the day's earnings from the register. A lot of customers were elderly and still preferred to pay in cash, which meant an almost daily stop at the bank. As soon as I'd done that to deposit the cash in the business account, I headed across town to the liquor store for beer. I was taking a trip down memory lane with this one. I knew his favorite beer from college, and I knew our local store stocked it, though I was hoping that he still liked it. I was also grabbing a bottle of Jack Daniels because, well, I liked to have a backup plan. And if he didn't take the Jack, I knew the OAP book club would happily make use of it later in the week. Not that anyone needed them after Jack Daniels, but I was willing to take the risk. "Hello, Imogen dear." Mrs. Henderson took the bottle from the belt. "Are you stocking up for the book club?" "No, ma'am," I replied. "Just a gift for a friend." She scanned the beer. "That nice gentleman who moved in next door?" I smiled tightly. "No?" The lie rolled smoothly from my tongue. The last thing I needed was the local grapevine to know I was taking the nice gentleman from next door alcohol. They'd be marrying me off in seconds. "Righto," she sang, giving me my total right after. I paid with some of the cash I'd swiped from the register. It was my business, okay? And took my alcohol out to the car. I really should have bought wine. I eyed the store. Did I really want to go back in there? No, because then I'd be accused of being a drunk. God, wasn't living in a small town fantastic? I set the alcohol on the front seat and got into the car. After waiting for 3 of the world's slowest drivers to pass and park, I pulled out of my parking space and made my way back across town, away from Main Street and toward home. It was late enough that all the roads were quiet. Not that they ever really got going. And my mind whirred the entire time. What was I supposed to say to Mason? "Here's alcohol. Let's be friends. Sorry, I was a bit of a bitch. Here's some booze. Want to get drunk?" Yeah, no, not the last one. That was how the whole shebang had started in the first place. Drinking was bad, she said with a 6-pack of beer and liquor next to her. Whatever. I had no idea what to say to Mason, and that was the long and short of it. The closer I got to his house, the more obvious it became that I had to wing it. God, I was going to have to wing it, wasn't I? See, if I were a smarter woman, I'd have been nice to him the first time I'd seen him. In all honesty, I'd been too shaken and let my emotions overrule my common sense. But now, it was different. Imogen Anderson was going to be a slave to her common sense. Amen. Blessed be hallelujah. Did you end a prayer with hallelujah? God only knew. I didn't. I really had to get to church once in a while. Not that Grandma and her band of merry erotica files ever went. The church would go up in flames if Grandma, Kathleen, Evelyn, and Lillian stepped foot inside one. If anyone had the devil in them, it was those 4. I pulled into the driveway outside my house and frowned. The mailbox was half open with a brown package sticking out. And I groaned as I got out of the car. I'd told the mailman 1,000 times to leave it on the porch if it didn't fit in the mailbox. Ugh. I pulled the package from the mailbox and looked at the name. It was for Grandma, and a shake confirmed it rattled. I swear if it was Viagra. Shaking my head, I tossed it into my car where it bounced off the stick onto the floor and turned back to the mailbox. Grandma hadn't checked it, so there were probably 3 days of mail in there. I pulled it open and peered inside. Fear racked my body. The biggest scream I've ever screamed left my body, and I staggered back into my car where I almost fell into my wing mirror. The front door swung open, and Grandma hobbled out, a large kitchen knife in her hand. "What's going on? Who's there? I'll get you," she yelled. She scanned the street until her eyes landed on me. "Was that you making that ungodly noise?" Swallowing, I nodded. "Spider." I pointed at the mailbox. "Big spider." Grandma huffed. She tossed the knife onto the porch like it was the sink and made her way down to me with a series of mutters that I was pretty sure complained about how much of a wimp I was. This, from the woman who couldn't leave the house with mascara. I was pretty sure spiders eclipsed that fear. Grandma shoved her way to the mailbox and shoved her hand in it, leaning on her cane. A chortle accompanied a sweeping movement of her yanking a huge spider out of the mailbox. And I jumped so high I was almost sitting on top of my Mazda. "It's a rubber spider, you pussy," Grandma laughed, poking it with her stick. "But do that again. I want to get the camcorder to video it." My nostrils flared. "You can call me a pussy, but don't you know we don't use camcorders anymore? I don't know how I live with you." "I pay you rent." "No, you don't." "All right, I garden." Totally comparable. "There's a package for you in my car." I motioned to the vehicle and moved for the rubber spider. "Did you do this?" She balked. "When do I have the time to get a rubber spider? You have the time to shop online. Those are my vitamins." I stared at her for a moment. Her expression didn't change, and I reluctantly backed down. "Fine, but who the hell would do this? It has to be someone who knows I'm Son of a bitch. "Imogen," Grandma called. "Are you okay?" "Mason!" I yelled, the rubber spider slapping against my leg as I stormed down his driveway. "I know you did this, you asshole." "Imogen." I ignored her and marched right up to his front door, banging on it with my fist. After several quick thumps, I resorted to extra loud bangs and a slower pace until the door swung open, and a very wet-looking man answered the door. Mason clutched a towel at his waist and rubbed his hand down his face. "Are we being bombed?" "What?" "Is the street being bombed?" "No." "Then why are you hammering at my door like the worst burglar ever?" I blinked at him. Honestly, it was a little hard to ignore the fact that he was tall, tanned, shirtless, and gripping a My Little Pony towel around his waist. I didn't know what was more distracting. "You did this." I held up the rubber tarantula. "You put this in my mailbox." He looked at the offending fake arachnid in my hand and quirked an eyebrow. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "You put this in my mailbox. You know I'm terrified of spiders. I about had a heart attack just now, Mason." Imogen." "Imogen," he continued, smirking. "I didn't put the spider in your mailbox." "You damn well did, and you know it," I snapped, waving it so the legs slapped against his bare chest. "You put one of these in my bag when we were in college, and under my pillow. It's your trademark move." He leaned against the door frame and folded his arms across his tanned, muscular chest, apparently no longer bothered about potentially flashing the entire neighborhood. His eyes danced with amusement, and with a tiny shake of his head, he said, "I didn't do it." "That's what you said when you put a rubber snake in my underwear drawer." I shoved the spider at his chest and let go. He didn't bother to grab it, so it splattered onto his doorstep. "I'm not letting this go, Black. I didn't do it." "You can shove your lies." I stabbed a finger at him and backed down his path. "I'm coming for you. You've done it now. It's on." He laughed. shaking his head again. I haven't done anything. I'm telling you, it's all in your head. Is that a rubber spider on your doorstep? Yes. Then it's not in my head. I gave him my best glare as I stepped onto his sidewalk. Watch your back, Mason. If you thought our prank wars in college were something, you have no idea what I'm capable of now. You burn toast, Grandma hollered from the front porch, hugging the bottle of Jack Daniels she'd apparently spirited from my car. Only when you turn the toaster up, I yelled back, then paused, briefly turning my attention back to Mason. I'm not done with you. Now those are some words I can get behind. His smirk pulled his cheek right up, showing the shadow of a dimple on his left cheek. My nostrils flared, but I didn't have a response for him. Not even I was quick enough to think up something that would be smart enough. So I simply ignored it and turned to my car. I grabbed his beer, or what was his beer, from it and marched up to the house with it. Come on, Grandma, let's get drunk. I shot a pointed look toward Mason, who was still standing in his doorway. He was now grabbing his towel again and was peering over at us. Yahoo! Grandma cheered. Let's get drunk and think about how we can remove his ball hair in his sleep. That... I stopped, because my protestation was useless. She'd already gone inside, hugging her bottle of Jack, wondering out loud how much Nair hair removal cream she'd need for a ball sack. Yep, she hadn't even opened the bottle yet, and I was already regretting not hiding it under the seats. Chapter 5. Emmy. Bombs away. What on earth are you doing? I looked up from the table where I was using a funnel to get flour into water balloons. Making flour bombs. Hannah flicked her brunette curls over her shoulder. As you do? For what? My neighbor. What did Alistair do to you? I peered at her through my eyelashes, unamused. Not Alistair. I have nothing against him except that he's 45 and living in his mom's basement. Oh, you're talking about Mr. Hottie Daddy. Don't ever call him that again. He's hot and he's a daddy. What's the issue? How's your hot neighbor again? She groaned, slumping against the counter. She passed me the flour when I motioned for it. Isaac is great. Takes out my trash if I forget, waters my plants when I go on vacation. Otherwise, I'm not sure he even knows I exist. You need a hobby that doesn't include mooning over your hot British neighbor. Says the one filling up water balloons with flour to throw at her own hot neighbor. She took the flour bomb I handed her and tied it off. He put a rubber spider in the mailbox and about gave me a heart attack. He deserves to be flour bombed. Didn't he do that in college? Mm-hmm. He said it wasn't him, but that's what he said when I found one in my panty drawer. I remember that. You screamed so loud you woke the dead. It wasn't that loud. Except it was. It really, really was. I'd only ever wanted panties, not a heart attack. So what are you going to do? Throw these out of the window whenever you see him? I handed her another balloon to tie off. Well, I'm not going to block his exhaust pipe with them, am I, genius? That would be a hell of an explosion. She grabbed a cloth and wiped flour from the counter right as the door opened. 2 old ladies I knew lived at the senior center waddled in, their fabric shopping bags slung over their hunched shoulders. They beelined for the knitting yarn as their caretaker, Melissa, ran in before the door could fully shut behind her. God, they're fast. She blew out a long breath and frowned when she saw what I was working on. Is that for class? It's for a kind of lesson, I replied vaguely. I didn't need everyone knowing what I was going to do to Mason. How are the ladies today? As sticky-fingered as ever, she answered brightly. But that's what I'm here for. I grinned. Marcia and Constantine were almost 90, and both had been battling dementia for almost as long as I could remember. Their weekly visits to the store were a point of contention because they almost always tried to leave without paying for something. It wasn't their fault. They simply forgot. I better get to them, Melissa said when there was a clatter of what sounded a lot like knitting needles to the floor. Oh, Emmy, if you're using those to teach a lesson to someone, I've always had great success with throwing a water balloon first. She winked and disappeared to where the ladies could be heard fussing about the mess. Hannah turned to me. Water first? That's genius. I shoved a handful at her. Get filling. I have taking over the world to do. I'm not sure this counts as taking over the world, Emmy. Do you want me to flower bomb your car? I don't know how I put up with you, she muttered, grabbing the empty balloons. You don't have a choice, I called as she walked into the back room. We share DNA. Unfortunately. Yeah, for me. My bedroom gave me the perfect vantage point to throw water and flower bombs at Mason's car. This wasn't mature at all. I wasn't going to pretend this was a remotely adult thing for me to do, but I was going to enjoy every second of it. The truth was, I knew Mason would be expecting this. Flower bombs had always been my chosen method of retaliation, and once I'd gotten him on his way to class. He hadn't had time to go back to his dorm room and get changed, so he'd spent the entire lecture looking like Jack Frost had taken a huge snowy shit on him. Flour was apparently difficult to remove from your clothing. I wasn't aiming for his clothing, though. I was aiming for his car. I was going to sludge the shit out of it with my water and flower bombs. The problem was I had to get the flour to hit immediately after the water. I didn't exactly always have the best aim, but Mason would know exactly what I was doing the moment he heard the water bomb explode on his car. I'd also watched him earlier, like a little stalker, to make sure he didn't have his daughter with him. The last thing I wanted to do was accidentally hit that sweet girl in the process of pissing off her dad. I did have a heart. Somewhere. It was buried under my inner bitch. I was pretty sure my inner bitch ate my heart for breakfast, to be perfectly honest with you. I pushed my window open to see how far I could lean out of it. Far enough to get a good swing on the bomb and throw it with enough force for it to break. That'd do. I grabbed one of the water bombs in my right hand and took a flower one with my left. I was going to do this, and I was going to do it right. I drew in a deep breath and focused on the car. It was a nice car. Shiny. Probably new. Not for much longer. I threw the water bomb with all my might. It was a dud and didn't break on impact, so I muttered a cuss word and tried again with a second. I hit the back of the roof, exploding all across his car. The late afternoon sun glinted off the water that was already beating on the vehicle, so I quickly switched to the flower bomb and did the same. Unfortunately for me, Mason was in my way. Fortunately for me, my aim was spot on, and I hit him on the back of the head, covering him and the car with flour. It could have been worse. I clapped my hands over my mouth and dipped down, crouching beneath the window. Ridiculous. He already knew it would be me. That's what I got for using my signature move. Also, that thump on the head probably hurt a little. Imogen! His voice carried up to the open window. You're the worst hider ever! All right, I was. I peeked up over the window ledge and peered down at him. He was not happy. Hiya, I said, wiggling my fingers. In my defense, I warned you. He folded his arms across his chest and glared up at me. This is it, is it? We're regressing back to our college years? You started this with the spider. I told you that wasn't me. You're full of shit. You're lucky you're up there, or I'd toss you on the mess you've made of my car. If you try to so much as touch me, I'll scream and kick you in the balls. You know as well as I do that threat loses its effectiveness after one too many times. I paused. I only did it 3 times. You didn't get me once, he said smugly. You needed what you were aiming for. Yeah, well, that was then and this is now. The only long, hard thing I need is on my nightstand. Mason's eyebrows shot up. I grabbed it and hung it out the window. Yeah, my baseball bat. That's not what I was expecting. Do you really think I'm going to flash my vibrator to the neighborhood? You may as well, considering you just announced to everyone that you own one. Most women do. They don't answer back, see. Let me guess. Unlike men who do. Are you answering back right now? It's a vital part of conversation, Imogen. It usually requires at least 2 people to speak. I don't think I like your attitude, Mason. That's fine. Yours is shit too. We match. I pouted. I'm not going to sit here and deal with this. Deal with what? You're lucky I haven't gone inside and filled Maya's water pistol with watered-down paint and shot it all over your car. If you touch my car, I'll rip your lungs out through your throat. He smirked. Oh, to have you that close again. Holy shit, this was impossible. You're an insufferable git, Mason Black. Your words cut me deeply, he drawled, sarcasm dripping from every single syllable. Look, I'm willing to let this go. He motioned at his messy car and his messy self. But if you insist on a prank war, just know that I'm not backing down. This will be college on steroids. Why would I back down? You started this. Fine. It's your death warrant you're signing. We'll see about that. You're not the only one who has a wealth of pranks tucked up their sleeve. Mason pushed hair from his face with a shrug. All right. You asked for it. Fine. I stood up and grabbed the window handle to close it. Game on. Game on. Even from where I was standing, I could see the glint in his eye. It was the same one he got whenever we were messing around in college. And my stomach did an involuntary flip at the memory. That wasn't going to work at all for me. Imogen. I frowned and pushed the window back open. What? I saw the bright blue ball a second too late. It hit the window frame, exploding all over the inside of my window. And me. The water was ice cold, and I gasped as it trickled down my neck. Oh my God! Rookie mistake! He yelled back up, laughing. I grabbed another water balloon and threw it. But he saw it coming and moved out of the way so it burst on the sidewalk. It is so on! I can't wait. I slammed the window shut, a strangled noise of frustration escaping me as I did so. He laughed so loudly I could hear it even through the closed window, so I yanked the curtain shut and headed for the bathroom. My eyes stung thanks to the mascara I was wearing, so I removed that with wipes before I used a towel to dry my face and bangs. Immy, what's going on? Water balloons! I yelled back to Grandma. Oh, are we having a neighborhood water fight? Those are fun. No! I rushed out of the bathroom, still clutching onto the towel. Mason got revenge. That's all. Revenge for what? Did you put an awkward college photo of him online? No! I rolled my eyes and wiped away the last of the water. I threw a water balloon and it didn't burst. He grabbed it and threw it at the window where I was. She looked me up and down. Is that why you look like a drowned rat? Your supportive personality is my favorite thing about you, I said dryly. It's fine. It was a rookie mistake. I won't make it again. Grandma turned away and headed back down the stairs where I followed her into the kitchen, pausing to toss the towel into the laundry basket in the utility room on the way. Which mistake? The water balloon or the sex? The sex? What sex? I haven't had sex with him. Again. Yet. You need a therapist. I yanked a bottle of water from the fridge and slammed the door shut. And glasses, because I clearly hate him. No, you're clearly stuck in the past and hold less than favorable feelings toward him because he hurt you. Never mind. You are the therapist. Do I have to pay you for this, Dr. Jen? But you're also a big sucky baby about it. You just wrote off any bill you could charge me. I'm gonna call Mom and whine to her for an hour. Why? Because I'm right? Grandma sighed. The Anderson women never did like being wrong. She's an Anderson by marriage, you lunatic. Oh, that's right. She paused. You know, I'm not even entirely sure I like your mother. Other people would be offended by that. Me? Not so much. She doesn't like you either. Neither do I right now. Sticks and stones. She waved a hand through the air. Go whine. Being a little bitch won't solve your problems, Emmy. I stopped in the doorway and glared at her. You have got to get off the internet. I like the internet. It has free porn. Grandma! Old ladies like orgasms too, she said matter-of-factly. And we're done here. I threw up a hand in defeat and headed back to the stairs. I did not need to hear any more of that thought train, thank you very much. Now or ever. Neither did anyone else. I really had to set up parental controls for her internet access. She wasn't smart enough to navigate her way around them. Then again, I wouldn't have thought she could find a porn website, but here we were, having a conversation about it. Abort fucking mission, Captain. I closed my bedroom door behind me and went over to my window. Water droplets had beaded on the outside, but I peered between them at Mason's front yard. I couldn't even see the front of his house from my vantage point, but I had a clear view of his driveway. He was cleaning his car using a pressure washer. The powerful stream of water ripped through the floury mess I'd inflicted on his car. His white tank gave his tanned skin a slightly darker glow, and I found myself momentarily jealous of his ability to catch the sun. That was nothing new, though. Where he tanned, I burned. It had always been that way. The only tan I was capable of getting came from a bottle and bought at least one of its friends with it. Streaks, patches, or tangerine. I sighed, leaning against the window. Of all the people who could move in next door, why did it have to be Mason Black?
Chapter 6. Mason. Puppy love. She was watching me. I didn't need eyes in the back of my head to feel hers on me. I was annoyingly connected to Imogen Anderson. It was that cliche-as-fuck thing that popped up in those god-awful rom-coms people watched on TV. Eyes meeting across a crowded room kind of bullshit, except this was real. If I turned around, I knew I'd catch her looking at me. I fucking hated it. The last thing I needed was her complicating my life with her blue eyes and her memories. Yet here I was, cleaning off my goddamn car because she'd tried to flower bomb it. She would have succeeded, too, if I hadn't walked out when I did. I wished I hadn't. It was easier to wash flour from a car than it was your hair. I spoke from experience, obviously. Of all the places I could move, why was it here? When Francesca had moved her and Maya in with Matt last year, I'd spent 6 months trying to get a transfer. I'd just never connected this town with Immy. And why would I have? We hadn't spoken in years, and it was entirely my fault. Even if I had made the connection, there was no guarantee that she still lived here. Yet here I was, wiping her goddamn flower from my car, pretending like I didn't know she was watching me. I walked around the car to where I knew I was out of sight from what I guessed was her bedroom window. Unless she had water bombs stashed around the house, something I assumed would be dangerous, having met her grandmother. I took my time cleaning the front of my car. It didn't need cleaning compared to the rest of it. It was the back that looked bad, but I needed to shake the feeling of her eyes on me. I wasn't the one responsible for the spider. I was still pulling my boxers out of a fucking box, for the love of God. When did I have the opportunity to buy a rubber spider? And no, it wasn't while I was taking a shit, because I read the sports news then. As a Dallas fan, the news usually matched the activity. I shook my head as I moved back into what I thought was Emmy's line of sight and glanced up. The curtains were fully closed again, and I turned my attention back to my car. No, I wasn't the one who'd put that spider in the mailbox. If I had to hedge a guess, I'd blame her grandmother. It was the kind of thing the eccentric woman seemed like she'd be responsible for. She'd already admitted to reading Emmy's journal, so she'd know all about our prank wars in college. It was different then. We were young. We didn't have responsibilities past our grades and doing our own laundry. It didn't matter how many times I insisted I wasn't responsible. I knew Emmy wouldn't believe me. She was as stubborn as humans came, and she'd laid down her own declaration of war with the damn mess I was cleaning right now. Ah, shit, I muttered, catching sight of the all-too-familiar red BMW creeping down the street. The heartwarming sight of Maya's grinning face pressed against the back window made my stomach sink. I'd forgotten I had her for longer this weekend. Francesca pulled up behind my car. She frowned, staring at the mess both it and I were in, then got out. "What on earth happened here?" I sighed, shutting off the washer for a moment. It's a long story. "You forgot you have Maya all week, didn't you?" "I didn't forget," I lied. "I got my days mixed up." She pursed her dark red lips, but there was laughter in her eyes. "Don't sweat it, Mason. It's not like Matt remembered either." See, this is where being the ex helps. He's the one who gets to handle your temper now. The laughter disappeared from her eyes. "I've got some left for you." I laughed and stepped back, holding up my hands. "I'm good." "Dada!" Maya almost tumbled out of the car, but she righted herself before she went down. She threw herself at me, and I swept her up into a huge hug. "Hey, princess, I missed you." "I miss you too," she replied, squeezing my neck so tightly I thought I wouldn't be able to breathe. "You gonna stay here for a few days?" Uh-huh. Matt says he's taking Mama on a vibration." "Vacation," Fran corrected gently. "It's only a few days. I'll be back in 5 sleeps, okay?" I put Maya down so she could hug her. "Don't sweat it, Mama. We find here." Maya gave her a tight hug all the same. I had to bite the inside of my cheek so I didn't laugh at her. It was no mystery where she'd picked up the phrase, "don't sweat it." Maya released her and reached inside the car for something. She hauled out her little fluffy unicorn backpack and her beloved sassy rag doll that was her 5th limb, then turned and marched off toward the house. "That's about right," Fran muttered, standing up. "She's got an actual bag in the trunk." "I got it," I said. "If you think you're coming near my newly valeted car looking like you've bathed in a bowl of flour, you can think again." Laughing, she popped the trunk and pulled out a suitcase. She insisted on bringing half of her bedroom. Naturally. I took the rolling case from her without touching the car. "What's the time difference?" "I'm not sure. I'll let you know when I get there. We have Wi-Fi, so I'll call her every day before bed." "Don't worry, she'll be fine." "I'm not worried. She's with you." "Doesn't mean you want to leave her." Fran grimaced, pushing her hair behind her ear. "No, but I do think this time away will be good for me and Matt. Wedding planning is stressful, and his mother is a demon about the seating chart." "Oh, the one you haven't even started yet?" "That's the one." She snorted, then sighed. "Come on, why are you in your car covered in flour? I'm sure there's a good story behind it." "Fine, but only because you pulled the future mother-in-law demon card on me." She grinned and leaned against her car. "Good to know." "You remember when we started dating and I told you about the girl I kind of dated in college?" "Sure, Imogen. You were pretty much still in love with her when we first met." "I wasn't in love with her." Whatever you say. Carry on. Well, guess who my new neighbor is? Her jaw dropped. No. Yep, all the houses in this town, and I bought the one next to hers. And she did this? She motioned to me in the car, her lips twitching as if she were fighting a laugh. A rubber spider ended up in her mailbox, and she blamed it on me, so she both water and flower bombed me, and we're apparently now in an out-and-out war. Did you put the spider there? That is your M.O., Mason. I didn't put the damn spider there. Fran rolled her eyes and pushed off the car. If you say so. I hate to drop her and run, but I have to finish packing. Otherwise, Matt will end up packing his ski suit for the Maldives. I snorted. Like you did that time we went to Florida? It was January, and you told me we were skiing. I said surfing. Whatever. She punched me in the arm. Oh, here. She dipped into her back pocket and pulled out a key. Spare key for our place, just in case Maya decides she absolutely must have something I made her leave behind. I took the key with a grateful smile. That sounds about right. Don't worry, we'll be fine. I'm working from home anyway this week. Turn on Shimmer and Shine, and she'll be fine. Stupid little show with genies. The theme song is as irritating as that stupid baby shark thing. Don't you dare sing it. I grinned, pocketing the key. Thanks, we'll be fine. No doubt she'll make me Facebook you photos of absolutely everything. And I will welcome them happily. She smiled, then reached over for a one-armed hug, not really hugging me at all. I laughed. Have fun. Thanks. Tell Maya I'll call her tomorrow when we land. Yes, Mom. Shut up, Mason. She opened the door and paused before getting in. Try not to fall back in love with your neighbor before I get back. I glared at her. Why don't you Dada, I can find my germers. Fran tapped on the side of her nose, winked, and waved to Maya. Bye, Mama. Maya waved with both hands, then turned to me. Dada, I'm tired. Germers. Fran's laughter was drowned out by the sound of her engine, and I turned back to the house. Damn, Mason! I looked back at Fran. What? Mom promised to take her to the dog shelter tomorrow before I remembered we were on vacation. I kinda told Maya you'd take her instead. If you think I'm getting a dog, Francesca, you can think again. You just have to take her. She likes to look at the puppies. I'm not getting a darn dog. She held up her hands. Just look, that's all. They let the kids play with them on Thursdays between 1 and 3, okay? I shook my head. No, that's not okay. I have to work. It's your funeral then. She goes most weeks. I sighed and threw up a half-hearted wave. I didn't care what she said. I was not getting a dog. I had a dog. Apparently, the ability to say no to my daughter was disappearing the older she got, and I was now the proud owner of a round ball of fluff I was informed was called a Shih Tzu. Pronounced Shit Zoo, and not the thing you wanted to hear your 3-year-old telling everyone you were getting in the middle of the pet store. We would be bringing her home tomorrow, but for now, I had half of said pet store in the trunk of my car. Can she sleep in my room, Dada? Maya took the fluffy bed I handed her and looked at me with her big blue eyes. Peas? I guess that's fine when you're here. She has to go in a crate at night at first, though, until she's house-trained. I have no idea how to house-train a dog. The crate in my room, yeah? She might cry. I wipe her tears. It okay. She trotted off toward the front door, and I grabbed a box full of puppy food and biscuits. What had I gotten myself into here? I put the food down so I could unlock the door. Maya rushed inside before I'd even taken the key out of the door, and I almost tripped over the dog food. I was going to spend the next 12 years tripping over the actual dog, wasn't I? With a sigh, I pushed the food into the kitchen and went back out to the car. Judging by the thundering around upstairs, my little fairy elephant was busy finding a home for the bed that would ultimately move into the crate as soon as the dog came home tomorrow. I hauled the crate box out of the trunk. It was damn heavy, and I wasn't entirely sure I needed one as big as I had. The guy in the store had talked me into it, but my first clue should have been the dog on the front. Looked like a damn police dog. What's that? I looked over at Emmy's porch, where her grandmother Jen was leaning so far over the side of the porch, I was pretty sure she was going to take a tumble. Good afternoon, Jen. Yeah, what's that? You getting a Rottweiler? No ma'am, a Shih Tzu. Why are you getting a Shih Tzu? I was outvoted by a 3-year-old for a dog I didn't even want. She cackled, straightening up. Kids suck. When are you getting the little frou-frou fucker? I glanced back toward the house to make sure Maya wasn't out here. Jen covered her mouth. Do you have your daughter? Sorry. She's upstairs finding a home for the bed. It's fine. I shrugged a shoulder. I've got her for a few extra days this week while her mom is away. Being a good dad, such an attractive quality. Why are you single? Because I work too much and parent when I'm not working? I'm going to set you up with someone. I'm pretty sure you're already trying to do that with your granddaughter. I smiled. She parted her lips and pressed a hand to her chest. Me? Set you up? Why ever would you think that? I don't know, I said wryly. Unless the rubber spider jumped into the mailbox of its own accord, of course. Gosh darn it, she punched the air. You're smart, too. You're the perfect candidate for my future great-grandchildren. And I think we're done with this conversation. I choked back a laugh and moved to pick up the crate. Wait. She flapped her hands at me. When are you getting the frou-frou puppy tomorrow? The afternoon. Why? My grass desperately needs a cut, and the neighborhood boy who usually helps me is going to some baseball tournament. Inconvenient, really. She sniffed, pushing her hair behind her ear. Anywho, I'll pay you. I don't think I can take your money, Jen. Fine, take Emmy on a date. I have Maya. I can't just leave a 3-year-old to her own devices to mow your lawn, even if you are willing to pay me. There was no way in hell I was agreeing to her second option. I'll watch her. It'll only take you 20 minutes. I raised my eyebrows. You'll watch my daughter? Why? Because I'm a nice person. I raised them even farther. Fine, my grass needs cutting. It seems like a fair trade. Besides, I can't possibly corrupt a child as young as 3 in 20 minutes. I need at least 30 for that. I had no idea if she was joking about that, but I wasn't sure I was willing to bet on it. Then again, I didn't want to be a bad neighbor. She was old, and if Emmy was working and the usual kid was away, I knew I'd feel bad if I didn't. I'll even watch her after so you can work. I bet she won't leave you alone at all tomorrow until you picked up your puppy, Jen continued. I'm good with kids. We'll bake cookies. I'll teach her how to get them right. Maya did like baking. Who'll make cookies? Of course, this was when she finally joined the conversation. Mrs. Anderson wants me to cut her grass for her tomorrow, and she said she'd do some baking with you after so I can work, I explained. She's our new neighbor. She bake with me? Maya looked over at her. I liked her dress. Jen grinned. I'll bake with you, sugar. What kind of cookies do you like? Maya bit her lip and hid behind me. Chocolate? She whispered. She can't hear you, baby, I chuckled. Chocolate? She repeated, a little louder. Oh, my favorite. You come over at 10:30 and we'll make 100 cookies. Her eyes widened. Oh, sweet Jesus. Yes? Jen asked, smugness in her eyes. The old woman had outfoxed me. God damn it. We'll see you at 10:30, I sighed, passing Maya a bag full of dog toys. Tell Mrs. Anderson you'll see her tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Maya grinned and took the bag, then ran back into the house. I know what you're up to, I said, pointing at Jen. Me? She gave me her best innocent look, which was guilty as hell for most people. I'm not up to anything, dear. I watched her disappear into the house with a shake of my head. What was I getting myself into?
Chapter 7. Emmy. Little Miss Meddler. There was a 3-year-old in my kitchen baking cookies and a shirtless, hot man in my backyard mowing the lawn. I'd imagined this fantasy 1,000 times. But I'd never really pictured the child not being mine and the shirtless hot man being a guy I'd left behind years ago. I wasn't quite sure how this scenario had come about, but it wasn't ideal. It was almost 11, and I'd been awake less than an hour. Both the man and the child had turned up at some point when I was in the shower, and not once had Grandma thought to warn me. Well, she probably had, but had ultimately decided against it. That was her style, after all. Plus, I was pretty sure she'd asked Mason to cut the grass to bug me. She knew Hannah was running the store today because she needed more hours. I could have easily cut the grass. It was actually one chore I didn't really mind. But no. She had to go one step to the right to the new neighbor, didn't she? I toweled off my hair, and after a lick of mascara on my eyelashes, I made my way downstairs, where the smell of freshly baked cookies made my stomach rumble. Oh, Emmy, here, take this out to Mason. Grandma shoved a glass of water and a plate with cookies on at me. Now. I mated them, said the tiny human with her arms elbow-deep in cookie dough. Hiya. Hi, I'm Emmy. I'm Maya. Are you Dada's friend? Kind of, I said. Thank God I could speak little kid, thanks to the classes at the store. Are you having fun? She nodded, blue eyes sparkling, and went back to stirring the cookie dough. I say stirring. She was more flicking it everywhere. I eyed Grandma speculatively, but she shrugged a shoulder and with a very calm, "No, dear, like this," turned her full attention to Maya and her cookie dough missiles. Like Grandma couldn't have taken these out herself. Ugh. This woman was going to be the death of me. I stepped out onto the back porch. Mason was at the far end of the backyard, but he looked up the second my feet touched the steps, as if he knew, somehow, that I was here. It was weird. I lamely held up the plate and water so he knew it was for him. He gave me a thumb up, and I waited while he mowed the next line back to the porch where I was. Thanks. It's hot out here. He took the water first and drank half the glass before he took the plate. Did they bake these? You mean my grandmother and her new minion? I think so. I sat down on the top step where it was still shaded from the sun. Do you know what you're letting yourself in for? Mason sat next to me, keeping a comfortable distance. No, but that probably stands to reason for this afternoon, too. Why? You're not painting for her, are you? He laughed. No, we're going back to the shelter for a Shih Tzu puppy. How did you get roped into that? Fran, that's Maya's mom, is on vacation, and her mom had promised to take her to the shelter. They do some kid-friendly thing on Thursday afternoons. He sighed. Basically, I'm a sucker. And after insisting I wasn't getting a dog, I'm now getting a dog. Seems reasonable enough. How did you get roped into this? Your grandma talked me in circles until Maya came out and heard the words baking and cookies, and that was the end of it all. Wow, you really are a sucker. Thanks for the support. You're welcome, sucker. He side-eyed me. Your grandmother is quite the force of nature. You don't need to tell me that. I have to live with her and host her little pensioners' book club once a week. I met his gaze. You think she's bad? You should meet Lillian, Kathleen, and Evelyn. They have to meet here, or I'd probably have to bail them out of jail on a weekly basis. They're that bad. Why don't you come over tomorrow night and find out for yourself? I can't. Maya. He shoved half a cookie in his mouth. These are good. Still an animal with no manners, I see. Still willing to call me on what you perceive as my faults, I see. I pursed my lips and dragged my eyes away from him. Eating with your mouth full is a universally accepted fault. He laughed quietly, and the plate clinked against the porch when he set it down. You know, we're gonna have to get along. We don't have to do anything at all. If you want to help Grandma, you can. I'm only here because my cousin needs some extra cash, so she opened the store today. I got up and walked down onto the grass, ready to head to the shed to get some secateurs to trim back one of the bushes along the side of the garden. Don't think I'm being a bitch, but I'd rather not have any kind of relationship at all. It's hard not to think that you're being a bitch when you are, in fact, being a bitch, Imogen." I peered back over my shoulder and glared, but there was a small lump stuck in my throat at the sight of him. His dark blue eyes gripped hold of me, but I once again tore my gaze away and went to get what I was looking for. Except I didn't. I was millimeters from opening the door when I turned around, ready to unleash hell on him at the porch, but he was already on my side of the yard. "Yes," he drawled, leaning on the lawnmower. "You can call me a bitch all you like, but here's what you aren't considering, Mason." I turned to face him and folded my arms over my chest like a shield over my heart. "When you graduated and said you were going to call me, but didn't, you really, really hurt me. The thing with hurt is that it doesn't go away overnight. You either deal with it or you don't. And it doesn't matter that it was years ago, because I apparently didn't. So when I saw you moving in, all that hurt I'd hidden away came back. Now, if you think I'm being a bitch for not wanting to be anywhere near you, then fine. Think it. I'm no less of a bitch than you were an asshole 6 years ago. The only difference now is that you're able to call me on my shitty attitude. That wasn't a luxury I was afforded." He opened his mouth for a moment, and I thought he was going to give me a smart-ass retort, but he didn't. He sighed instead, and ran his fingers through his hair, sagging a little. "You're right. Your attitude is shit, but so was my behavior." He let go of the lawnmower and closed the distance between us, leaving barely 6 inches between the tips of our toes. I wanted to crumble and step back, but I didn't. I steeled myself, raised my chin, and looked him dead in the eye. "I'm sorry," he said softly. So softly that there was no denying the honesty behind his words. "If I could go back, I would have called you, if only to say goodbye properly. If I ever thought I'd hurt you by not doing it, I never would have ignored you." "How could you think it wouldn't hurt me?" "Because..." He took a deep breath through his full lips and reached forward, pushing some of my damp hair away from my face. His fingers lingered against my cheek, just brushing my skin. "You always told me you didn't feel anything for me, just like I told you the same thing." I swallowed, tilting my head to look away. He caught my chin in his hand and forced me to meet his eyes. "I guess we were both lying, Imogen." I stepped back, away from his touch that seemed to brand itself on my skin. "Guess we were. Still doesn't change anything now." I glanced back at the house where Maya was. "We're different people with different lives now." He nodded, darting his own gaze in the same direction. Without another word, he turned and went back to the lawnmower. I let myself into the shed and grabbed the secateurs, then stopped. There was a small open box of water balloons where I'd made too many yesterday, and a quick glance over my shoulder at Mason confirmed that he was within throwing range. So I did what any self-respecting woman would do. I threw it. I hit him square in the back. The balloon exploded, covering him in cold water. He froze, and the mower stopped running when he drew his shoulders back, showing every dip and curve of his back muscles. Ugh, that was karma. Slowly, he looked back at me over his shoulder. His lips quirked up into what could only be described as a half-smile, half-smirk. "Thanks. That helped." I gave him a flat stare. "That backfired, didn't it?" "Shut up," I huffed, tugging the shed door closed behind me. "Does that mean we're friends now?" Mason called as I stalked off toward the front yard. "In your dreams," I yelled right back, not even bothering to turn and look at him. "I know what I'm doing tonight, then." My steps faltered, my mouth dropping open. I jerked around to glare at him for that, but he was already starting the mower again, not so much as glancing in my direction. With another huff, I spun back around and walked to the front, out of his sight, where he was out of mine, too. I dropped to the grass in front of the bush I no longer wanted to prune. Friends? Could he and I ever be friends? Like real ones. Not the kind of friends where you pretend you're friends, but you're only really civil to each other. But actual friends. Was that possible? I ran my thumb over the edge of a rich green leaf. I didn't know. The truth was, I didn't think Mason Black was the kind of person I could be friends with. Not if I wanted to keep hold of my heart. You have to stop. Grandma looked up from her book, peering over the rim of her scarlet glasses. Stop what? Whatever it is you're doing with Mason, stop it. I needed the grass cutting. He was available. No, he wasn't. He had Maya and I could have cut the grass. You knew I wasn't working today because Hannah needs the hours. I sat on the chair opposite her. You're trying to do something, and I don't like it. Emmy, it might surprise you to learn this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The world does not revolve around you. Ironic, coming from the woman who believed the world should and did revolve around her. I know that. Do you? My world revolves around me. It's not up to me to make sure anyone else's does. She shrugged, replacing her bookmark. Yours revolves around me because you're too nice to tell me to piss off. I sighed, slumping back against the plush cushions. You're my grandmother. And despite all your irritating eccentricities, I do actually love you. It's my job to look after you. I don't need looking after. Yes, you do. The last time I left you unsupervised for book club, you all ended up being given a police warning about flashing your bloomers. I don't need looking after, she repeated. Back in my day, you couldn't flash an ankle for fear of being called a slut, I reminded her. It has never been acceptable to flash your bloomers in public. My bloomers should be seen in public. You were wearing a lacy thong. My lacy thong. She sighed. And still, you don't have a date. I rubbed my temples with my fingers. No wonder Mason had ended up cutting the grass. The woman talked you in circles until you were one bright light away from a migraine. Grandma, listen to me right now. What do you think I'm doing, dear? Honestly, pretending to listen while plotting how to get me married by my next birthday. It's still possible. It's in 3 months. Nobody gets married in 3 months. Cinderella did. So did Jasmine and that Snow White girl. Nobody outside Disney movies gets married in 3 months. I corrected myself. I mean it. Whatever you're doing, trying to get me and Mason in close proximity has to stop. She rolled her eyes, shaking her head from side to side at the same time. It was a wonder she didn't give herself a migraine. You liked the boy. He's single. You're single. I'm not hurting anyone. You are. I sat up straight again and looked her in the eye. You are, Grandma. That's what you don't understand. He hurt me, and while he's finally apologized, that does not mean I'm not dealing with things I thought I'd buried. She actually had the good grace to look ashamed. Only slightly, mind you. I never thought I'd ever see him again. I was pretty much in love with him back then, and that's a lot of feelings to deal with. So while you're sitting there plotting all the ways you can shoot arrows into our asses in your little game of Cupid, you forget that I'm a real person with real feelings. Not to mention that Mason has a child. A child, Grandma. She's a good kid, she said in a gentle voice. And you're right. I'm sorry. I won't mess with you anymore. What? Did she agree? Don't you look at me like you don't trust me, Imogen. I don't trust you, I replied. You never give in that easily. Or ever. Grandma adjusted her glasses and opened her book again. I can be reasonable. It probably won't happen again this year, though. I suppose that's the best I can ask for. I pushed up from the sofa and kissed the side of her head. I'm going to watch TV in bed. Okay, dear. Good night. Good night. I glanced back at her 3 or 4 times, but she was already engrossed in her book and paying me no attention whatsoever. I was definitely suspicious of her. I knew my grandmother, and the only time she'd ever given in to something that easily was when her car battery had died, and I had to drive her around for 3 days. I actually think she liked that, though, so the joke was on me. I headed upstairs to my room and shut the door behind me. It was deathly silent up here, but instead of turning on my TV, I sat on the bed and stared at the blank screen. All the ideas I'd had, all the plans to be a civil person, they'd all gone out the window. I hadn't lied with what I'd said to both Mason and Grandma today. I had feelings I had to deal with because I was only human. Only when I'd done that could I begin to actually grow a pair and be an adult. Hey, at least I was aware of my shortcomings. Fixing them? That was another matter entirely. Chapter 8. Emmy. Clown in a box. I don't have any of the pink, but I can order some today. It'll be here Tuesday, I told the woman in front of me. She was about to become a grandma and wanted to knit her new grandbaby something special, but I was out of the color she wanted in the yarn she wanted. Oh, I don't know. She fiddled with the strap of her purse. I did hope to purchase it today. Ma'am, I can honestly say that most stores around here won't stock this yarn, and if they do, they probably won't in this color. It's not one of my regular stocks, and we have the biggest selection in the county. She nibbled on her bottom lip. Will it definitely be here on Tuesday? Let me put it into the software real quick for you. I turned to the laptop and input the order, triple-checking the delivery date before I confirmed that it would be here by midday on Tuesday. After another minute or two of decision-making where I helped another customer, she agreed, paid, and left. I blew out a breath into the empty store. Thank God for that. I needed to have lunch before the class this afternoon. I flipped the sign on the door to closed and locked it, then headed to the back for my lunch. It didn't take long to eat, although that might have been because the news I was reading on my phone wasn't all that appetizing. You know, the world was ending and all that. Never mind that I'd already lived through something like 4 apocalypses. All we needed was the zombies. Then I really would have lived through all the projected ends of the world. Well, assuming I survived the zombies. That was undecided. I wasn't much of a runner. I skimmed past the latest celebrity scandals right as I finished up. There was always something going on, and while I wasn't one to keep up on it, gossip blogs were great to read while on the toilet. Hey, we all have a vice. I locked my phone and, after throwing my trash in the can, headed out to the main store. I had 10 minutes to finish setting up for the class before 10 kids descended on my Saturday. A box by the front door caught my eye as I was walking through. I frowned. I wasn't expecting any deliveries to the store, and there was no way my usual UPS or FedEx guys would leave a parcel outside in the middle of freaking Main Street. I quickly unlocked the door and reached down for the box. There was no address on it, just my name written in block capitals. That was weird. Was it like a bomb? Oh my God. What if it was a bomb? Jesus, Emmy, have a word with yourself. Nobody is interested in bombing a small-town art graduate who runs an art store and teaches ceramic painting to kids. I picked it up and carried it inside, shaking off those stupid, dramatic thoughts. I locked the door behind me and set the box on the counter on top of my order books. This was how the stupid bitches died in horror movies. I reached under the counter for the box cutter and sliced open the tape. It exploded in front of me with a maniacal laugh. My entire life flashed in front of my eyes. I screamed, staggering back onto the small shelving unit behind me. My hand knocked into a vase that went flying to the floor and smashed, making me scream again at the sudden noise. My heart thundered against my ribs, and I gripped the top of the unit so tightly my knuckles ached. What the fuck? I blinked furiously, trying to bring focus back to my vision. A clown like Jack-in-the-Box was taking up the entire counter, and it flopped side to side as it stared at me. It had the most hideous yellow hair and red cheeks, and the manic blue eyes were surrounded by black and white paint. But it was the tongue that really got me. The tongue snaked halfway up its cheek, and it was the most glaring pink I'd ever seen in my life. It was absolutely fucking terrifying. I was going to kill Mason Black. I didn't need to look in the box to know if this was his work or not. This was the kind of outrageous shit he loved to pull. In his opinion, if a prank didn't scare the ever-loving shit out of me, it wasn't worth doing. Hence, all the spiders. Well, he won, because I was 2 seconds from calling 911 and getting checked for a heart attack. I was pretty sure I'd experienced the precursor to one just then. I grabbed my phone to text him, then stopped. I didn't have his number anymore, so a texted death threat wasn't going to do me any favors right now. No, I had to come up with a way of getting back at him that didn't involve talking to him. Unfortunately, that would have to wait, because I had a class to teach. Damn it. Tell me again how this works. Hannah looked the ladder up and down. How are you going to attach the Jack Clown thing to his window? Double-sided sticky tape, I said simply. Double-sided sticky tape, she repeated dryly. How do you even know which room is his? Ah, the hitch in my plan. I don't. You don't. No, that's why we're staking out his house. Don't take this the wrong way, but we're about as sleuth-like as a T-Rex. At least we have real arms, I muttered. Look, his payback needs to be severe and swift. I have to get this over and done with and send the message that I know it was him. Jesus, you sound like a group of unhinged politicians waging war in a remote part of the world, Hannah sighed, pulling her dark hair into a ponytail on the top of her head. I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. You're the best cousin ever. Our parents would be ashamed of us. Our parents are on vacation on a cruise ship for a month. They should be ashamed of abandoning us in our time of need. I pulled 2 walkie-talkies from my nightstand. Hannah took the one I pushed her way. How could they possibly know that your ex-fuck buddy would buy the house next door? I don't know. I'm just needy, okay? I snorted. Let's check that this works. I honestly don't know what I'm doing here. You're being a set of eyes for me. Wait here. I walked into the bathroom and held down the button. Can you hear me? The line crackled. Yes, Lady Ridiculous, I can hear you. I didn't appreciate her attitude. I went back into the bedroom and clapped my hand against my forearm in celebration. Let's do this. Wait, what window are you putting it on? Aren't you scared you're going to put the fear of God into his daughter? She's like 3, Emmy. I know. I paused. Grandma spied on him. Oh, for the love of God. Again, I know. That woman needs an intervention, I'm telling you. She handed me the stupid clown with a shudder. So do you. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. This is just until I can think of something else I can do that won't scare Maya and doesn't require me getting too close to him. Why? Are you worried your vagina will jump right off your body and latch onto his penis? Maybe your ovaries? Shut up. I stalked into Grandma's room and peered over at the house next door. It was past midnight, and it was completely pitch black. Hannah joined me, and we both watched for a moment to make sure. "They're asleep," she whispered. "Are we gonna do this?" I nodded. "Let's go." Together, we crept down the stairs like a pair of ninjas. We were even dressed in black because, well, why not? Grandma was asleep with the Great British Bake Off blaring from the TV screen courtesy of Netflix, and we passed just as Mary Berry criticized someone's moistness. Hannah shuddered, and I stifled a laugh. The ladder was already waiting for us outside, and together, we got it down off the front porch onto the yard. Hannah nodded, fist-bumping me, and headed back inside to do her job. Make sure I don't get caught, in other words. I hauled the ladder over to Mason's front yard and quietly laid it against his house. Extending it would be the trickiest part of this endeavor. Not the safest part either. Maybe I should have made Hannah do this part. Never mind. You live and learn. Hopefully, I lived. Nothing was guaranteed here. Not my life, not my dignity, nothing. The ladder creaked a little as I extended it. I winced, but at least it didn't clang against the wall. There was a small win. I'd take what I could get. I tucked the stupid clown under my arm and took to the ladder. Carefully. The last thing I wanted was for my giant clumping steps to alert him to my presence. Despite my best efforts, the ladder groaned louder the closer I got to the top. I winced with every step, and I was about to push through the final few steps to reach his window when my radio crackled from my pocket. "Emmy, the light!" I jerked my head up to look at the window. Ah, shit. She was right. Mason's light was on, and I was in trouble. I backed up, moving as quickly down the ladder as I possibly could. I was 3 rungs from the bottom when the curtain swished open and his face appeared in the window. I squealed and lost my footing, falling the rest of the way down to the ground where I landed on my ass with a massive thud. The grass was wet and squelched as I sank into it. But I didn't care much in that second because I was pretty sure I'd just seen my life flash before my eyes. No doubt I was covered in mud, and there was sure as hell no way to escape this mess I'd just gotten myself into. Ugh. Light flooded the yard, and both mine and Mason's front doors swung open at the same time. I pushed myself up into sitting position and took a good look at myself. I was covered in mud. Absolutely covered. Mason ran down his path to me and held out his hands. Reluctantly, I placed mine in his with a pout, and he pulled me to my feet and out of the muddy puddle I just happened to land in. Because of course I had. "Oh my God," Hannah breathed. Mason glanced at her before he looked me over. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. The only thing bruised was my ego. I didn't fall far." "Can I ask why you have a ladder against the side of my house?" He raised his eyebrows, and his lips pulled up to one side, reflecting the amusement I could see glinting in his eyes. My hands were still in his. I tugged them back and lost my footing on the muddy mess I'd made. Mason was quicker than me, and he grabbed me by the upper arms to stop me from falling on my ass twice in 5 minutes. "Maybe you should go inside where it's safe and you can explain tomorrow." "Oh, shut up," I muttered, shaking him off me. I grabbed the walkie-talkie from the ground and stomped toward my house. His laughter followed me the entire way. Humiliation burned through me, But really, I should have known there was no way I could pull that off. Should have waited until Maya had left and then just put it on the kitchen window or something. Ugh. I kicked my muddy sneakers off before going inside. Well, that went well, Hannah said dryly, shutting the door behind us. Grandma was apparently done with her Netflix binge because the living room was empty, and thank God. I'd never live this down if she saw me looking like something that just erupted out of a swamp. I pulled off my sweater and t-shirt on my way upstairs. I wasn't going to justify responding to Hannah right now. Mostly, I had nothing to say. I was too busy hating myself for such a stupid idea because it was one more win for Mason. Ugh! And of course the store wasn't open tomorrow, so there was no way I could get out of this inevitable conversation. Ugh. 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 Chapter 9. Emmy. Pancakes and Obituaries. The familiar dun, dun, dun of the song, Another One Bites the Dust, shook my bedroom floor. This was not how I wanted to start my Sunday. If Grandma was playing Queen, it meant she was planning on guilting me into a date. I'd done it for her 3 times now, and not one of those dates had worked out. I rolled over and checked my phone on the nightstand. 8:15. Wasn't she supposed to be at church? This was my only day off this week, damn it. Dun, dun, dun. Followed by Grandma's shrieking rendition of the chorus. Jesus Christ. I had no idea why I was muttering his name. He wasn't helping me right now. I peeled myself out of the sheets to standing, yawned, then made my way downstairs. There was a huge stack of pancakes in the middle of the kitchen table. I hit the button on the CD player to stop the music. Hey, why aren't you at church? I asked, grabbing one of the chocolate chip pancakes and tearing a bite out of it as it was. Grandma looked disapprovingly at me. Church was canceled. Canceled? Does God have the flu? Or maybe a migraine? I know I'd have one if I had to listen to your singing every day. Oh, wait. I finished on a deadpan. She swatted at me with her spatula. No, Pastor Beefar is sick, actually, so I made pancakes. Are you feeding the entire neighborhood? I thought you could take some to Mason and Maya as an apology for attempting to climb his wall last night. My lips thinned. How do you know about that? My ladder is against his house, Imogen. I'm not senile yet, child. I figured it out. She put another pancake on the tower. Why did you try to climb his house? I briefly explained yesterday lunchtime's antics and how it ended up in last night's fiasco. Predictably, she laughed so hard she burned a pancake. I take it back. Seeing you in the mud was probably enough of an apology. I glared at her. Give me the pancakes. I need to go explain anyway. You're gonna go like that. She looked me up and down pointedly. You look like you just rolled out of bed. I did, I replied through gritted teeth. Your little concert woke me up. She slid 8 pancakes onto another plate and held it out to me. Well, I read the obituaries on my phone this morning. Theodore York died this week. We used to date, you know, back in the day. I'm simply reminding you that I could be the next one to bite the dust. Grandma, you're not dying. Yet. By your logic, the same applies to me, I yelled back. I rested the plate on the stairs for a moment while I grabbed a sweater from the hooks in the hallway to hide the fact I wasn't wearing a bra. Yeah, I could go upstairs and get changed, but it was just delaying the inevitable. Besides, it wasn't like he'd never seen me first thing in the morning. I tugged on the waistband of my shorts and grabbed the pancakes before I made my way over to Mason's. Giggling came from the general area of the backyard, and I raised my hand to knock on the door right as it opened. Instead of hitting the door, I hit Mason. At least it wasn't in the face. "Good morning to you, too," he said dryly, eyes sparkling with laughter. "Well, that's what you get for opening the door when I'm about to knock," I sniffed. Grandma made enough pancakes to feed 5,000, even though church is canceled. Since when did church get canceled? Is God all worshipped out for the week? He put the trash bag he was holding into the can at the side of the house. Apparently, the pastor is sick. Don't they have a deputy for that? I have no idea. Do I look like I go to church? In your little pink pajama shorts and no bra? No. But I think you'd make church a lot more interesting if you did. I pursed my lips. Do you want these pancakes or not? I want to know why there's a ladder against my house pointing at my bedroom window. Can I have both? With a sigh, I walked into his house ahead of him. Fine. Is Maya awake? Maya's outside with Dolly. Dolly? Do you have another child hidden I don't know about? She's the puppy, smartass, he muttered. Coffee? Please. I was woken up by Grandma singing Another One Bites the Dust. The Queen song. Yeah, she checks the obituaries every week to see if anyone she knows has died and plays that song if they have. She says it's a reminder that she could be next, so I need to get married. Mason paused for a moment. And there's nothing morbid about that first thing on a Sunday morning at all. I gave him a tight smile and a small nod of agreement. It wasn't always the best way to start the day, I had to admit. Or ever the best start. I knew. More of my days had started like this than I wanted to admit. Here. He slid a cup of coffee my way. 1 sugar. You remembered. Why was I so shocked about that? Imogen, I made you more cups of coffee than anyone else. I think I can remember something so basic. He motioned for me to sit at the island, which I did. He leaned on the counter opposite me and wrapped both of his hands around his mug. His blue eyes were unfairly bright, and his dark hair was just the right amount of messy. Unlike mine. I bet his stomach wasn't doing somersaults either. So, we both said at the same time. The ladder, Mason said quickly. Any reason you were trying to climb into my room last night? I held up a finger. Well, for one, I was doing nothing of the sort. His lips tugged to one side. Then by all means, explain. That freaking clown thing you sent me. Ah, I should have known that had something to do with it. Grandma's a nosy so-and-so who knew which window was your bedroom. Should I be worried? Probably. You don't know what she says about the 97-year-old man across the street. I rolled my eyes. Anyway, I was going to put the little shit in your window to scare you the same way you almost killed me. The clown or the old man? How would I get a 97-year-old man up a ladder and attach him to your window? I don't know. Both would be terrifying first thing in the morning, to be honest. I know. I live with an 80-year-old. Does she look better or worse than you right now? I'm not sure anyone can look worse than me, Mason. I sipped slowly from my coffee. But if you keep talking, you will. He grinned, his whole face lighting up with laughter. All right. So you tried to pay me back and failed. I put the ladder back in your backyard by the shed. Thanks, I sighed. I'm not taking this lying down, by the way. I will get you back for that. You scared the ever-loving Hiya! Maya ran in with a tiny brown ball of fluffiness that was basically a walking cotton ball. This is Dolly. She reached down and hauled her up, arching her back so she could hold her. Okay. Mason rushed over and retrieved what was apparently a puppy from Maya. I think Dolly needs some food and a nap now. Why don't you go draw a picture of her for Mama? Maya's face lit up, then dropped as soon as she saw the pancakes. Did Mrs. Jen make those? Mrs. Jen. Oh, Grandma. She sure did. Fresh this morning, I said. Would you like one? She looked from me to Mason with hope all over her face. Can I? Mason nodded. Let me feed Dolly and I'll heat it up for you. If you're lucky and your room is tidy, I might even bring you one with whipped cream and strawberries. Maya gasped, slapping her hands against her little pink cheeks. That's my favorite. I know, he nodded. She turned on her heel and ran off, then did a U-turn and barreled into me. Thanks, Miss Emmy. I froze for a second as she squeezed my legs so tightly I thought they might temporarily go numb, then smiled and gave her a gentle hug back. Thank Grandma next time you see her. I will, she beamed up at me. I tidy now. Just like that, she was gone. I'm not sure I'm comfortable being an accessory to bribery, I said, following Mason with my gaze as he moved through the kitchen with ease. Sucks for you, he replied, taking a pancake with a half grin flashed my way. My mom told me something the week Maya was born, and it stuck with me. 90% of parenting is bribery, and the other 10% is hoping they never get smart enough to figure it out. Then she said she'd get me a coffee if I took Maya for half an hour so Fran could sleep. I blinked at him and waited. Did you? I said after a moment. Well, yeah. We'd been up all night and I wanted a coffee and Fran wanted sleep. It's gone right over your head, hasn't it? What has? She said that and bribed you right after. With coffee. He peered over his shoulder at me for a moment, and I could almost see the cogs turning in his brain as it occurred to him that his mom had proved her point within seconds of her words. Holy shit, he breathed, putting down a knife. You're right. Bless him. How did you graduate law school if you can't even recognize bribery from your own mother? I slept with my professor, obviously. I gave him a flat look. He was 70. It wasn't all that enjoyable. Rolling my eyes, I stood up and took my empty mug to the sink. And that's enough of you for today. He laughed, turning around and meeting my eyes. Oh, come on. I can see you're enjoying talking to me again. I'd rather cuddle a coyote. I bite on request. Mason, Imogen. I folded my arms across my chest and stared at him. What? Would it kill you to say the last 20 minutes haven't been so bad? It might. Why risk it? What's life without a little risk? Safe, secure, and probably a lot less deadly for a start. He laughed and pulled Maya's pancake out of the toaster to let it cool for a second. Also, a bit more boring, less exciting, and potentially vindicating for me. Because if you don't admit it, I know it's true. I raised an eyebrow. What if I do say I enjoyed talking to you? How do you know I wasn't lying? He planted one hand flat on the counter next to me and leaned forward ever so slightly. Just enough that I could smell the coffee on his breath and see flecks of blue-black in his irises. Because your eyes are sparkling. Eyes do that. It's thanks to a little thing called tear ducts. Don't be awkward, Imogen. Don't be awkward, Imogen. At what point in all the time we spent together did you think I would ever not be awkward? I can think of plenty of times you weren't awkward. Granted, you usually had your legs around my waist and your nails raking my shoulders to shreds, but you weren't awkward. Heat flushed to my cheeks. That was not how my morning needed to continue. Stop talking like that. It's in the past. Memories last forever. He pushed away with a shrug and went to the fridge, where he pulled out a can of whipped cream and strawberries. You said the past brought back memories for you. It did for me, too. It brought back memories of how you hurt me, not how hard you screwed me on a Saturday night. He snorted, but it quickly turned into a cough that made him back up from Maya's pancake before he coughed all over it. And a Monday, and a Tuesday, and a... All right. Feed your child before she starts a mutiny. His laugh sent a shiver down my spine, but he turned and quickly sliced 2 strawberries. After placing them on the pancake, he added some whipped cream and cut it into 4 pieces. He tossed a wink my way before turning around and disappearing through the door, Maya's plate in hand. I slumped against the counter. What the hell was I doing here in his house? Talking to him. Enjoying it. I was going to kill Grandma for making me bring pancakes. The woman was a mastermind, I swear. She knew what she was doing when she decided to make pancakes this morning, and I was going to find out if church was actually canceled or if it was her being a heathen. I was willing to bet on the latter at this point. I rubbed a hand down my face and straightened up. I'd showered last night after my fight with the grass, but I felt like I needed another one. Showering helped get my thoughts straight, and right now, I desperately needed that. Huh. I thought you would have left while you had the chance. Damn it. I missed my chance. I turned around and looked at him. I was considering whether or not I wanted to try being friends with you. And it was going well until I caught sight of that. I pointed to the fucking clown that had given me a heart attack yesterday. Now you can fuck yourself. He laughed. It took him mere seconds to cross the room and reach me, leaving only a few inches of space between us. If you'd done that to me, you'd think you were a genius. Moot point. It took everything I had to control my breathing so he didn't see how affected I was by his closeness. You almost killed me with fear. It's unforgivable. You're lucky I opened it before I started my class, or you'd have killed my students too. Always dramatic, he murmured, fixing his gaze on mine. If you'd almost died, you'd have tried to kill me by now. Maybe I'm biding my time. My voice was quiet. I have access to knitting needles and paintbrushes. And I'm sure you are positively terrifying wielding those at the old ladies who buy them. No idea, but I'm sure they'd be great to shove 6 inches inside your rectum. That's the poshest way anyone has ever told me to shove something up my ass. Oh, I'm not telling you to do it. I'll do it for you. Really wedge them up there. If you're lucky, I'll pierce your brain and you'll stop getting so close to me. Mason tilted his head to the side, his eyes still focused on mine, his lips oh so slowly curving upward. I don't think so. I guess I'll need some longer knitting needles then. See, here's what you're not noticing, Emmy. He dipped his head, sliding one hand across the counter so his lips were close to my ear. You're the one who stepped closer to me a second ago, and you didn't even realize it. You say you can't stand to be near me, but when I offered you a coffee, you said yes. You could have said no, handed me the pancakes, explained the latter, and left. Yet here you are, practically touching me, and you haven't tried to move away once. So while I hope, and I cannot express this enough, that you don't try to shove anything up my ass, knitting needles or otherwise, it doesn't really matter. How do you figure that? Because I'm even closer to you than I was 10 seconds ago, and you still haven't tried to push me away. I drew in a deep breath. He was right. Inches seemed so big when there was nothing but mere millimeters. Nothing more than a hair width separated you. His breath darted across my skin, making me shiver. I wasn't going to do this. I was going to be a big girl and control myself. Yep, I was. I swear. I took a deep breath and stepped back from him. I need to go. Turning around, I bolted out of the house and pulled the door shut behind me. My heart was beating entirely too fast for my liking, and I could still feel the remnants of the shiver that had just racked my body. It was like thousands of tiny needles all pricking my skin and sending goosebumps all over me. I swore I could hear him laughing, but I honestly didn't know if it was just my memory at this point. I disappeared back into my own house and slammed the door shut, leaning against it. I blew out a deep breath and closed my eyes, tilting my head back. What's wrong? I opened my eyes and looked at Grandma. Didn't he lack the pancakes? Her eyes widened innocently. Too innocently. I pushed off the door and paused at the bottom of the stairs. You know damn well he likes them. Her sly grin gave her away. I bet that's not all he likes. I told you, stop it. I huffed, storming up the stairs. Her cackling followed me up, echoing off the walls. And I could even hear it after I'd shut myself in the bathroom in pursuit of a toothbrush. I picked up the toothpaste and stopped. I could switch his toothpaste for shaving cream. But how the hell did I get to his toothpaste?
Chapter 10. Mason. When past and present collide. I wasn't entirely sure how I'd forgotten that puppies will shit anywhere and everywhere on their pursuit of an empty bowel. I wrapped the last of the wire around the holder on the carpet cleaner my mother had insisted on giving me for Christmas and pushed it back through to the utility room. I honestly didn't think I'd ever been grateful for it. Until now. The thing was a lifesaver. Uh-oh, Maya said, looking at Dolly, who was sitting outside on the porch staring through the sliding glass doors. Uh-oh, indeed, I said. She can stay outside for 20 minutes. She's fenced in, and she won't get lost. I play ball? She looked at me with her blue eyes wide and pleading. I wavered on it for a moment. Dolly was outside to do her business, but it wasn't like she was actually doing it anyway. Fine, okay, go play with her. Yay! Maya jumped off the sofa and ran to the back door, stopping to grab a bright pink tennis ball from the floor on the way. She slid open the unlocked door and ran outside, instantly throwing the ball so Dolly could catch it. In her excitement, Dolly went ass over head and fell off the patio with a tiny yelp. Before I could get to her, she bounded back up and chased after Maya. I shook my head and shut the utility room door. I needed to order more puppy pads to save the rest of my carpet and some stronger carpet cleaning solution. With Maya amused outside with Dolly, I took advantage of the silence to get some work done. My home office was nowhere near ready, so I settled at the kitchen island, turning the stool around just enough that I could keep half an eye on Maya and Dolly. My email was bursting, and I never thought I'd say it, but I would be glad to get back to the office properly. It was hard to take work calls when I was constantly asked for a snack or some water, or did I know where that broken orange crayon was because she absolutely had to have that one and no others would do. Thankfully, half of my email appeared to be spam mail and some out-of-office replies. After handling all the spam, I set to work working my way back from all the ones that had come in since 3 o'clock yesterday when I'd last done this. With that handled, and a snack for both Maya and Dolly out of the way, I wrapped up a report with my recommendation on a custody case that had dragged out for over a year now and sent that off to where it needed to be. I took a break for some coffee and a snack of my own. It had been such a long time since I'd typed that much, and my fingers were screaming for a break. While the coffee machine turned on, I checked on Maya and Dolly. They were curled up together on the sofa under Maya's favorite blanket. I smiled, slowly backing out of the room so they could continue their nap. The coffee machine was done when I re-entered the kitchen, so I fixed myself a drink and looked out of the window, specifically at the yard next door. Amy was sitting on the porch, and I could tell from her position that she was drawing. She was all hunched up, knees bent, curled into a little ball with just enough room left to move her pencil across the page. I'd watched her sit and draw like that more times than I could count. It was always accompanied by the biggest look of peace on her face, a peace that was only broken on occasion by her poking her tongue out of the corner of her mouth, like she was doing now. It was just the tip, curved upward as if she were licking her top lip in just one place. She held that position now as I watched her. I couldn't believe that after everything, the last few years had brought me back full circle to the girl I'd left behind. The one thing I regretted more than anything was hurting Imogen Anderson. Seeing the way she'd looked at me when she'd told me that a few days ago had cut me deeply, and all I wanted to do was make it right. I was still drawn to her, inexplicably so. Was it because we'd never had closure when I graduated, or was it because there was still something there? I didn't know if I believed in soulmates or any of that shit people spouted. Even if such a thing existed, the chance of running into yours, statistically speaking, was so minuscule that anyone holding out for their soulmate was wasting a hell of a lot of time. And if you did, by some statistically amazing chance, encounter your soulmate, it wasn't like fucking fireworks were going to go off in the sky at that exact moment so you knew what was going on. Although if soulmates existed, and that happened, it would be helpful. I let out a long breath. I was all out staring at Imi at this point, but she was so wrapped up in what she was doing that she hadn't even noticed. She'd always been like that, though. When she created, she shut out the entire world. A part of me wished I had that ability. I pushed away from the counter and took my coffee outside to the front porch. Her porch was only feet away from mine, and I waited until she realized she was no longer alone. She peered over at me from behind her sketchbook. Wow, 2 conversations in one day. I guess I pissed God off when I talked shit about church being canceled. I leaned against the porch railings and grinned. Must have done. What are you drawing? How do you know I'm drawing? Unless you're eating that sketch pad, it's a pretty close guess. She pursed her pink lips, and her blue eyes flashed with a spark of feisty annoyance. What did you eat for lunch? Sarcasm? No, it comes as part of the package. I think I'd like to build the package myself next time. You should be able to order Neighbors on demand. You can. They're mostly for old people, though. Good. I know where to send Grandma next time she reads the obituaries out loud at the dinner table. She sniffed. Did Maya like her pancake? She's a 3-year-old and it had chocolate in it. What do you think? I think someone needs to cut out your tongue, Mr. Snarky. Says you, little Miss Delight. I grinned. What a pleasant Sunday afternoon conversation this is. She rolled her eyes so hard I actually heard them spin in her sockets. Is this what I can expect now? To no longer get peace on a sunny Sunday afternoon? I don't get peace on any kind of Sunday afternoon. Yes, but you literally created your peace destroyer. True story. I suppose. As far as they go, though, she's a pretty cute one. Far cuter than my peace destroyer, she said dryly. Where is she now? Napping with the puppy. Let me guess, they tired themselves out running around like hooligans in the backyard? I winced. They didn't disturb you, did they? She shook her head, sending her loose bun flopping side to side on top of her head. It's a kid and a puppy. It's not like an army of hungry zombie toddlers who are descending on the world. I can't think of anything worse. One hungry toddler is bad enough. If she's as bad as Grandma, I sympathize wholeheartedly. She cries when she wants a snack too, but it's usually because she's watching Netflix. Look at that. Toddlers and the elderly are pretty much the same after all. I smirked. Maya knows exactly where her snacks are, but Peppa Pig is usually too interesting to get them herself. She visibly shuddered. I hate Peppa Pig. You know who Peppa Pig is? I wish I didn't, she drawled, putting her feet down and resting the sketchbook on her knees. When I started the ceramics classes, I had to get familiar with all kinds of TV characters from kids' shows. Peppa is one that so many of my kids have painted, and I hate her with a passion. If I was close enough to high-five you, I would. I shook my head. She's the worst. At least I broke her out of Caillou before that went too far. Ugh, he's a little bastard. Not that Peppa is a stand-up member of society, but Caillou is a real dick. You know way too much about this stuff for someone without kids. Trust me, I hate myself every day, she said, especially when the songs get stuck in my head. I put playlists on quietly when we're in class, and I had to ban everyone from singing the Baby Shark song because it would stick in my head all week. Then I'd finally get rid of it by Friday, only to get it back 24 hours later. It's like Circles by Post Malone or that Old Town Road song. Talk about earworms. The only song I know and all that is Baby Shark. I really need to get out more. Good luck. The only getting out you're doing is with your puppy. I groaned. I know. I should have known I was in trouble the moment Fran said shelter. Emmy smirked. How did you get roped into that? I sighed. I forgot I was having her for an extra couple of days while Fran and Matt are on vacation. I think she'd forgotten too, because she said her mom takes Maya to the shelter every Thursday for this free play thing they do for kids. Long story short, I'm a soft touch. Her laughter rang out loudly, and she dropped her head back. She had a fucking magic laugh. It was so fucking annoying. Yeah, all right. She rolled her eyes again, but there was some amusement still shining in them. I knew she didn't totally hate me. In fact, I didn't think she hated me at all. She pretended to, but she really couldn't. Nobody who laughed like that at someone could hate them. That gave me hope. Hope that we could be friends at least. Hope that we could turn this prank war into something more like we used to. Maybe it was stupid to compare everything to the past. We weren't the same people we were back then. She was right. I had a daughter, and she ran a business. But yet at the same time, we weren't all that different either. Her eyes were the same blue, her hair the same curly blonde that was either wild and free or wild and thrown into a bun. She still stuck her tongue out at the side when she was concentrating on her art, and her smile still had the ability to make my insides flip all around like a piece of paper in a tornado. Emmy sighed, and right as she was about to stand, her front door opened. Jen exploded out in a rainbow tie-dye dress that was straight out of the 60s. That, or she'd tied some hair ties around it and dipped it in the fabric dye herself. I wouldn't put the latter past her. It was the kind of thing she'd do. Mason, she threw her arms out. Do you like cheesecake? Emmy's eyes widened, and she shook her head, quickly making a cutthroat motion across her neck. I looked between them both frantically. I guess. Emmy covered her eyes with her hand. Excellent, I'll make one. She clapped her hands together and spun on her heel, turning back into the house like I'd just told her she could cater a wedding. Oh, God, Emmy breathed. She's watching way too many baking shows these days. It's just a cheesecake, I said, shrugging one shoulder. A cheesecake she'll force me to bring to your front door. So, if you do it with a smile, I'll let you have a slice. I pushed off the porch railing with a wink, and ignoring her pouty glare, said, I'll see you tomorrow with my cheesecake. I'm going to throw it at you. I snorted. Not likely with your aim. The pops of the popcorn from the microwave bounced off the sides of the machine, and Maya bounced excitedly in front of it, waiting for my word to hit the button and make it stop. Pop, 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 pop. Maya's pops also bounced off the sides of the room. That was par for the course for her, though. Children didn't come with a volume switch, much to my chagrin sometimes, like when I was trying to take a shit this morning, and she was sitting in the doorway, with the fucking door open, because why not, while acting out an entire episode of Peppa Pig with her toy figures. I still wasn't sure I could feel the entirety of my feet after that. The distinct smell of burning came from the microwave, and it set off the super-sensitive fire alarm in the hallway within seconds. That thing was moving from the counter near the door. Now, I yelled. Oh no, my popcorn! Maya darted forward and jammed 2 fingers into the button that released the door. It whipped open quicker than she could move, and the door slammed into her nose. Maya let out the most almighty scream right as 4 loud knocks sounded at the door. Of fucking course. I scooped her up against my body, holding her tight to me, and moved for the door. The kitchen was filling with dark smoke from the burnt popcorn, singed crap filling the air, and the fire alarm was blaring like the zombie apocalypse was on us. Emmy stood on the other side, both hands grasping a plate in front of her. She had paint on her forehead that stretched onto her blonde hair, and her blue eyes were as wide as saucers. Is this a bad time? Shut up, I muttered, wrapping my hand around Maya's head as she cried into my shoulder. Do me a favor and shut that alarm off. Emmy nodded quickly, depositing the plate on the nearest surface. She reached her tiptoes and pressed the button on the fire alarm, cutting out the high-pitched, soul-grating noise that erupted from it. Thank God, I breathed, rocking Maya from side to side. What on earth happened over here? Emmy asked, looking around. Why is your kitchen smoking? Pop in the bag popcorn, I explained. I didn't pay attention. The door hit her in the face, the alarm went off. Oh my God, is she okay? Based on the noise that was wailing out of Maya, the answer was no. But then again, I'd heard a similar noise when Netflix put up the "Are you still watching this?" message 1 hour into a Peppa Pig marathon, so who knew? Hey, princess, let me take a look. I carried her through into the living room where the disaster had woken Dolly from her nap and set Maya on the sofa. Maya's bottom lip was jutted so far forward it may as well have been attached to her nose, and I cupped her chin so I could take a look. It was a little red, but that could have been because she was crying so much. Dolly whimpered repeatedly, showing all the signs of needing the bathroom, and Emmy moved to the patio doors to let her out. She didn't move. Instead, she sat here, whimpering at the open space. Out! Emmy scooped up the puppy and set her on the back porch, then slammed the door shut. I shot her a half smile before I turned to Maya. Thanks. She nodded as if to say, no problem. Can I do anything to help? Yeah, could you get another bag of popcorn from the cupboard over the microwave and put it in there? Without burning it, right? That would be helpful. She smiled, and for a moment it twitched into a full-blown grin before she got control of it and turned away. She rolled her shoulders right as she disappeared through the kitchen door. Maya sniffed and finally let go of the death grip she had on my shirt, slinking back onto the sofa. Hurts, Dada. I know. Come here. I cupped her little face and kissed the tip of her nose. Is that better? She shook her head. More kisses? She nodded. I kissed every inch of her button nose until she was fighting back a giggle. Then I swept her onto her back and kissed her all over her face. She wriggled and writhed, laughing wildly while doing everything she could to escape my hold. I blew a raspberry on the side of her neck. She shrieked, finally breaking free from me and sitting up. She was still laughing so hard that she fell right over, but she had enough concentration to just scramble away from me before I grabbed her again. I laughed myself, sitting back on my ass on the floor. Popcorn! Maya clapped her hands, then held them out for the bowl. Here you go, and it's not burned this time. Emmy put the bowl in her lap and shot me a look. How do you burn popcorn? It's easier than you'd think, I said, standing up. I grabbed the remote from the coffee table and put Netflix on, then handed it to Maya so she could scroll through the shows. I took Emmy into the kitchen right as the Peppa Pig theme tune filled the living room. If she heard my groan, she didn't acknowledge it. What's on the plate? What do you think? She reached over and removed the foil. Grandma's cheesecake. Yum. What kind? Emmy shrugged, covering it back up. I don't know. I noped the hell out of the kitchen when she suggested I bring it over with a request for a date. I laughed and held up a coffee mug in question. She shook her head. I'm not stopping. She's already going to think I'm here making out with you or something. I'd hate to disappoint her. Kiss me, Mason Black, and it'll be the last thing you do with those lips. It's so fun to talk to you when you're feisty like this. Me threatening bodily harm is fun for you? I said it's fun to talk to you. If you'd like to find out if the bodily harm is, I'm happy to kiss you and do a social experiment. She folded her arms over her chest and hit me with a look. You're insufferable, do you know that? I know. I figure if I keep annoying you, you'll eventually give in and kiss me to make me stop. That's never going to happen. I'm telling you that right now. You don't know that. I do. I can tell you now that I'm never, ever going to kiss you again. I raised my eyebrows. See, most people would hit me and walk off. You're still here arguing, even though I just told you my whole plan. You're playing into my hands, Emmy. You're really starting to get on my nerves. See, if I keep annoying you, you'll kiss me. God knows you're not strong enough to shut me up any other way. Are you calling me weak? If you think you can take me, try it, I smirked. I'm almost an entire foot taller than you, and I've probably got 60 pounds on you. Probably more. She opened her mouth to argue, then stopped, presumably realizing I had her there. She looked around and dropped her arms to her side, then gave me the look of a petulant child who'd just lost an argument over tidying their room. "Fine," she finally said. "I probably can't take you, you're right, but I have good aim." "Emmy, your first water balloon totally missed my car. A car! Do you really think you have good aim?" "It's really irritating when you're right. Has anyone ever told you that?" "Yes, and it usually comes from women who enjoy being right all the time." I shrugged. What can I say? I must get the incessant need to be right from my mother. "You must," she drawled. "Anyway, I have to go before Grandma slips Jack Daniels into her coffee cake, if she hasn't already. It's book club night." "Book club? Oh, right, with the wild old ladies. I kinda want to see that." "Be my guest. Come by at 7:30 and you'll be scarred for life when you see what they're reading." Her eyebrows went up. "You'll bolt." "I don't know. I like a good book. I didn't graduate law school by winging it and drawing wonky-eyed squirrels, you know." She sighed. "That still haunts me. It was all your fault." "I know. I'm really proud of that." "I know, asshole." I grinned. So did she. She fought hers instantly, though, and put it back in its box, the one where she hated me and couldn't grin at me like that. Our eye contact was broken by the rumbling of an engine. I peered out of the window at Fran's car pulling up behind mine on the driveway. "Who is it?" Emmy asked. "I don't know that car." "It's Francesca." I met her eyes. Maya's mom. Her mouth formed a small O, and she took a step back. "Maybe I should go." "Why? 2 exes in one room? That's gotta be awkward." "No more so than living next to you," I snorted. "She knows you live next door." "She knows about me?" I looked at her out of the corner of my eye. "Why wouldn't she know about you?" "I don't know, I just—" Emmy trailed off, then finished with a shrug. I laughed gently as I went to get the door. "Hey, how was your trip?" Fran beamed at me. "So good, and we did the seating chart, all while keeping Matt's mom as far away from me as possible." I chuckled and let her inside. "Maya, guess who?" "Mama!" There was a small clunk and the unmistakable sound of popcorn skirting all across the floor. I winced. Fran grimaced. "Sorry," she mouthed, changing course quickly to grab the high-speed ball of tiny human hurtling her way. "Hey, baby!" "Mama!" Maya wrapped herself around her like a koala. "Can I finish Peppa first?" Fran laughed. "And pick up that popcorn you just knocked everywhere, right?" Maya nodded, eyes wide. "Okay, Mama." "Go on, then." She put Maya down. "I could do with a coffee anyway." "Okay, Dada, I let Dolly back after, yeah?" "Yeah, okay," I said to her, then turned to Fran. "Come on in." I walked into the kitchen with her right behind me. "Fran, this is Imogen. Imogen, Fran." Fran's eyebrows shot up when I said Emmy's name, but Emmy was too busy trying to disappear to notice. "Imogen, it's lovely to meet you." Fran walked right up to her and wrapped her in a huge hug. "I've heard a lot about you."
Chapter 11. Emmy. Bulbous cocks and nipple clamps. This wasn't awkward. At all. I wanted to curl into a ball and disappear into the floor. It didn't help that Francesca was absolutely beautiful. She was that stereotypical ex-girlfriend that nobody ever wanted a guy to have. The kind of woman that makes everyone around her feel inferior, even unintentionally. She was tall and slim, with long dark hair that hung to her chest and shone in a way mine never would. Big dark eyes were genuinely friendly, and if I didn't know any better, I'd say she was destined to be a model at some point. I returned the hug Fran gave me. I never knew what to say when people said, "I've heard a lot about you." Like, have you? What did you hear? What did that ass rat tell you? Did he point out that I have a bad aim and sometimes didn't think before I speak? Or did he say I was a great cook and can draw wonky-eyed squirrels? This was the worst. "It's nice to meet you," I finally settled on. "I don't want to be rude, but I have to get home. Grandma's baking, and it's going to go one of two ways. Burned or Jack Daniels in the cake? Mason offered, grinning. You go over there and ask her if she's burning a cake. I dare you, I said with a sharp look. She'll beat you with her spatula, and she won't send me over with any more cheesecake. Cheesecake? Fran asked. She makes cheesecake. She makes every kind of cake. I pointed to the one I'd brought over. She thinks cake can solve everything. I'm kind of inclined to agree with her. You don't like cake? I like cake just fine. When I get to eat it, instead of bringing it over here for him to eat it all. It's been sitting there for 20 minutes, and he hasn't offered me a slice yet. Fran looked at Mason. I like her. Now pass me a knife so I can cut this. All right. I liked her right back. That's mine, Mason protested as Fran bypassed him and pulled a sharp knife out of the block. Hey! Do you or do you not make our daughter share her cake with you? Mason rolled his neck. Maybe. Fair is fair. Besides, I need good cake for the wedding. Consider this your gift to me, because if I like it, I might go compliment her some more. God only knows Matt's mother will tag along to any tasting. Fran pulled 3 plates from the cupboard. I'm getting married in 9 months, and my future mother-in-law is a real witch. So is my grandma, I muttered. She loves baking. I think a wedding cake would keep her amused for at least 3 weeks. Perfect. Let's taste this. Fran set to business with the cake. Mason slipped across the room to me. She's a bit like a freight train when she wants something. I heard that, Mason, she said without looking. I smiled. You think she's a freight train? You're in for a treat at book club tonight. Book club? You're going to a book club? Fran peered at him through her lashes. My grandma and her friends have a book club. They pretend to read a book, get a little drunk, and bitch about people in town once a week, I explained. They have to be supervised after a flashing incident not so long ago. Sounds like my kind of book club. She winked at me. Mason, I know I told you to make friends, but are pensioners really your target audience? Unless you're on the hunt for a sugar mama, in which case, go ahead. I won't judge you. He sighed the same way an older brother would sigh at his annoying little sister. I'm being a good neighbor, Francesca. You should try it sometimes. It's not my fault Janice Keegan's ivy keeps growing into my yard. I've told her before to prune it before I do. I give her 2 weeks' notice before I go out there. That's more than reasonable. Yeah, sounds like it. Shut up, Mason, or I'll tell Matt you're happy with your pensioner friends and he won't take you out next weekend. She punched him in the arm, and I couldn't help but smile when she winked at me. I had their relationship down to a T. Despite sharing Maya, they really were like brother and sister. Had they been like that since they broke up, or was it something that had developed over time? Oh my God, why did I care? It wasn't like the kind of relationship they had was any of my business. It wasn't going to affect my life. I didn't need to know. Yet, I did. I wanted to know. What had their romantic relationship been like to end up like this? Were they really just the kind of people who were better off as friends? Most people who broke up after a child fought all the time, but they seemed to be as close as friends could be. God, I needed a new hobby. Something that didn't involve being anywhere near Mason for a start. I sat down with them both at the island and listened as Fran told us about their trip to the Maldives. Talk quickly moved to her upcoming wedding and the issues she was having with her future mother-in-law that Matt was now apparently going to sort out. We talked until we'd all finished our cheesecake and Maya was ready to go. Mason rounded up her things, and after a long explanation about why Dolly couldn't go with her, Matt was allergic to dogs, she finally said goodbye, even rushing to hug me. I promised I'd give Mrs. Jen a hug for her when I went home, and she happily skipped out to the car with a big wave. Fran said goodbye to us both, and Mason went outside to say goodbye to Maya properly. I waited awkwardly in the kitchen until Fran's car had disappeared down the road. "So, book club," he said. "I'm really going." "You said you were, didn't you?" I raised an eyebrow. "If I go over there and tell Grandma and you don't show up, she's going to come over here and drag you there." He blew out a long breath. "And you're gonna do that anyway, aren't you?" "You bet your ass I am." "Fine. What time? Shall I bring Jack Daniels?" 7:30, like I said. "And if you bring Jack, I'll beat you with the bottle. They already smuggle their contraband in like it's the 20s and it's illegal. You don't let them drink? I ration their drinking. Unless you'd like to supervise and then escort them to Main Street so they can flash their bloomers at everyone." He paused. "You know what? I think I'll leave the alcohol here." I smiled. "You're smarter than you look." "I take offense at that." "Good," I said, walking toward the front door. It wasn't exactly an entire compliment. "You're a pain in the ass, Imogen." "Yeah, well, look out for knitting needles then." "Don't sit there," Lillian instructed Evelyn before she could sit on the chair I'd set up especially for Mason. Evelyn looked down at the chair. "Why, will it bite? I might like that." "Immy has a knitting needle hidden in it," Kathleen answered, looking up from where she was tapping at her phone screen with one wrinkled finger. "She's going to poke Mason in the ass. He's the guy next door. He's coming for book club." "I'd like to poke him in the ass," Lillian trilled. "It's a nice one." I tucked my feet beneath my butt on the corner of the sofa and smiled into my wine glass. Mason had no idea what was heading his way this evening with these crazy old ladies, and I was going to enjoy every last second of it. It was about time I enjoyed a book club. "I hear you met his baby mama," Evelyn said, sitting on the wicker chair. "Please don't ever use the phrase baby mama again," I replied. "You're 60 years too old to even attempt to sound right using it." She scrunched up her nose. It did feel a little strange to say. Both Lil and Kathleen nodded slowly. "Cake," Grandma announced, bringing in a huge chocolate cake that smelled strongly of Jack Daniels and had a giant flamingo as decoration. "Ta-da!" "Where the hell did you get that flamingo?" I asked, staring at it. It was at least 8 inches tall and... were those LED lights? Did it light up? "I found it in my pocketbook." "Your purse, Grandma." "No, my pocketbook." She pointed to her purse. "That's a purse. It's not a book that fits in your pocket. It's a purse." "Oh," Grandma said, pursing her lips. "Is someone due on her period? Or is she a little nervous about a certain gentleman joining us this evening?" I glared at her. Thankfully, Mason chose that moment to knock at the door, so I didn't have to justify that stupid question with an answer at all. All 3 ladies' heads turned and smiles that would look innocent to anyone except me spread across their faces. They greeted him with all the hustle and bustle that only a group of full-on grandmas could. "Here, take a seat." Kathleen guided him over to a chair I'd set up the knitting needle in. You couldn't see it, but Hannah had taken the needle to her ass earlier when she'd stopped by with something for Grandma, so I knew it worked. "Thanks." He sank back into the seat with everyone watching him. He opened his mouth to say something, but a hissed curse escaped his lips instead. I grinned. "What the hell did you do?" he asked me, jumping up. "Who said it was me?" I shot back. "It's always you." I take offense at that. "Oh, Immy, we all know you stuck a knitting needle in there," Grandma said, cutting in. "Stop bickering like children. We all know it's because you have a crush on each other." "Grandma!" I said at the same time Lil shouted, "Jennifer!" "What?" Grandma asked, looking around the room. "I'm just telling the truth." "Oh, goody." Evelyn clapped her hands. "We're getting started on the gossip portion of the evening early." Kathleen plucked the knitting needle from the chair. "Aha, got it. Sit down, dear. That's the only one there was." She pushed Mason back into the chair so he was sitting again. "Have a wriggle, just in case." Mason dutifully wriggled. "Anything in your ass? Nothing poking up it or anything?" I bit down hard on my lower lip so I didn't burst into laughter. Her words had gone right over everyone's head except mine and apparently Mason's because he was doing his best not to explode with laughter himself. "No, ma'am," he choked out after a minute. "Lil, he's choking. Get him a whiskey," Evelyn called. Lil snorted. "No, he's trying not to laugh about something being in his ass." Kathleen looked around at all of us before she looked back at Mason. "Is there something in your ass?" "Oh, Jesus, Kathleen, sit down," Grandma snapped. "Cut the cake, and we'll all get to know each other." "It's not Alcoholics Anonymous, Grandma. Just everyone's names for Mason's benefit will do." I cradled my glass of wine against me. "No, we're doing full introductions. We've been practicing for this very moment. Everyone sit down with a drink." She waved her hands and all the old ladies snapped into action. Evelyn poured Mason a Jack Daniels and forced it into his hands. Kathleen slices the cake into 8 pieces. Grandma fussed at everyone because her cushion was missing, and Lil sat down with her glass of wine and watched them all go insane. I looked into my own glass. There was not going to be enough wine in this thing. "Right. I hereby call this meeting of book club to order." Grandma banged her mini gavel on the arm of her chair. I really had no idea where she got that thing from. "Today we have a new member, Mason from next door," she went on. "Oh, wait. What's the date?" "Nobody's taking notes, Jennifer. Get on with it," Will snipped. "I want to talk about Mr. Wesley's nipple clamps." Mason's eyes widened, and I grinned like the Cheshire cat rolling around on his branch. He'd just learned exactly what these crazy old women liked to read. Dirty BDSM erotica. He met my gaze and mouthed, "What the fuck?" I kept grinning. All right, Evelyn said, stepping in. "My name is Evelyn Elmhurst. I'm 81 years old. I like gardening in my greenhouse. I absolutely hate cats, and I'm here because I like to read about kinky things I should have done 50 years ago." Well, there we go then. That was how you introduced yourself to the group. "I'll go next." Kathleen sat up straight. "My name is Kathleen Springs, and I'm 79 years old. I like knitting, crochet, and I can roast a mean chicken. I like sending Evelyn photos of cats and watching alien documentaries on the History Channel." Crochet and aliens. You learn something new every day. "Right." Grandma straightened in her seat. "My name is Jennifer. I'm 80 years old, and I let my granddaughter live in my house." I rolled my eyes. "I'm excellent at baking, watching Netflix, and complaining about absolutely everything." Reach that. Lil sighed. "My name is Lillian Fradley Park. I'm 81 years old, and I couldn't give a damn about anything other than Mr. Wesley and his nipple clamps." Good old Lil. "All right, Imogen." All eyes turned to me. "What? I'm not doing that. I'm not part of this club. I'm here to supervise," I said. "You're drinking our wine," Evelyn pointed out. "I'm drinking my wine," I retorted. "Oh, never mind then." Grandma shook her head. Imogen. Fine. My name is Imogen Anderson. Despite my grandmother's protestations, she lives in my house. I'm an artist. I run an art store, and I have to look after 4 drunken, kinky boot-loving pensioners once a week because they can't be trusted by themselves. Is that okay? A little brusque, Kathleen replied, but it works. It was fine, Lil answered, politer than mine. Everyone is politer than you, Lil, Evelyn offered. Mason, Grandma nodded at him. You're up. He cleared his throat and looked around the room. Hi. I'm Mason Black. I'm 28. I have a 3-year-old daughter named Maya, and I'm a lawyer. I also have a Shih Tzu puppy named Dolly that I was coerced into adopting by my daughter. And you used to sleep with Imogen, Lil offered brightly. Mason coughed. That's not usually how I introduce myself to people, but sure. My cheeks flamed bright red. Why the hell had I been a part of the conversation that ended up with him at book club? I should have known better. I should have known that at least someone would bring that up. I lifted my wine glass and finished the rest of it in one swallow. Look at that. I need another drink. Anyone else? I jumped up and darted into the kitchen before anyone else could answer. Gripping the edge of the counter, I stepped back and dropped my head forward, closing my eyes for a brief second. This was just going from bad to worse, and then some. I pushed off the counter, refilled my wine, and headed back in once I'd taken a few deep breaths. The ladies were now discussing the book, and Mason looked like he wanted to be anywhere other than here. You and me both, I thought. I took my seat and put my feet up. Mason caught my eye, and I hid a smile behind my glass. Can we please discuss the nipple clamps now? Lil asked, waving her book around. We've already discussed the words used to describe his penis. Mason paled slightly. I'm not sure bulbous love wand was a favorite of mine, Evelyn mused. It made me think of the bulbs I have to plant this fall. Not really the kind of excitement the author was going for, huh? I replied. What was your favorite description, Mason? He went even whiter. They were all so good I can't possibly choose. I bet it was the pulsating cannon, Kathleen said. These penis analogies are awful. Why do we read this BDSM stuff? Because nobody ever screwed us on a sex swing, Kathleen, Grandma responded. Speak for yourself, Lil said, getting up. Bobby Thornbury was a real sex pot back in the day. Him? A sex pot? Evelyn raised her eyebrows. I doubt that. I went on a date with him and he had the sexual skills of a kitten. Lil patted her silver curls. Maybe he just needed a real woman, Evelyn. This was not how I'd expected the gossip portion of the evening to go. Chapter 12. Emmy. The Great Escape. Dear fucking God. That was enlightening. I looked up from my sketchbook and grinned as Mason stepped out onto the back porch. I told you it was interesting. I think I know more about their sex lives than I do about my own. He ran his hand through his hair and sat on the chair next to me. I'm sorry, but I think I have to break up with the book club. I laughed, setting the book down on the table. Lucky you. I can usually work while they yammer on, but I wanted to experience your reactions the first time. How did you get away? I went to use the bathroom. That was 45 minutes ago. I know, I smirked. I figured you could look after them until their cabs all showed up. Thanks for that, he said dryly, leaning back in the chair. Like I haven't looked after a child and a poop-happy puppy all day already. You come to the madhouse. You're responsible for the madhouse. I shrugged and put my pencil on top of the pad. What are you drawing? Whatever comes out of the pencil, just letting it run free. He leaned over and turned the pad so he could see. Flower garden? I shrugged. Probably. There aren't any squirrels, though, wonky-eyed or otherwise. He met my eyes, a smile tugging at his lips. Shame. Your squirrels are the best squirrels. I pursed my lips and grabbed the sketchbook, closing the cover over it. Partly to protect the drawing, but also to protect me. My sketches were such a part of me that were so personal, and I wasn't sure I wanted to open that part to him yet. I mostly didn't want him to flip through the pages and see everything I'd drawn. Not because there was anything I wanted to hide, but because, well, I just didn't want him to see them. Are they always that crazy at book club? Mason nodded toward the house. It seems like the books are just an excuse to get drunk and talk shit. That's exactly what they are. I fought a smile. Like 80-year-olds need an excuse to get drunk and talk shit. When I'm 80, I'll do that just because I'm 80 and I'm allowed. Hell, I do that now and I'm 26. I don't think you should need an excuse to get drunk and talk shit. I agree with you. Lord knows I did it enough 6 years ago. A little darkness flashed in his eyes, and guilt immediately pinged inside of me. There was no way I could move on if I kept throwing the past back at him. He'd already apologized for hurting me, and going on about it just made me a huge bitch. Mason, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. He shrugged one shoulder and looked out at the dark backyard. You're allowed to feel the way you do, Emmy. And you don't have to apologize to me for it. No, but I do have to apologize to you for being a raging bitch. I scooted forward on the chair. It happened. You apologized. You want to be friends, and we do have to get along. Especially if Grandma is going to keep sending me over with baked goods. A smile ghosted across his face, and he turned his head back so he could peer at me out of the corner of his eye. She's going to keep sending you over with baked goods until one of us gets engaged. The horror. I might have to move. That would solve the issue. Or you could get married. I don't know. That's expensive. And moving isn't. I don't mean financially expensive, although it is. Emotionally expensive. Didn't you hear Francesca earlier? She doesn't have a future mother-in-law. She has a future monster-in-law. He tilted his head to the side. You're right. I've met the woman, and I can tell you she's a micromanager to the extreme. She wants to control the entire wedding, and I don't know how long Fran can handle that. You're close, aren't you? You and Fran. Does that freak you out? Why would it freak me out? How close you are is none of my business. Why did you ask then? Because I'm nosy as hell. He laughed and swung his feet up onto the table, crossing his legs at the ankles. He relaxed right back in the chair and rolled his head side to side before he focused on me. She's like my little sister now, honestly. I still wonder how we dated as long as we did before it all went to shit. I think we just got along so well that breaking up didn't really occur to us. Then we found out she was pregnant and thought we'd try again. We even lived together then because we thought it would be easier, but our relationship hadn't changed at all. Now it's just normal for us. It means Maya's happy, and it makes everything run much smoother. If she wants to go on vacation like she did, I'm cool with changing my schedule. If I get wrapped up in a case and need to skip a Saturday to work or something, we add that day on later in the year. I think it's great, especially for Maya. She's obviously a well-adjusted kid, and that's due to both of you. What does hating her mom achieve? His lips tugged to one side. Lots of fighting and bickering back and forth. How does that help anyone? All our lives are easier because we get along. And in 20 years, Maya will look back, and while she won't have memories of us being together as one family, she'll have a whole host of memories of two families that were always there for her, no matter what. Even if we get married to other people and have more kids, she'll always be important. Do you think about that? Getting married and having more kids? Why? Are you offering? I threw my pencil at him. He laughed, tossing it back. Sure, I do. But moving closer to her has been my priority for the last year or so. I work a lot, and when I'm not working, I have her. I don't have time to date much. Don't tell Grandma. She'll start trying to hook you up with people. You mean all the baked goods aren't her doing that with us? Oh, it is her trying to push us together. But if you don't tell her it's not working, I won't either. And you'll keep getting your steady stream of cakes and shit. I'll take the cakes, but you can keep the shit. You're not funny, Mason. I thought that was witty. You thought wrong. He laughed and stretched his hands above his head, making his t-shirt rise up and show a glimpse of his toned, tanned stomach. But I was totally not looking at, okay? Okay. I yanked my gaze away and looked over at his house. The last thing I needed was for him to catch me ogling his goddamn stomach. There was no way of talking my way out of that one, was there? Ugh. Being a restrained woman was so much hard work. Neither of us spoke for a few minutes. We just sat together, listening to the sound of crickets chirping in the bushes that lined the back of the yard in the dark. It was nice. Not the thing I'd imagined us doing. But I felt like that was somewhat better than what I had thought we'd do. Argue. There was something comfortable about being in Mason's presence again. Just sitting here with him, nothing more than silence between us, was more enjoyable than I expected. There was a comfort in familiarity, I guess. Could he still be that familiar after 6 years? The way it felt to sit here with him. Yes, he could. And he was. And that was scary. To feel the way I did right now, where I felt like I didn't want him to leave at all, was absolutely terrifying. I could sit here all night with him without saying a word, and I knew it wouldn't feel weird. And it was a weird thing to not feel weird about. It had been so long since I'd felt this way about anyone. Why did it have to be him? Why, after all this time, was it Mason who made me feel this way? Granted, it wasn't like I'd dated a whole lot since I'd graduated. I didn't really have a whole lot of time between Grandma and the store. And honestly, I hadn't wanted to date. I still didn't really want to date. Was it because of Mason? There hadn't been closure, and I still clearly harbored something for him. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel this way. I wouldn't feel afraid to speak in case I broke the moment. So I didn't. I said nothing. I just sat, unmoving except for the rise and fall of my chest and the blinking of my eyes, staring at nothing in particular, while I felt almost everything. It was equal parts exciting and terrifying to feel so much all at once. Especially when, at the same time, it didn't really feel like I was feeling anything at all. It made no sense, and I knew that. But the point still remained. I felt everything and nothing, and all the things in between. I didn't really know what to do with myself. I should get going, Mason said after a few more minutes of silence. I have to be at the office tomorrow at 8:30, ready for a meeting. Oh, of course. It's late. Here, I'll walk you through. You don't have to. I need to lock up anyway. Grandma probably already went to bed. I gathered my sketchbook and pencil and followed him into the house. I made sure the back door was locked and the porch lights were turned off before I walked to the front door. Mason pulled it open and stepped onto the dimly lit front porch. back out into the warm night air. I set my sketchbook and pencil on the side table that held the bowl for our keys and took a step outside with him. It was a perfectly pleasant night, but I already knew that. I was just thinking about all the things I could, so I didn't have to think about the fact he was right next to me. Thank you for this enlightening experience. But I think I'll be busy next week. He grinned down at me, and I definitely don't want to be sitting on a knitting needle again. In my defense, I did tell you to watch out for them. You did. He shrugged a shoulder. I should have known something was up when you were all watching me like a hawk. Or is that just their usual modus operandi? Their usual MO, I confirmed. Little more because of the needles. Figures. His lips tugged to one side. Anyway, like I said, gotta go. He cocked his thumb toward his house. I had fun tonight. I swallowed, glancing away before I met his eyes. Me too. He reached forward and pushed hair from my face. Then, before I could say a word, he dipped his head and brushed his lips over my cheek. Blood rushed to my face, heating my skin to a volcanic level that he had to be able to feel, never mind see. "Good night," I said quickly, rushing back inside and slamming the door shut. I turned the key and slid the deadbolt across as if he were going to burst in after me. Which, of course, he wasn't. Grandma hobbled out of the living room with her cane tapping against the floor. She was already dressed in her pajamas and bathrobe, and her slippers slapped against the wood panels. Should have told him to kiss you properly or not at all. My jaw dropped. You were spying on us? Keeping the neighborhood safe, she said without batting an eyelid. Now go to bed before I go and tell him to shove his cheek kiss up his ass and kiss you properly. You wouldn't. You're right, I wouldn't. But do you really want to risk it on the off chance that I might? I stared at her for a moment. With her silver hair in rollers, not a lick of makeup but a damn mischievous look in her eyes. Damn you, woman, I snapped, storming past her to the stairs. Grandma yawned. That's for God to decide, dear. The knitting needles weren't enough payback. That's what I'd thought all last night while lying in bed. Not about the feeling of Mason's lips on mine. Nuh-uh, not at all. I still had to pay him back for the clown in the box. I knew exactly how I was going to do it, too. Now that Maya was gone until Friday night, the gloves were off and the prank war was officially on. I locked the store, pocketed the keys, and headed for my car. After a quick stop at the bank to deposit the cash I'd taken on this unusually busy Monday, I hid my house key in the zip pocket of my purse and turned for home. I had it. I was a genius. I knew Mason was at work and Grandma was off doing something with Evelyn. That in itself was alarming, but I was going to give the old ladies a pass today so that I could pull off my next prank. It was really kind of hard when you didn't have full access to the place where the person lived. I pulled up on my driveway, happy to see Mason's car parked up on his. I got out of the car and made a show of digging in my purse for keys I'd already hidden, then spent the next 2 minutes emptying my purse on the porch table. Damn. No keys. Oh, the shock. I threw everything back in my purse and pretended to make several phone calls. I had no idea if Mason could see me, but I also knew that my grandmother wasn't the only curtain twitcher in this neighborhood, so I had to ham it up a little in case anyone decided to mention anything to him. That's right. I'd thought this through. I tossed my phone back in my purse and walked across both mine and Mason's yard to get to his front door. I knocked, and when there was no answer, I knocked again. Harder. "Who is it?" he yelled from inside. Imogen. Oh. A moment later, he opened the door wearing nothing but a towel for the second time since he'd moved in. I blinked at him. Why are you always in a towel when I knock? Trying to tempt you into realizing what you're missing, obviously. What's up? My cousin took my keys this afternoon and didn't bring them back, and Grandma isn't home. I'm locked out. Can I stay here until she comes back? His eyebrows shot up. You're willingly asking to hang out at my house. You won't even know I'm here. I held up my hands. I doubt that. What does that mean? Nothing. Come in. I'll go and put some clothes on, unless you'd rather I wore less. I take it back. I'll sit in my car. He grabbed my arm, laughing, and dragged me inside. I'm screwing with you. Make yourself comfortable while I get changed. I'm sorry if the dog slobbers on you. She's a little needy. Noted. I went through to the living room and perched on the edge of the sofa. Dolly ran over to my feet and wagged her tail, jumping up at my legs in a bid for attention. I was happy to oblige her, and spent the next few minutes scratching behind her ears and on her belly until Mason came back downstairs, and she was distracted by the sound of food from the kitchen. Good day at work? He asked, joining me in the living room. Busy, I replied. You? It was good to be back. It's been a while, with moving and everything. I'm happy to get some consistency back. I nodded slowly. Totally. Sorry to bug you like this. You're not bugging me at all. It happens. Why did your cousin take your keys? She left something here when she was here the other day. She's a pain in my ass. I sighed. It shouldn't be long. Grandma should be back soon. Doesn't make a difference to me, Emmy. I have some turkey chili in the slow cooker if you need to eat. You have a slow cooker. No need to sound so surprised. I like to eat dinner like everyone else. No, I didn't. I stopped to fight a laugh. I just never associated you with cooking, that's all. I'm not the worst, but I'm not exactly a Gordon Ramsay either. Roasting a chicken is about as fancy as you'll see me get. There's nothing wrong with a roast chicken, I replied. It's a versatile meal. Mason grinned. Do you want a drink? No, I'm good. Can I use your bathroom, though? Sure. Want me to show you where it is? Your house is laid out like mine. I think I can figure it out, I teased. Thanks. I grabbed my purse and headed for the stairs. I locked myself in the bathroom and quickly got to work. After locating the toothpaste, I removed the Ziploc bag from my purse and squeezed all the toothpaste into it. After that, I closed it and tucked it into my purse. I removed the can of shaving cream and turned on the tap so he wouldn't be able to hear what I was doing. I quickly filled the toothpaste tube with cream and secured the cap, then cleaned off the tube so he wouldn't know anything was up. I turned off the tap, flushed the toilet, and pulled the spare t-shirt from my purse so it looked as though I'd simply freshened up after a long day at work. A quick brush of my hair finished it off, and I returned the hairbrush and half-empty can of shaving cream to my purse and made my way downstairs. Are you all right? Mason asked, his brow furrowed. Yeah, sorry, I just needed to freshen up. I motioned to my new shirt. Do you know if Grandma's back yet? I haven't heard any cars. I'm about to eat if you want to join me. I smiled. It's okay. I'll go sit on the porch, but if she's not back in half an hour, I might just take you up on it. Plenty here. Thanks. I waved and let myself out before he could draw the conversation out any longer. I knew my big mouth would give it all away, so I needed to get as far away from him as possible. Until tomorrow, that was.
Chapter 13. Mason. Chocolate isn't always the answer. It had been hours, and I still couldn't get the taste of fucking shaving cream out of my mouth. Fucking Imogen. I knew it was her. I should have known something was up when she spent so long in my bathroom yesterday. Freshening up my ass. The only thing she was freshening up was my taste buds. I was going to get her back for this, and I was going to get her back hard. Shaving cream was the kind of vile taste that lingered. It didn't matter that I'd used an entire tube of toddler toothpaste to try and rid my mouth of it, or that I'd chewed a whole packet of gum, or had the worst garlic pasta for lunch. I could still taste it. And to make it better, my car had a blown tire, and the only garage in town couldn't get my exact tire in until the following day. I really needed a reminder of why I'd moved to a small town. At this point, driving to see Maya every weekend was becoming preferable. I sighed in the back of the taxi. No, it wasn't. I didn't want to spend hours of my weekend with her driving. It was just a day that had started off funny, hovered in the middle at lunchtime with a blown tire, and finished with a bad work meeting. Some days don't go your way, and this was one of mine. The taxi pulled up outside my house. I passed some cash forward with a murmur to keep the change and got out of the car. This day would only get worse if I had to clean up dog shit from my carpet again. Shit, I'd cursed it now, hadn't I? I let myself into the house. It was completely silent, which meant Dolly was either sleeping or up to something. Judging by the way my day was going, I was going to say it was the latter. "Dolly," I called, setting my bag down by the door. "Dolly!" Nothing. I frowned. She recognized her name already, so there was no reason for her not to greet me. Panic clenched in the pit of my stomach, and I moved quickly through downstairs until I went into the kitchen. There was a chocolate wrapper on the floor. An empty one. Motherfucker. "Dolly!" I ran through the house, but she was nowhere downstairs. I thundered upstairs until I found her under my bed, looking lethargic, and there was a distinct smell of vomit coming from somewhere in the room. Shit, I needed to get her to the vet, but I had no fucking car. I scooped Dolly up and held her against me. I moved faster than I ever had, and when I passed the living room window, I saw a black car next door. Amy was home. I grabbed my keys and phone and ran over there and hammered on the door. It swung open. Amy was on the other side, and her eyes widened when she saw Dolly in my arms. "Holy shit, what happened?" "I must have left the cupboard door open and she got into some chocolate. My car's in the shop. Can you take me to the nearest vet?" "Oh my god, of course. Hold on, let me get my keys." She darted inside. "I'll be back later, Grandma. There's an emergency. I'll call you soon." She ran back out to me with a blanket. "Thanks," I said, moving Dolly so Amy could wrap her up. "Let's go." She unlocked the car and both climbed in. "Here, call Hannah and put it on speaker." I took the phone she shoved at me. I barely had time to hit dial and put my seatbelt on before she reversed out of the driveway at lightning speed. "Hello," said a voice from the phone. "Are you home?" Amy replied. "Yeah, why?" "Is Isaac working tonight or is he home?" "He was just leaving when I got home from work. He's on call at the clinic all night. Why?" "Neighbor emergency. I'll text you later. Thanks." She reached over to my lap and hit the end call button, then her blinker stick. "That was Hannah. Isaac is her neighbor, and he works at a clinic on Main Street. He's a great vet." He'd have to be to save Dolly. I couldn't believe I'd been so stupid. The next 20 minutes were all a blur. Emmy stepped in and explained the situation to the receptionist, and I could speak only to say that I couldn't remember exactly how much chocolate was left, but it was less than half a bar. We were quickly swept into a back room with a vet in a plaid shirt and a stethoscope around his neck. "Isaac," he introduced himself, and his British accent made me blink as he immediately got to work checking Dolly over. "You're Hannah's cousin?" Emmy nodded. "Imogen, this is Mason, my neighbor, and that's Dolly." "All right, Dolly, let's give you a good look over. You said it was only a little amount of chocolate?" He directed that question to me. "Less than half a bar of Hershey's, maybe even less than a quarter." I made a rough shape with my hands, so he had some idea. "How old is she?" 11 weeks, according to the shelter." "Right." He rolled her over and held the stethoscope to her chest. "Do you know when she ate it?" I shook my head. "Any vomit?" "I didn't see it, but I smelled it in my bedroom, and it definitely wasn't there this morning." "All right." He pulled the things out of his ears and scratched Dolly beneath the ear. "She seems to be okay, but just a little out of sorts. Vomiting is always the go-to for a dog who fancies some sweets, and since she's done that already, I'm going to say she'll probably be okay. But since she is lethargic and not totally with us, I want to keep her overnight where we can keep an eye on her and get some fluids in her so she doesn't get dehydrated. That way, if she hasn't gotten it all out of her system yet, we can do something about it. Does that sound good? Yes, please, whatever it takes. I rubbed my hand down my face and reached to pet Dolly. Okay, don't worry, I promise she's in good hands. Isaac smiled as he scooped her up and held her against his chest lovingly. Go and see Kate at the front desk, and she'll get all your information for you. I'll call you in the morning with an update at around 7:30. That's great, thanks. I gave Dolly one last scratch goodbye and watched him take her through a door to the back. Come on. Amy wrapped her hand around my elbow and guided me out to the front desk. I was shaking and almost dropped the pen when Kate handed it to me. Amy took it straight off me and began filling out the form. She knew my full name, date of birth, address. Of course she did. Why wouldn't she? The only thing she asked for was my phone number, which I dutifully relayed to her, then froze. What? What's wrong? She looked at me with panic shining in her eyes. I didn't lock my front door, I replied. I don't even think I have my keys. Oh, Jesus, I thought you needed to go to the hospital next. Here you go, Kate. She slid the clipboard back to Kate, who looked it all over. That's all good, Mr. Black. I just need you to sign this form and pay a deposit toward the overnight stay. Kate handed me a form and another pen, which, thankfully, I was able to hold this time. And one more, she added. This is the basic cost breakdown for the treatment Isaac said she needs tonight. I tried not to bug my eyes at the cost. 1, I was in the wrong business, even if I was a lawyer. 2, if Dolly made it through the night, I was getting her fluffy little ass insured. I signed, paid, and all but dragged Amy out of the building before Kate could hit me with any more forms. There would probably be a charge for their dinner on there, too. Shit, talking of dinner, it was almost 8, and I hadn't eaten. Get in, we're getting pizza. Amy got right into her car and slammed the door before I could answer. I could go for pizza. I got in next to her, and I'd barely clipped in my seatbelt when she reversed out of her parking space. We? Well, I'm not taking you home and then going back out for pizza, she said smarmily. And the stupid-ass place never gets my order right, even though pepperoni is really not me speaking Chinese. Can you speak Chinese? If I could, I'd be wasting it teaching ceramic painting to 7-year-olds. She hit the blinker stick. If you don't want pizza, I'll take a pizza, I said quickly. Nothing wrong with pizza. Good, you're paying. I am I? Yes, I'm a starving artist and you're a fancy lawyer. That's the worst excuse I've ever heard, and I have a 3-year-old. Fine, I drove you to the vet even though I can barely stand to be around you. I deserve free pizza. I grinned. There it is. Don't grin at me, Mason. Why, you afraid you might smile back at me? That would really mess with the whole hating me narrative, wouldn't it? Oh, shut your face. She huffed out a breath and turned down another street. I like pepperoni pizza with a cheesy stuffed crust, and they do these amazing little garlic bread balls that go well with their ranch. So you're telling me I should order you a pepperoni pizza with a cheesy stuffed crust and garlic bread balls with ranch? I was just telling you what I like. I fought against a smile. Noted. Anything else? Would you like me to run to the liquor store across the street for a bottle of wine? It would be a nice thank you for my sacrifice. Your sacrifice? Fine, my neighborly goodwill. I rolled my eyes as she parked, then got out of the car. I'll order, run to the store, then come back. Does that sound acceptable, Your Highness? She looked at me out of the corner of her eye. You get the pizza, I'll go grab the wine. The wine? Are you sharing? Not freaking likely. She snorted and pulled the keys out of the ignition. Anyone who shares wine isn't someone worth spending time with. I thought everyone knew that. Testing you. I grinned and got out of the car, then stopped. I got my wallet from my pocket and pulled out a 20, then passed it to her over the top of the car. For wine. And beer. Amy rolled her eyes, but she took the bill I offered her with a flourish and turned, slamming the car door behind her. I shut my door and waited as she locked it, then watched her go. Jesus, she was hot. I shook my head and turned around toward the pizza place before I chased after her and grabbed her to kiss her. That was how I felt in general when I looked at her now anyway, the urge to pull her against me and kiss the hell out of her. I wished that was a new development. I'd honestly wanted to since the moment I'd seen her on the front porch when I'd moved in. I stepped inside and placed the order, then took a seat to wait. It wasn't that busy, which hopefully meant I wouldn't be hanging around here for too long, which in turn meant I wouldn't have to sit here and think about kissing Imogen anymore. For at least 5 minutes anyway. Maybe. Fuck. This was not how I'd planned my evening. First Dolly's little feast, and I still had to figure out exactly how she'd gotten into that chocolate, and now all I could think about was grabbing Immy and kissing her. And the pizza. Jesus, I needed to pick something to obsess over and get on with it. My order was thankfully called before I could wrap myself up in any more knots. I took it from the young girl and checked everything, then thanked her and headed back out to Immy's car. "Oh God, that smells like heaven," she groaned when I got in. "Belt up, let's go. I'm starving." Laughing, I clipped my seatbelt into place and held tightly onto the pizza boxes as she tore out of the parking lot onto the main road. "All right, we can't actually eat the pizza if we die on the way there," I pointed out. "Well, at least I won't be hungry anymore," she grumbled, hitting the blinker stick. "You'd rather be dead than hungry?" "You haven't seen me hungry, Mason. The only reason I'm not turning green and ripping my shirt off is because you're in the car." "I'll take a rain check on the turning green, but if you'd like to remove your shirt, there'll be no complaints from me." She shot me a look that could kill. "My shirt will be staying firmly on unless there's a baby animal in need of rescue." "You've already rescued one baby animal today, Imogen." "I know. That's exactly why my shirt is staying on." Another look lingered for a moment until she pulled away from the intersection and took the turn that would lead us back home. We didn't say another word for the rest of the ride. I didn't think me suggesting I could help her take the shirt off just in case we found a hurt squirrel or something would move this conversation along. It would probably get my pizza shoved in my face, and I was hungry. Immy pulled into her driveway, and I grabbed the pizza order and the bag from the liquor store. The curtains covering her living room window twitched, and she raised her hand and stuck her middle finger up in the direction of it. Jen. Fighting back a chuckle, I headed for my front door. And stopped. My keys were in my pocket. Shit. "What's wrong?" "My keys are in my pocket," I replied. "I thought you didn't have them." "Well, I do, and I forgot this door locks when you close it, and my hands are full." Her nostrils flared. "Which pocket?" "Front right." She stepped forward and stuck her hand in my pocket, fishing for the keys. One of her fingers brushed precariously close to my groin, and I knitted my teeth. The last thing I needed was my cock to wake up. She pulled the keys out of my pocket with a yank and stuck the house key in the lock. With a turn of the key, she unlocked the door. "There," she said, turning around. "Are you happy now?" "I was going to suggest you took the food so I could get the keys, but being partially felt up by you has definitely made this day better." A noise that was somewhere between a squeak of frustration and a growl escaped through her pursed lips, and she whipped me with my own keys. "Ow! You deserved that!" She stormed into the house ahead of me and tossed the keys on the small unit near the door. I grinned. Her own impatience had gotten her into this situation, and I knew she wasn't mad at me. She was mad at herself. She jumped the gun, after all. I took the pizza and alcohol into the living room where Immy was wrestling with the TV remote. Deciding to leave her, I detoured back into the kitchen where I grabbed her a wine glass and the corkscrew. "Really? Friends? Haven't you grown out of that obsession?" I asked, handing her the empty glass. She snapped her head around so fast, I was surprised it was still attached to her neck. "Grow out of friends? Nobody grows out of friends, Mason. You grow with it. I relate to Joey far more now than I ever did." "Are you secretly a starving actress?" "No, I don't share food." She reached over and grabbed the garlic bread balls from the pile of boxes and put them on her lap. "You've never shared food." "Why would I share my food? It's mine." "It's polite." No, if we spent more time teaching kids that it's okay not to share every single thing that belongs to them, maybe people would stop expecting something for nothing. She shoved a garlic bread ball in her mouth with a grin. You're philosophical tonight. What can I say? Saving a puppy's life and being hungry brings out my inner prophet. And your ability to also speak while you eat. She shrugged, reaching for the bottle of wine. When I'm this hungry, manners go out the window. Should we teach kids that too? No, they already waste food by throwing it on the floor. Don't let them waste anything else. God damn it! She tapped the top of the wine bottle. I took it from her wordlessly and inserted the screw into the cork. 5 seconds later, I had the cork out and was pouring her a glass. She sniffed. Thank you. It's just a cork. I buy screw caps normally. Corks make it more difficult to get into wine than it needs to be. Then why did you buy a cork this time? A smile tugged at her lips. I bought a more expensive wine. It was your money. Chapter 14. Mason. Pizza might be the answer, though. I tried to glare at her, but I failed. Instead, I laughed and grabbed my pizza box, ignoring the twinge of familiarity that brought back. Even though she wasn't old enough to drink in college, that didn't mean she never did. In my senior year, she'd sometimes give me money to get her a bottle of wine at the store, and she would always tell me the same brand, $6 a bottle and nice and cheap for the starving college student. It paired well with ramen. One time the store was out of her favorite wine, and I had to buy her a more expensive bottle, so naturally I'd paid for it. Ever since that day, she'd always asked me to get her the cheap wine when it was her money, but always mentioned the more expensive bottle when it was mine. I glanced at the bottle. It was the same brand I used to buy her in college, with my money. I hid a smile and knocked off my shoes to sit back on the sofa. Amy was already sitting in the corner with her legs crossed and the pizza box balancing on her lap. The little pot of ranch was in the corner of that box, and the garlic bread balls were on the middle cushion between us. I'd steal one when she wasn't looking. I cracked open a beer and took a long drink, then ate. I'd never understood Friends, despite the number of hours I'd been forced to watch it by Amy. It had just never been my kind of show, but now I found myself snorting along when she laughed. Damn it, now I was going to have to watch this on my own time, like I had any of that to spare. I can hear you laughing. Amy licked her fingers and reached for a napkin. I know you're enjoying this. It's shit, I lied. I still don't understand the point of the show. Not everything has to have a point to it, Mason. Just because you like documentaries with a purpose doesn't mean we all like our entertainment to be educational. True, but it means I'm great at quizzes. When do you quiz? Quiz shows on TV. Have you ever been on one? I don't have the time to be on one, Imogen. Right, so you watch documentaries to expand your knowledge for the sole purpose of sitting on your sofa and feeling good about yourself when you're smarter than the contestants on quiz shows? Don't you watch dating shows for a similar reason? Yeah, no, a parade of tall, size 2 blondes who resemble supermodels chasing after a tall, dark, handsome-as-hell guy really makes me feel good about myself, especially when I'm wearing stained sweats, a paint-covered shirt, and haven't washed my hair in 3 days. My lips twitched. Maybe that was the wrong comparison to use. You think? I held up my hands in defeat and closed the pizza box before reaching for napkins myself. All right, it definitely was. She wiped her mouth and put the pizza box on the table to pick up her wine. I reached over and grabbed the last garlic bread ball. Emmy's jaw dropped, and she glared at me. Hey! I shoved it in my mouth in response. I can't believe you ate the last one. I paid for it, I said, around a mouthful of the so-good ball. She shook her head and scooted to the edge of the sofa. The audacity! That was the crispiest one. I was saving it for last. I swallowed it and grinned. You're right, they are good. I don't have to put up with this. I've done my good deed for the day. Amusing you is not going to be the second. She scooped up the glass of wine and the bottle and got up. I watched as she passed me, amused. Are you taking my wine glass home, then? She paused, looked down, then met my eyes. Without blinking, she brought the glass to her lips and tipped it back, downing the entire thing in one go. She came back and put it on the coffee table, and with one swipe of the corner of her mouth, she said, "No." "Imogen." "Good night, Mason." Her faux outrage was adorable. Or maybe it wasn't fake. I didn't know, but I did know she was being a little drama queen. I got up from the sofa and chased after her before she could make it to the front door. I darted around her, backing myself up against the door so she couldn't reach the handle. "I said good night, Mason." She pouted at me. "You're being ridiculous. You ate my food. That's a cardinal sin where I'm from." "You're from the house next door." "Oh, shut up and let me go home." "Nope." I folded my arms across my chest. "You're looking for an excuse to leave because you can't admit that you enjoy hanging out with me." She cleared her throat. "I can barely stand your company, thank you very much." "You know, it's amazing you ate so much, considering." "Considering what?" "Considering how full of shit you are." Her mouth formed a perfect little O. "Excuse me?" "Do I really have to explain more?" "I am not full of shit." "If you really hated me, you wouldn't bring your grandma's baking. You wouldn't have helped me in my catastrophe with the burned popcorn and the rogue fire alarm, and you sure as hell wouldn't have driven me across town to the emergency vet clinic and eaten dinner with me tonight." She swallowed, making her throat bob. "I don't like you, but that doesn't mean I'm a bad person." "Don't like me my ass. We're not idiotic college kids anymore, Emmy. You don't have to lie about how you feel to make yourself feel better." She crossed her arms, mirroring my position without letting go of the neck of the wine bottle. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "All right, fine, if you want to be stubborn." "I'm not being stubborn." "I have a 3-year-old. Trust me, you're being stubborn. I could write a book on stubborn." She sniffed. "I'd like to go, please." "You can go." She took a step forward. "Once, you've put your inner bitch away and listened to me for 60 seconds. Her mouth opened as if she was going to argue, but she took a deep breath and closed it again, then gave me the barest hint of a nod to continue. "You can be as stubborn as you want," I said, moving toward her, "but you're doing the same thing you did in college and putting up a wall. The problem is, I know you." She glanced away. "If you hated spending time with me, you wouldn't have eaten here tonight." "You made that choice, Emmy. You were the one who said seeing me again brought back some feelings. Do you really think you're the only one?" Her eyes widened the smallest amount, like the thought hadn't actually occurred to her. "You're not. It brought stuff back from me, too. It's reminded me of things I'd forgotten in the craziness of my life in the last few years. And spending time with you is making me question a lot of things. Do I want to spend time with you because I'm comfortable and reminds me of an easier time? Do I fucking feel this way because, like you said, we never had closure? Or did I just never really get over you?" Her lips parted, but not in a way that said she was going to argue. It was more of an oh shit kind of way. Like she didn't expect me to say that. If I was honest, I hadn't expected it either. The longer I thought about it, the more I thought I really wasn't over her, that I'd never gotten over her, that there was always something there, lingering deep down, something that would probably never go away. I met her gaze and held it for a long moment. Her blue eyes showed a mix of emotions that clouded their brightness, and after what felt like the longest time, I took a step to the side, clearing her path to the door. "Believe me when I say I know I have no right to ask anything of you, Emmy. I just want to be friends, honestly. We're both old enough to move on from our past." I threw a hand in the direction of the door and took another step away from it. "Thank you for helping me tonight. Even though she's probably going to be okay, I don't know what I would have done if you didn't get Dolly to the vet for me." Emmy swallowed again and moved toward the door. She grabbed the handle, then paused and looked over her shoulder. "I didn't take her for you, Mason. I took her for Maya." My heart jolted. "Why?" "Because I'm not in the business of breaking a 3-year-old's heart." She ran her gaze over my shoulders and along the bottom of my face before she met my eyes. "And she's exactly why it doesn't matter if either of us have feelings, Mason. You shouldn't bring someone into her life unless you know 100% those feelings are based on something right now, not something that happened 6 years ago." "You think I don't know that?" Here's what you're missing in that bit of logic. You are in her life. We're neighbors, Mason. She put the bottle of wine on the side table and faced me, throwing her arms out. That's it. Just neighbors. Nothing more, okay? All right, fine. I held up my hands in defeat. Just neighbors. If you really believe that, you'll be able to walk out the door right now, content in the knowledge that you feel absolutely nothing for me beyond that. She lifted her chin the tiniest amount. Just neighbors. Just friends. Nothing more. If you can do that, then I'm glad one of us can. Then she did it. She turned around, ducking her head, and pulled the door open. She didn't even stop to look at me or grab her wine bottle again. She walked right out, tugging the door shut with a thud behind her. She was gone. She'd actually gone. She'd walked out my fucking door, leaving me standing there like the idiot I felt I was. I turned and leaned against the wall, pressing my elbows against the cold, hard surface and burying my hands in my hair. Well, I'd royally fucked that up, hadn't I? Fuck. What was I supposed to do now? Maybe we'd wake up tomorrow and it would be like I hadn't told her I had feelings for her. Maybe we'd catch each other's eye across the driveway, nod, and go along with our days like normal neighbors did. But she'd never be a fucking normal neighbor, would she? She'd always be Imogen, the girl I once knew, the girl I once loved, the woman I could love now if everything could align. If she'd stop being so damn stubborn and admit she felt something too. I didn't care what she said. I knew she felt something because I'd seen it in her eyes. Fuck. I banged my fists against the wall and pushed off it. I never let my emotions run away from me like this, but I couldn't put these into a box right now. I needed a hot shower or an entire bottle of whiskey in one shot. Either one would have the same effect, but the whiskey would probably do a better job of knocking me the hell out. Blowing out a long breath, I rubbed a hand down my face and headed for the stairs. Unfortunately, while I had a bottle of Jack Daniels under the sink, I had an 8 a.m. meeting, so it wasn't advisable to drink it all right now. A shower it was. 3 knocks sounded at my door. I stopped and looked back at it like it had banged on itself. Was that? No. There was no way. Emmy was not at my door. 3 more knocks. God damn it, Mason! Fuck me dead. That was her. I walked to the door and pulled it open. It was Emmy. She was standing on the doorstep, eyes wide and shining, lips slightly parted. I went home, she finished lamely, but I couldn't go through the door. I said nothing. I just stared at her. I don't really know. She cupped her throat with her hand and looked away again, focusing on something in the distance. Imogen, are you coming in or what? What? She jerked her gaze back to me like it hadn't even crossed her mind. It's up to you. You can come in, or your grandma can watch me kiss the shit out of you on the doorstep. Her eyes widened like a deer in headlights. Grandma it was. I stepped outside and cupped the back of her head with my hand. Lowering my head, I pressed my lips to hers and kissed her firmly, reveling in the softness of her lips against mine. She staggered back a little, but she recovered with a swift grab of my shirt, one that only served to bring her body even closer to mine. I circled her body with my free arm. I flicked my tongue against her lips, and she tilted her head back, opening her mouth so I could kiss her properly. God, it felt so fucking good to kiss her again. A rush of emotion and excitement that jolted right through my body, setting all my nerve endings alight. And my cock. Fuck. The blood rushed right to my dick, making it throb. A tiny rush of air escaped Imogen's lips as it hardened and pressed against her. Woohoo! We broke apart like we'd been set on fire, and both jerked our heads in the direction of her house. Jen was leaning out of the window, waving her handkerchief. Woohoo! Get it! "Oh my God, Grandma!" Emmy started toward her. I grabbed her and wrapped my arms around her. "She won't be home tonight," I yelled, dragging Emmy into the house. "Mason!" Emmy shrieked. Jen cackled and whooped, throwing her fist into the air like our own little cheerleader. It was fucking weird.
Chapter 15. Emmy. Kiss for a Cause. "Mason," I gasped. "You can't say that to my grandma." The asshole laughed. "Yeah, I can. Did you hear her laughing? She's cheering us on." "Yeah, that's what I want to hear. My grandma is happy I could potentially get laid," I said dryly. "There's no potentially about it. You're getting laid." "So fucking romantic," I muttered. "I didn't even like you 10 minutes ago." "Yeah, well, buckle up, because I'm gonna be your favorite person in an hour." "An hour? You're generous." "All right, 20 minutes. It's been a while." I smirked. "If you make it 20 minutes, I'll be impressed." Challenge accepted. He yanked me back toward him, sinking his fingers into my hair. The familiarity of his kiss was like a warm blanket as it wrapped around me, and my body sank against his. I responded to his hungry kiss with a vigor of my own, one that had my fingers twining in the collar of his shirt. Everything inside me was telling me that I was crazy, that I'd lost my damn mind. But there wasn't a part of me that wanted to pull away. Which was stupid, because I'd spent the last several days rejecting him in every way, shape, and form. Like I had 5 minutes ago. Look, I never claimed to think everything through. Mason pulled back and grabbed my hand, dragging me behind him. I almost tripped halfway up the stairs, but righted myself before I landed on my ass. He swept me up against him the second we stepped into his room. There was no fight in me as he kissed me deeply, running his hands over my upper body. Everything became a blur as we moved toward the bed and lowered ourselves onto it. We both removed our shirts and tossed them to the floor. Mason leaned over me, pushing me to lie back and covered my body with his. He slipped his legs between mine and slid his hands up my forearms, intertwining his fingers through mine and pinning my hands to the bed. He kissed me deeply, flicking his tongue against mine. He nibbled at my lower lip, sending shivers through my body as his hard cock pressed against my core. My legs ached to wrap around him, but before I could, he pulled back, dragging his lips down my neck in a hot pattern of open-mouthed kisses that sent goosebumps over my skin. He reached my waistband and tucked his fingers into it, pulling my jeans over my hips and ass, then down over my legs until they were completely free. A jolt of nerves ran through me, making my entire body tense. It had been so long since he'd seen me like this, but he smiled like he knew and dropped his own jeans. Any doubt I had about this moment shot out of the window the second I saw the outline of his cock fighting to break free from his boxers. He ran his hands up my legs from my ankles to the very tops of my thighs. His thumbs brushed along the hem of my thong, precariously close to my clitoris. I shivered at the faint touch, and he was smiling as he kissed me. It didn't last long. His kiss quickly became hungrier, deeper, needier. I responded in kind, and so did my body. Heat swept through me as my desire for Mason took hold, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. My fingers slipped through his hair and ran over his broad shoulders, and I savored every second we touched. But it was too much. It had been too long since this had happened with him. At this moment, with Mason all but naked on top of me, kissing me like his life depended on it, 6 years felt like an entire lifetime. I reached down his taut body and grabbed the waistband of his boxers, making it clear what I wanted. I wanted him naked, and I wanted him naked now. "Take your damn clothes off," I muttered against his lips. "For someone who didn't like me 10 minutes ago, you're awfully bossy right now." "Yeah, well, I like you right now, so shut up and do it." He laughed, pulling away from me. Scooting down the bed, he got to his feet and pulled down his underwear. He kicked them to the side and stalked around the bed to the nightstand, where he pulled out a box of condoms. I watched as he extracted one from the box and ripped the foil open, removing the condom from its packaging. He rolled it over his cock as he walked around the edge of the bed, and he kept his eyes on me the whole time. I felt dangerously exposed. But all the intimacy of the eye contact did was turn me on even more. I squirmed under his gaze. He leaned forward and kissed me, then withdrew his lips as quickly as he planted them on me so he could pull off my thong. He tossed them aside and looked down. Instinctively, I moved to close my legs, but he grabbed my knees and parted them before I could clamp them shut. Mason's hands moved up the inside of my thighs with ease, toward my exposed wetness. Unbothered by the shiver that racked my body, he touched his thumb in the area of my clit and slowly explored until he found it. My gasp gave the game away, and he used my reaction to his advantage. Slowly, torturously almost, he circled my clit, rubbing it as I squirmed beneath his touch. I clawed at the sheets as he angled his hand and rubbed a finger along my pussy. He slipped it inside me, moving it in synchronicity with his thumb on my clit. It was an explosion of sensations inside me. My skin was covered with goosebumps and a thin sheen of sweat coated my chest and stomach. Mason pumped his fingers inside me expertly, curling them in just the right spot, almost pleading for me to orgasm all over them. I almost did. But he slowly pulled them out, making sure to give my clit one last long rub. Then, one by one, he put his fingers in his mouth and licked them clean. I had no chance to respond to how fucking hot that was because his mouth was on mine by the time my brain had formed words. There was nothing nice or friendly about this kiss. It was pure desire, and I succumbed to it and him entirely. My body melded around his like it was made to be there, and he easily guided himself inside me. It was all hunger, all desperation and neediness. Mason slid his hands up my arms and, once again, intertwining our fingers, he pinned my hands to the bed. I arched my back as he moved inside me, bringing me dangerously close to the edge of an orgasm. I was stuck in place, almost entirely at his mercy. He buried his face in my neck, kissing and nipping at my skin between heavy breaths. Everything built at once. The heat, the adrenaline, the endless waves of uncontrollable pleasure that touched every inch of my body without apology. I was consumed by him, by this feeling. Every gasp and every shiver and every moan that escaped my parted lips was a freaking prayer and plea. A prayer that this wouldn't be the last time I'd feel this way. A plea that he wouldn't stop right now until I was ready. He didn't. He raised his head, pushing my hands further into the bed, driving his cock deeper inside me. And I came undone. It hit me like a firework, an insane explosion of endorphins that did more than consume me. It enveloped me, enthralling me with its intensity, leaving me capable of nothing but moans and muscle clenches and heavy breaths and incoherent gasps of his name. His hit him too. Maybe hard, maybe not. I just didn't know. I was so wrapped up in the fog of my own release that, for a moment, I was sure I'd forgotten my own name. Isabel? Iris? Who knew? Not me. Mason released my hands, uncurling his fingers from mine and slumped down. He held most of his weight off to the side, and for that, I was grateful. I really didn't feel like having to control my own lungs and not suffocate from his body weight. That was fun, I breathed after a moment. He turned his head, burying his face in my neck, and laughed. I agree. I blew out a long breath. Okay, Jesus, get off me. I can't breathe. Another laugh escaped him. He slowly pushed up onto his hands and shifted back, pulling out of me. I moved up the bed and propped myself up onto my elbow, thankful for him grabbing a towel from the bathroom next door and throwing it on top of me. I stuck it between my legs with the dignity of a skinned cat and hobbled into the bathroom after him. He laughed when he saw me, but I flipped him the bird and wiped myself clean, then sat on the toilet. Mason stopped and stared at me. "Can I help you?" I asked. "Are you going to pee in front of me?" "I am if you don't get out of the bathroom." "It's my bathroom." "And I have to pee," I replied. "Unless you want to pay for the antibiotics for the inevitable UTI I'm going to get." He stopped, his hand around his half-limp dick. "I admit that I forgot how annoyingly pragmatic you are after sex." I shrugged. "A post-sex pee is absolutely necessary. Thank you very much. If you don't like it, you know where the door is." "Yes, it's my bathroom." "And this isn't the first time in my life I've ever peed in front of you," I reminded him dryly. "Granted, I was drunk that time, but oh my God, can you stop watching me? I can't pee under pressure." "You came in here." He fought back his laughter. "I was here first." "Oh my God, Mason, it's not a competition." I placed one hand over my eyes. "I can't look at you. And God knows I can't sidle home like a cheap hooker because Grandma is probably waiting to see if this is just for one night. She's going to harass you anyway." "Yes, but I don't want to be harassed while I'm half covered in your sweat." "On the bright side, you could be half covered in something else of mine." I dropped my jaw and my hand. "Oh my God." I grabbed a spare toilet roll and threw it at him. Was that necessary? "Do you need to keep invoking a deity? Last I checked, he frowned on sex before marriage. He had a virgin impregnated. He doesn't get to take the moral high ground here." "He's God. He is the moral high ground." "Then my premarital sex isn't an issue, is it?" "You have some weird logic, Imogen." Mason shook his head and slung the towel he was holding over the side of the tub. "You want a snack?" "Did you just ask me if I want a snack when I'm sitting on your toilet?" "You don't want one? All right." He shrugged and headed out of the bathroom. "Whoa, whoa!" I yelled after him. "I didn't say no." "Jesus, woman, what do you want?" "What snacks do you have, since you ate my garlic balls?" "You don't need the garlic balls. You've spent enough time with mine." "Don't be crude," I shouted downstairs. "I'll take a snack. Surprise me." "I just did. That was 25 minutes, he hollered back. "In your dreams." I laughed and, oh, there was the pee. I was screwed if I ever had kids. I finished my business on the toilet, like it was a secret now, and used a little too much toilet paper cleaning up. I finished the roll, so I grabbed a fresh one and changed it, making sure it was the right way around. Over, not under. Only savages put their toilet paper the under way. I walked back into the bedroom to the sound of Mason rummaging through the kitchen downstairs. I grabbed my panties from the floor, but they weren't exactly clean, thanks to him. I put them on the heat vent to hopefully dry out some Ahem, in the hope they'd be suitable enough to wear the entire 20 feet to my front door tomorrow morning. Instead, I opened the top drawer of Mason's dresser and pulled out a pair of his boxers. They were surprisingly comfortable, and I truly believed that every woman needed to sleep in a man's boxers at least once in her life. I tugged them on, then sat on the bed, pulling the comforter up close to me. I just grabbed the remote control for his TV when I paused and looked down at myself. This was what I'd done in college. When we'd been in his room, and later his apartment in his senior year, I'd always worn his underwear after sex. Usually his shirt, too, if he'd made off with my bra. It was a routine that hadn't been done for years, yet I'd slipped into it without thinking. Totally subconsciously. Because it wasn't weird at all to me. It felt so completely natural to sit here, on his bed, in his boxers, with my lips still swollen from his kisses, and my skin still tingling from all his touches. Snacks. Mason clomped into the room, totally naked, and dropped an entire picnic load of snacks onto the end of the bed. "Are you wearing my boxers?" "Yes," I said simply, leaning over to see the snacks. "What did you bring?" "Just about everything. There's ice cream if you want some." "What kind of ice cream?" He hesitated. "Cookie dough." My jaw dropped. "You have my favorite?" "I figured I had to win you over at some point. If my fucking awesome personality didn't do it, the ice cream would." "Well, I see why you're a lawyer with that stunning logic." He threw a bag of chips at me. "You can get your own ice cream." "What? I've always wanted a hot, naked lawyer to serve me ice cream." "Imogen?" "Yes, Your Honor." Mason gave me a withering look. "That's how you address a judge." I sighed. "You really should be a judge." "I'm not quite there in my career yet." "That's a shame. They can forgive speeding tickets, can't they?" "Why? Do you have one?" He paused. "It's your grandmother, isn't it? Jen has a speeding ticket." "Please don't talk about my grandmother when you're naked. It's really killing the whole hot naked lawyer serving ice cream mood." "I should have known," he muttered, turning around. "I should have known you wouldn't have changed that much." I laughed, falling back against the headboard. He carried on muttering away to himself as he went downstairs, and I loaded up Netflix on his TV. I popped open the chips he'd thrown at me and scrolled until I found Friends. I knew he liked it. I adjusted my position so I was lying on my side when my elbow hit something hard under the pillow. Frowning, I reached under it and pulled out a brown plastic baby doll that was as naked as the day I was born. And it was a little boy. "That's an interesting addition you've got there," I murmured, studying the doll. "You should really have a diaper on." "Who are you?" "Oh." Mason put 2 bowls down on the dresser in front of the TV while he opened the top drawer. "I see you've met Stanley." I look from the baby doll to him. "Stanley." "Stanley," he confirmed. "Maya decided that was his name, so he's called Stanley." I nodded slowly. "Does Stanley have a home?" He nodded and made the give me motion with his hands. I tossed Stanley his way and he caught his leg. Mason turned around and walked into the room across the hall, then tossed the doll across the room. "Is that really how you should treat Stanley?" I asked. He landed on her bed. It's fine. He brushed it off with a wave of his hand and pushed his bedroom door closed. "I locked the front door and checked for your grandma." I blinked. Oh, Jesus. Is she still keeping an eye on the neighborhood? I finished by making the birdie gesture. She gave me 2 thumbs up. He picked up the bowls and handed me one, then sat on the bed next to me. "Not friends." I didn't sign up for this." "Well, neither did I, so hush." I tapped his nose to shut him up. "You'll survive." He sighed. I suppose I'll have to. Chapter 16. Emmy. Reality check. I was pregnant. My ankles were swollen, my boobs were all veiny, and my stomach closely resembled an oversized beach ball. And there were 4 kids at my ankles. One was a baby less than a year old who was covered in their own poop. 2 were toddlers who were both crying for my attention, and the 4th was Maya. My breathing quickened as I surveyed my surroundings. It was a kitchen I didn't recognize. The backyard was large but open, and there were 3 dogs running around. 2 Labradors and a Shih Tzu who looked a lot like Dolly. Dolly. Maya. Holy shit. Where the hell was Mason? Why wasn't he in this dream? A dream. Holy shit, this was a dream. All I had to do was wake up and all these little crotch demons would disappear. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, Imogen! I gasped into the darkness. A thin sheen of sweat covered my brow and the back of my neck, and I was glad I'd stolen one of Maya's hair ties earlier before bed. Maya. I glanced to my side. The light that eked its way in through the cracks in the curtains illuminated Mason's face, and I stared at him for a moment. He was so fucking handsome. It was almost painful to look at him. It was unfair to look the way he did and be so smart and just a good fucking person. And a good dad. A good dad. God. I pushed the covers off me and quietly got out of bed. My feet patted silently against the wood floor as I made my way into the bathroom, shut the door, and turned on the light. Catching a glimpse of myself in the mirror, one thing became obvious. I looked like hell. I used the baby wipes from the shelf to remove my makeup and wipe my face. After washing it with cold water, I retied my hair into a knot on the top of my head and used the toilet. Then went back to the mirror. What the hell was that dream all about? Was it because I'd found the baby doll under my pillow? Had that triggered some kind of reminder that Mason wasn't the same guy I'd fallen for in college? Was I holding on to a person who didn't exist anymore? Was I overthinking everything here? Or was it just me being a pain in the ass? I was prone to that after all. Ugh. I groaned quietly, running the tap once more to splash my face with cold water. The chill of it against my burning cheeks jolted me out of the post-dream haze I was in. I didn't have time to think about what that dream meant right now. I needed to sleep. And if I let my brain run away with some theories, I'd never get back to sleep. I dried my face with a towel hanging on the ring next to the sink and shut off the light, then headed back into the bedroom. Mason turned on the lamp on the nightstand and looked at me through sleepy eyes. You okay? I just needed the bathroom, I lied, slipping back into the bed. He made a noise that could have been either an argument or an agreement, then switched off the light and rolled over to face me. Wrapping one strong arm around my body, he tugged my back against his chest and bent his knees so every part of us was touching. Warmth quickly spread through my body, and I took a deep breath as I relaxed into him. I'd done nothing but overthink ever since I'd seen him step out of the moving van. And 4 a.m. was not the time for philosophical conversations, because he was already asleep behind me. So instead of allowing my brain to run away with all sorts of things that would just freak me out and keep me awake, I turned my thoughts to yarn and threads and paints and brushes. A big sign that read, "Closed for stock taking," was on the door of Art by Numbers, and I'd bribed Hannah into helping me with the promise of lunch. And pay. She didn't do anything for free, even for family. Isaac said he had Mason's puppy in, Hannah said, counting a box full of yarn. Is she better? I think so. He called Mason this morning and said he wants to keep her until tonight, but she should be fine to go home. I put a box back on the shelf and pulled down another one. And he's getting his car back this afternoon, so I don't need to take him. And how do you know all this, I assumed you knew I knew, I replied, clearing my throat. Since you asked. Grandma said you didn't go home last night. That gossipy old... I stopped and took a deep breath. I did not go home last night, I confirmed. Lying to her was pointless. Grandma would have called her at 6 a.m. to tell her I was a hussy who'd stayed out all night. She said you were a hussy who stayed out all night. See. Such a hussy that she freaking cheered me on from the kitchen window, I muttered. Fine, I know what you're looking for. I slept with Mason last night. She squealed and clapped her hands. You're not a seal, Hannah. Don't do that. She laughed and hugged her notebook to her chest. Tell me more, tell me more. How did it happen? Kind of by accident, I mused. By accident? Amy, people don't have sex by accident. Unless you were both naked on a slip and slide and he just happened to have an erection that ended up in the right place. I rolled my eyes and grabbed another box. No slip and slides were harmed in the making of my orgasm. After we took Dolly to Isaac, who is hot as hell, by the way, we grabbed some pizza because neither of us had eaten. I kind of threw a bit of a hissy fit and tried to leave, but then he made me listen and admitted that seeing me again had stirred up old feelings. Hannah raised her eyebrows. And you'd know all about that. I ignored her. He said if I didn't feel anything, then I needed to walk out of there and it was whatever, and we'd just be neighbors. And you didn't leave? Oh no, I left. Imogen? Hold your horses, I went back, obviously. Right, of course. So how did Grandma end up cheering you on? I sighed. He kissed me on the doorstep. She saw. He told her I wouldn't be home last night. She choked on a mouthful of water. He said what? Yeah, so that's how I couldn't go home last night. Luckily, I managed to get in and out of the house before she could ask too many questions. Because there will be questions, she finished. What happens now? Shrugging, I opened a box. I honestly don't know. I had a weird dream last night where I was pregnant and there were, babies everywhere, and they were all mine. Maya was there, too. I woke up in the middle of the night, but I didn't want to mention it to Mason in case it was just me being weird. That was you being weird. Hannah counted out 4 balls of navy yarn and jotted down the serial number. But it makes sense. Dreams are from our subconscious, right? I read this book on it a while ago. Of course you did, Ms. Oils and Crystals. Hey, essential oils work. You should try them for your temper. I do not have a... Carry on about these dreams, I grumbled. Pregnancy doesn't always equal actual pregnancy, unless you didn't use a condom. We used a condom. Okay, then it doesn't equal actual pregnancy. This doesn't sound particularly scientific. You're not letting me talk. I mimed zipping my lips, then turned my back to get another box. Also, so I could roll my eyes. Pregnancy can mean a new beginning. Since you'd just slept with Mason and were at his place, I'd assume your brain was telling you it was time for a new beginning with him. That, despite all your assing around, you have actually forgiven him for hurting you. That made sense. I guess I had, deep down, forgiven him for what he did when we were immature young adults. And all the babies? Maya is easy. She's his daughter, and they come as a package deal. I think the other babies are just manifestos of your own fears. Let's be real. Neither of us are in any rush to start a family, but Mason comes with one ready-made. Plus, he's older than you. Only by a little over a year since it's almost your birthday, but still. Go on. Face it, Emmy. You're scared that he wants to settle down. You two never had a serious relationship despite the fact you were clearly in love with each other. And you don't want to get into a relationship now unless you're both on the same page about what's expected. She turned around and took the box from me. You wouldn't just be dating him. You'd be dating Maya, too. I sighed and leaned against the ladder. That's what I said before I left last night. Neither of us really knows if these weird feelings we have are real or if they're just nostalgia. I don't want to date a guy with a child just because of nostalgia. That was before you slept together. How do you feel now? I could lie. I could tell her that I wasn't absolutely terrified of the way I was feeling. That I wasn't constantly thinking about him and what he was doing and if he was thinking about me too. I could tell that I didn't feel my heart skip whenever she mentioned his name, or that I'd written Imogen Black on the back of a Starbucks receipt this morning. All right, I hadn't done that, but I nearly had. I wasn't 13 anymore. The fact was that out of everything, the only thing I was certain about was that I had forgiven him. Holding on to that hurt did nobody any good. And we were totally different people 6 years ago. Young, stupid, immature, impulsive. If we'd told each other how we'd felt, maybe our story would have ended differently. But we hadn't. Neither one of us had ever taken the jump, even though I think we both knew. I didn't really believe in coincidences, but I did believe in the universe. I believed that no matter your personal beliefs or your religion, there was something bigger than all of us out there. Maybe it took a shape or form, or it didn't. Maybe it was a human being, or maybe it was just the vastness of bright stars in the night sky. The universe had a plan for everyone. Maybe Mason was always supposed to be part of my plan, but not back then. Had I learned a lot since college? Of course. I knew how to run a business. I'd had relationships, both good and bad. I knew the true value of family now, even if mine drove me absolutely insane. I didn't know any of that back then, and I'd wager he didn't either. Emmy? I shook myself out of my string of thoughts. I guess I'm scared of getting hurt again, I admitted after a moment. Even though it's different now, I don't know if I could take having my heart broken by him a second time. Hannah met my eyes. You won't have to, as long as you don't make the same mistakes you did the first time around. Well, that much was true.
Chapter 17. Mason. 20 questions. Can I have a dessert piece? Maya looked between both me and Matt expectantly. I looked at Matt. You're the one who asked to explain it to Fran. He snorted. She made me bring Maya to a business dinner. You're her dad. I say she can have all the ice cream she wants, I replied, but I'm not taking all the blame for this. Matt nodded in agreement. 50-50 split. If I take her home hyper, there's no way Fran will make us talk business over a 3-year-old again. We can hope, I muttered. Thankfully, we'd covered everything we'd needed to. I just needed to report back to my boss in the morning. I let Maya choose her dessert and placed the order. At least we got everything cleared up, I said to Matt. It should be a simple open and close case. The employee was fired on fair grounds, so she doesn't have much of a case to argue. He nodded slowly. That's what we thought, but we were advised to hire a third party to handle it. Since she made allegations about your company lawyers, it was a good thing you did. I'll give the file to Andrew tomorrow, and once he's reviewed it, I'll give you a call and let you know. Do you think she'll go as far as court? Hard to say. She seems like the vindictive type, but this is a pretty solid defense we pulled together. I patted the file as Maya's ice cream was brought over, and she dug in like she hadn't been fed all day. It's not big enough for a jury, and most of the judges I know wouldn't side with her anyway. That's what we figured, but you're right, she is vindictive. She's more concerned about the fact she was caught on camera than she was about the fact she was having private relations in the ladies' bathroom. There we go. She broke company policy and was fired. No lawyer worth their salt would advise her to go to court. It's not as if she was fired for doing it in a public place on her own time. Although she's probably done that too, he finished with a mutter. Anyway, enough about that. Fran said that girl you dated in college moved in next door. She went on about it for an hour, but I wasn't paying any attention, and I should probably have an update for her when I get home, because you know she's going to ask.
I yike, Emmy, Maya interjected. She don't burn my popcorn.
Thank you for the reminder, I said, side-eyeing her. Kids, you couldn't get away with a damn thing. Don't worry, Matt said. She cried at Fran yesterday because her popsicle was too cold. Sounds about right, I laughed. I don't know what's happening. It's been a long time, and I think we have some stuff to work through, but she doesn't seem to hate me anymore, so there's that. Matt chuckled. Always a good start. Fran does seem to like her. Of course she does. All they did was talk trash about me. Yeah, that's the basis for any good friendship. Two of your exes trashing you in front of you. If they do it again, I'll leave them to it. Emmy's grandma always has good cake. She mentioned something about that too. Any ideas? I feel like I should know. I snorted. She's going to get samples for the wedding cake from Emmy's grandma so your mom can't be involved. Do I have to do anything? Act like you didn't know, I'm guessing, which won't be hard. Matt laughed and raised his half-empty beer bottle. I'll drink to that. We clinked bottles. So are you bringing Emmy to the wedding? He asked, eyebrows raised. I laughed and shook my head. That's a year away unless Fran has a fit and makes you elope. It's becoming more likely by the day, my friend, and you'll be coming on the elopement. That is my dream, to be part of the elopement of my ex, the mother of my child, and her new fiancé, I replied simply. I can't tell you how excited I am for the inevitable day she does that. Why do you think I haven't paid the deposit on the venue yet? There are 30 days until it's due. All I need is one more dinner with my mother and it's all over. Elopement and a party. I'll make sure I'm on standby with an elopement bag packed. Fran will appreciate your sacrifice. The only thing she'll appreciate is you going to tell your mother where to stuff her wedding planner. That too. He shook his head. I keep trying. She won't listen. Why do you think I'm excited about the elopement?
What's eloping?
Maya asked. A type of dance, I said quickly. I'll show you this weekend. This answer seemed to satisfy her, and she went back to her ice cream. Smooth. Matt nodded slowly. Anyway, I'll make sure she puts a +1 on your invitation. Your mistake is assuming that she would send one without one, I replied, then finished my beer. Anyway, I need to stop by the pet store for some food for Dolly. Maya's eyes lit up.
Can I see her?
Matt shook his head. Not today. You'll see her this weekend, remember?
Oh.
Why don't we call before bed? He offered instead. I'm sure Dad won't mind. I'll call you, I promised, putting some money on the table. I got up and kissed her cheek. She's going to need her dinner and a run around the backyard, so when she's done, you'll be in your pajamas ready, okay? Maya thought about it for a moment before she sighed heavily.
I suppose.
I laughed and hugged her tightly. After saying my goodbyes and reiterating my promise to call her later, I headed out to my car and drove to the vet. Dolly was her usual bouncy self, so I paid the rest of the bill, somehow without wincing, and took her home. Emmy's car wasn't in the driveway, but the curtains twitched as I pulled into mine. I could expect a visitor then. I acted like I didn't know Jen was spying on me. I'd bet she'd been there for hours waiting for me to get home to come and quiz me about last night. I carried Dolly into the house and set her down in the living room. She'd only been fed an hour ago, so when she went to the patio doors, I opened one to let her into the backyard. No sooner had I stepped foot inside the house than there was a knock at my front door. "Come in, Jen," I shouted. The door swung open, and the sound of grumbling reached me.
Can't even get the door for an old lady.
You've been waiting for me to get home. You can get your own door.
The disrespect.
I chuckled. Can I get you anything to drink?
Can I have whiskey?
No. Then no, she said with a sigh.
You're home late.
Yes, ma'am. I had dinner with Maya and her stepdad, then had to collect Dolly from the vet. Jen narrowed her eyes.
With your ex's future husband?
Is it really that strange? We had business to discuss.
Like dating my granddaughter?
No, actual business. An employee is suing them for unfair dismissal, and I'm their attorney.
Don't they have their own attorneys?
They do, but they hired me.
Why?
Because I'm better than their attorneys, I said simply. Next question.
You've got sass. I like that. Where's the frou-frou fucker dog?
She'll be taking a shit on your rose bushes if you don't use her name.
Hey!
Jen pointed one finger at me.
If she shits on my rose bushes, I'm shoving my cane so far up her ass she'll never be able to shit again, and I'll have a glass of that wine my hussy of a granddaughter left here last night.
I didn't argue that time. I went to the fridge, poured a small glass, and took it into the living room where she'd made herself at home on the sofa with her feet on my coffee table. Honestly, the woman couldn't be more than 5'3", but she was like a human hurricane. When she stopped by, you listened. Or boarded up the windows, something I probably needed to consider doing.
So, she spent the night?
I'm not sure I'm comfortable discussing this with you, I said slowly. You're her grandmother. It's not really appropriate.
Child, if you think I'm appropriate, you're sorely mistaken.
Be that as it may, I'm not discussing any events of last night with you. She sighed.
Nobody tells me anything these days. What are your intentions with her? Are you going to knock her up and leave her too?
Jennifer, I'll take that wine back.
Fine.
She said it with all the attitude of an annoyed teenager.
What are your intentions with her?
My intentions are to keep it between me and Emmy until we know ourselves, I said firmly. It's complicated, and there are a lot of things to consider.
Like the fact that you broke her heart and knocked up another woman?
You say it like those things happened in the space of a week, not 2 years.
For all I know, they did.
Maya's nearly 4. It didn't happen in a week.
Math isn't my strong suit. Sue me. You're the fancy lawyer.
Why had I said come in again? What a stupid decision that was. Is there a point to you being here, or are you just bored? I asked, sitting in the armchair. Jen swirled the wine in her glass.
I'm bored and nosy. I'd have left already since you aren't telling me anything, but you made the mistake of giving me wine.
Yeah, that was the mistake I'd made. Do you mind if I go and get changed out of my suit?
I do, actually. You wear it well. Good to know she isn't sleeping with one of those morons who think sweatpants are acceptable to wear to a meeting.
I'll be back in a moment, I said, getting back up from the chair and going upstairs. Lord above, the woman was a fucking trip. I changed into sweats and a t-shirt before going back downstairs. On the way, I stopped in the kitchen and poured some Jack Daniels into a small glass, because fuck only knew I was going to need something stronger than water to get through this conversation.
You said you didn't have whiskey,
Jen said accusingly when she saw my glass. No, you asked if you could have whiskey, and I said no. I sipped. Fucking Lars, she muttered under her breath. The sound of a car pulling up next door made her still. She'll know you're here, I warned her.
I know. I don't really care.
Jen cackled.
I'm old and senile. I got the wrong house. You let me in to look after me. See? I'm really fighting your corner here, boy.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
You could make it sound less like a question.
If I could, I would. Believe me. I got up at the sound of frantic knocking on my door. She's gonna kill you.
Nah, she won't. She won't get my life insurance that way.
I counted to 10 inside my head. By the time I hit 10, I was at the front door. Have you seen that damn woman? Emmy asked, eyes blazing. Is Grandma here? I nodded. She's on the sofa. Emmy looked at the glass in my hand. Are you drinking whiskey with her? What do you take me for, a fool? No, she's drinking a small glass of wine. She's drinking my wine? What did I tell you about sharing my wine? It was your wine or my whiskey. She sighed. Fine, you made the right choice. What's she doing? swearing about lawyers outsmarting her, asking about last night, and threatening to stick her cane so far up Dolly's ass she'll never shit again. So a normal conversation then? Pretty much. Come in. Emmy stepped in past me and pushed hair from her face, exposing a big pink patch underneath. Did you dye your hair? She touched her hair until she found it. Ugh, no. I closed the store for inventory today and got attacked by a bottle of pink paint. And now instead of showering so I can stop smelling like a canvas, here I am. You can go shower. I'm sure she'll still be here by the time you're done. No, I'm going to put her to bed, then I'll take a shower. She walked into the living room. Let's go, Grandma. Mason doesn't want to listen to you tonight. He's been looking after me, Jen said. I got confused and came to the wrong house. Yeah, same, Emmy drawled in response. Try again. He was helping me with a problem with my roses. He knows nothing about roses. How do you know that? Because he once got them confused with dahlias, she replied. They look similar, I muttered. She shot me a look, one that told me to be quiet, but one that was also full of laughter. Grandma, let's go. Jen huffed, then downed the wine. I expected nothing less. She pushed herself off the sofa and up to standing. I was only finding out the status of your relationship. Emmy's cheeks blazed red, but I didn't know if it was because she was getting angry or if it was because she was embarrassed. When we know, we'll be sure you're the first to know. Bit of both. Let's go, she repeated. Jen grabbed her cane and tapped it against the floor as she walked. I paused and listened. Was she? No, there was no way. She was tapping it to the beat of Another One Bites the Dust. Emmy pressed her fingers into her temples and closed her eyes. Jen started humming along with the tapping. I have an idea, I whispered to Emmy. Put her to bed and I'll find you cake and wine. She looked at me pointedly. I can't live like this, Mason. I laughed and wrapped her in a quick hug. Go, we can talk whenever you want to. With a sigh, she followed Jen out the door, shaking her head and muttering about hiding the newspaper.
Chapter 18. Emmy. Adult o'clock. You can't just harass him, I said, shutting the front door. You can't go over there and demand information on things we haven't even decided yet. Grandma sniffed and opened the cupboard under the sink. She pulled out a packet of Twizzlers and a bottle of whiskey, making me balk. How long had those been hidden there? Damn it. Well, go on with it and decide, Grandma said, taking her treats through to the living room. Okay, well, she wasn't going to drink the JD from the bottle. I grabbed a glass and followed her. We can't just snap our fingers and decide. Why the hell not? She took the glass and poured herself a healthy measure, then looked at me as if to say, take this bottle and you're dead. Because it's not that simple. Not that simple. Pish. She waved her hand through the air. You kids make everything so gosh darn complicated. You know how your poppy asked me to be his girlfriend? Yes. A smile ghosted across my face. I remember. Jennifer, he said, you're my girlfriend now and you're not arguing it. And you never did. And I never did. She lifted her glass and tilted it to the ceiling ever so slightly. If that cantankerous old bastard could get it over and done with in 5 seconds, you young whippersnappers sure as hell can. You hear me, Imogen? Grandma, no. I know he hurt you. Gosh, girl, we all know. We're all fed up of hearing your whining now. I folded my arms across my chest. Stop exaggerating. No, I'm much less entertaining if I do. I rolled my eyes. It was the only thing to do when she was in one of these moods. You're over it. You don't bang a man you have a grudge against. I don't know, Grandma. That depends on how good the sex is. Imogen, you brought it up. She narrowed her eyes at me. Imogen Anderson, listen to me right now. If you like that man, put your ego up your ass and go and get him." "As motivating as your little speech is," I said dryly, "you're missing the point. If you'd let me talk." "I suppose I can give you 10 seconds. He has a child." Grandma opened her mouth, then stopped. Slowly, she tilted her head to the side and nodded in agreement. "He has a daughter," I said, sinking into the chair opposite her. "It's not like we just met and we can go head first into it. Even if you stop thinking about everything that happened 6 years ago, that doesn't change. She comes as part of the package, and I can't just change her life in a crazy way because I might still be in love with her dad." "You're right," Grandma said, a soft edge to her voice. "Absolutely, Imogen, you are correct. Thank you. But you're missing one big point." "What's that?" She leaned forward, her eyes glinting with wisdom. "Any changes to Maya's life are not your decision to make." "I know that, do you?" She raised her penciled-in eyebrows. "Because you either don't know it, or you're using her as the excuse why you shouldn't go next door and tell that man exactly how you feel." I'm not. She's the sweetest kid, and I don't want to do anything that could ever hurt her." "That's not your choice, though, is it? It's Mason's. If he didn't want to date, he wouldn't have opened himself up to you. You're the one who's pushed him away, Imogen. You're not forcing your way into his life. Ever since he saw you, he opened his arms and is willing to risk not only his heart, but his daughter's too." "I don't want him to do that for me." "That's not your choice," she repeated. "That's his. Now, you can either accept it and all the responsibilities that come with dating a man who has a child, who you love, or you can tell him no." I shifted in my seat. Was it really that simple? Because let me tell you, sweetheart, if you don't want that man, someone else will. And they won't push him away the way you have. He might not ever love another woman the way I think he loves you. But he'll love her well enough, and you'll have to sit here and watch them. She sat back, swishing the liquid in her glass. "Now, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna pull out the balls I know you possess? Or are you going to run away like you've run from every other guy you've dated since him?" I think running away is an exaggeration. As I said, I'm not nearly as entertaining if I stick to the cold, hard facts. "Oh." I pressed my face into my hands and blew out a long breath. "What do you think I should do?" "I think you should walk over, knock on his door, and say the first thing that comes into your head." "That sounds like a terrible idea." "I know. You'll ask for a cup of sugar, knowing you. But whatever comes out will be the thing you really want to do. Stop fucking thinking everything into the ground, child, or you'll kill yourself deciding what to do." "Okay, I need a shower to get this paint out. Then I'll do something about it." "No. Go now or not at all." "Grandma." "Imogen." "Fine." I got up and stormed to the front door. I yanked it open and slammed it behind me, then stomped my way over to Mason's house. I knocked my fist against the door, banging hard on it. "Jennifer, if that's you again, I swear." I grinned when he opened it, and it was me. "Hi." His lips pulled to one side. "You still have paint in your hair." "I know." I pushed my hair behind my ear. "Can you just not talk for a minute?" "You want me to stand here in silence for a minute?" "Yeah." Not the weirdest thing anyone's ever asked of me. He grinned and folded his arms over his chest, his blue eyes shining with amusement. And I just looked at him. From the top of his head, where his thick, dark hair was swept to one side and messier than it was earlier, like he'd been running his hands through it for the last 10 minutes. His sharp, shapely jaw was dotted with a few days' worth of stubble, and it only made his full pink lips more appealing. But it was his eyes. His gorgeous, enthralling blue eyes that held my gaze with an intensity only he had been ever to look at me with. I didn't say a word. I took one step closer to him and rested my hands on his arms, making him drop them to his sides. I ran my fingers up over his strong chest and shoulders to his neck, where I cupped the sides of his face. Then I reached onto my tiptoes and kissed him. And I felt how right it was in every single nerve ending that went bananas. Bananas was the only word that worked. Crazy, insane, wild, none of them had quite the impact that bananas did. Mason wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me against him. Shall I take it to mean this conversation might go well? I laughed, pressing my face into his chest. His body shook with his own chuckles, and he cupped the back of my head, kissing the top of it. Come inside before your grandma throws a party, he whispered, pulling me over the threshold. I gladly went inside. I didn't need to hear Grandma gloating that she was right. She'd do that for the next 10 years. I closed the door behind us and followed him into the kitchen. I had no idea what to say now that I'd taken the chicken's way out and kissed him. So I hovered by the island in hopes that he would say something. He didn't. We stood in silence, not really making eye contact with each other. This was ridiculous. So, we both said at the same time. I met his eyes and burst into laughter, and he did the same. Oh my God, I said. This is so stupid. I agree. But you came here to talk, so I'm waiting for you to start. I pursed my lips. Fine. I leaned against the island and ran my fingers along the edge of the countertop. Before this goes any further, you should know that Grandma is fully in your corner. I'd hope so. I'm her granddaughter. She should be on my side. We'll come back to this later. Fine. I was talking to her just now, and she might have made me realize a few things. Like how I'm letting worry for Maya get in the way of admitting the truth about how I feel. Mason's eyebrows shot up before they dropped again and drew together in a frown. What do you mean, your worry for Maya? You know, if we started a relationship and it went wrong and... Stop right there. He walked over to me and rested his hands on my shoulders. Maya is not your worry. I know that. I told you this yesterday, didn't I? You don't need to worry about her at all. Emmy, if you want to see if we can go somewhere, just worry about how she fits into your life, not how you fit into hers. But I have to fit into hers. You're her dad. And I'm still Mason. His lips pulled to one side. She's not even here right now, is she? You don't have to worry about her right now. Even when she's here this weekend, you don't need to worry about her at all. But she's a sweet kid. I don't want her to get hurt. Why would she get hurt? In case we make the wrong decision. Then she will learn a very valuable lesson that sometimes not everything works out the way you planned or wanted it to. He stepped even closer and slid his hands up my neck so he was cupping my face. But listen to me right now, okay? And I'm about to say this with 1,000% confidence. I swallowed. You will never be the wrong decision, Imogen. You weren't 6 years ago. You aren't right now. And you won't be in 60 years. Even if this doesn't work out in the long run, I will never regret choosing you. But what if you do? then I didn't deserve you in the first place. He brushed his thumb across my cheek. I fucked up back then. I made a stupid fucking choice that hurt us both, and I'm not going to do that again. But Maya, the fact you care about how she feels as deeply as you do only reinforces that I know I'm making the right choice. I want to try this, me and you. Even if that's bickering at the sight of each other or prank wars or whatever else it is. If I told you I loved you in college, everything would have been different. You weren't the only one who kept that a secret. We both know that. He shrugged a shoulder. I'm not going to do it again. I don't think I ever fully got over you. But all I want you to do is think. Really think about it. And decide if you have room for Maya in your life. She doesn't need a mom, Emmy. She's got a damn good one of those if that's what you're worried about. You're not gonna wake up tomorrow and she's gonna start calling you mommy. She needs you to be her friend. Someone fun who's gonna teach her to throw water balloons and blow up whoopee cushions and paint and draw. And if we ever reach a point where you're going to be in her life forever, then I promise not to throw you and her in a pit and leave you to figure it all out yourself. There's a good chance neither of you would come out alive. I slapped the side of his arm at that. Oh, I am so teaching her the water balloons and whoopee cushions. You're gonna have to watch your back now. Not if she throws the way you do. I'll have to watch whatever's 10 feet to my right. I hit him harder. I'll walk out that door, Mason. I'm sure you will, Imogen. Then you'll come right back in like you did last night, and just now. I opened my mouth to speak. But fuck it. He was right. God, I hate you. Ah, see, that one I believe now. I was right. You hate it when I'm right. I don't hate it when you're right. I hate it when I'm wrong. Same thing. Not even close. I opened the fridge and pulled out my bottle of wine. There have to be rules about Grandma being here, though. I'm not hosting book club, he said quickly. No way. One of those was more than enough for me. I grinned. Was it educational? It was something. He took the wine bottle from me and pulled down a glass, then poured. I'm not sure my heart can take another one of those. So please don't put me down as a returning member. Too late. I think Evelyn is getting you a t-shirt. Besides, I'm not the president. Grandma is. She should be grateful to me. She won't have to sing her favorite song over and over now there's a chance you might get married before you're 30. I swear to God, I will kill this relationship before it even gets off the ground. Dolly came skipping into the kitchen, almost skidding into the cupboards before she stopped, panting and looking at both of us. She's hungry, Mason said. She's your dog, I replied. I amuse your grandmother for 20 minutes and you can't feed my puppy? Actually, I think she amused herself more than anything. She's weird like that. At least I know where you get it from. He passed me the wine and, with a grin, dropped a kiss on my cheek. I'll send Grandma back. Go ahead. At least she'll get the answer she wants. And now I can ask her for cheesecake whenever I want. I frowned. Why do I feel like you're getting a really good deal out of this? Because I am, he replied. Sex with you and cheesecake on tap. It's going to be fucking glorious. We'll see. Epilogue. Emmy. Kittens and water balls. 1 month later. Like this. Look. You put it under the tap and fill it with water. Maya frowned, but did as I'd shown her. Like this? I turned on the tap so the water was gently coming out of it. Uh-huh. Now we wait until it's full. Right now. I turned the water off and took the balloon from her. All tied up, and here we have a water balloon. She adjusted her birthday princess tiara that she was now on day 3 of wearing and looked at it. And we throw that at Dada. Yup. Out of the window so it makes a huge splash. Can we do more? Oh, yeah. We need at least 10. I grabbed another balloon and handed it to her, and we repeated the process. Hannah walked in on balloon 6. What are you doing? Corrupting Maya, I replied without blinking. What's up? I have a kitten. Maya gasped. Can I see? I looked pointedly at Hannah. You said kitten in front of a 4-year-old. What did you expect? Not yet, sweetie. I don't have him here, Hannah said. Can we talk really quick? Sure. Here, Maya. I left the paints on the dining room table. Why don't you go paint your mom a picture of Dolly? Okay. She dropped the balloon in the sink with the others and ran off between us. That kid is fast, Hannah said. No kidding. What's up? This kitten. I thought you fed it once. I did, but I didn't see any sign of its mom or anyone owning it. So I fed it again, and now I think it's adopted me. I fought a smile. The kitten has adopted you. Yep. It stayed outside the back door last night crying until I let it inside. You fed it and let it inside. Yep. Then you're its human now, I replied simply. I did the same thing with Mason, and now we're dating. She bit back a laugh. This is serious, Emmy. If you don't want it, give it to Isaac. He'll know a good rescue that can take it. A rescue? I thought you'd take it. I'm not taking your kitten. It's not my kitten. Have you named it? I call it Lucifer. Then it's yours. I dried my hands and headed out of the bathroom. Hannah hurried along after me. It's not my kitten. It's your kitten. What's this about a kitten? Grandma asked, removing a cheesecake from the pan. There was lemon on top. I knew this one belonged to Mason. She fed a kitten, let it inside last night, and calls it Lucifer. It's hers now, right? I asked. Grandma didn't even think about it. It's your kitten, Hannah. She groaned and sat at the table. I don't even like cats. Shouldn't have fed it then, Grandma said without batting an eyelid. I fed Mason and now he's dating Imogen. See? Told you. I slipped behind Grandma and touched my finger to the cheesecake and popped it in my mouth. Ugh, so good. What are those? I pointed at the cake tubs filled with mini squares of cake. Fran is coming over tomorrow before she gets Maya to select the wedding cake. You're all slipping in like one big happy family, aren't you? Doesn't anyone care about me? Hannah moaned, slumping against the counter. Yes, Grandma said. Now that Imogen is spoken for, I'll be turning my matchmaking efforts to you. She froze, and her eyes widened like saucers. You what? I'm turning my expert matchmaking efforts onto you. I'll find you a husband, Hannah Anderson. You mark my words. Grandma pointed a red fingernail in her direction before she headed outside to where Mason was mowing the lawn. It was even easier to bribe him these days. She's doing what to me? Hannah asked, turning to me. I don't want her anywhere near my love life. You don't have a love life, Han. I scooped up some of the cheesecake frosting onto my finger again. You only have a boyfriend because a guy you used to bone moved in next door and you got over yourself, she retorted. I'm dating. When was your last date? 2 weeks ago. That wasn't a catfish. 3 months ago? She mumbled. I don't need her. I've got my kitten now. I thought it wasn't your kitten. She raised her nose in the air in an affected manner before she blew a raspberry at me. I'm a woman. I reserve the right to change my mind. Then she turned and stormed off toward the front door. Send me pictures of Lucifer, I yelled after her. You got it, she called right back, then slammed the door. Who the hell is Lucifer? Mason grabbed my wrist and put my cheesecake-laden finger into his mouth. He groaned. So good. Hey! I swatted at him. Hannah's kitten. Hannah has a kitten. Jesus. I explained the whole thing to him and leaned against the counter. So now she has a kitten. All because she doesn't want Jen interfering in her love life. Mason raised an eyebrow. Seems pretty extreme. I don't know. She doesn't have the best luck. I might have to stage an intervention and get her out there a little. Because you're the expert now. He boxed me in against the counter, one hand gripping the edge on either side of my head. No, I'm just helpful like that. If you were single, would you still do it? No, don't be ridiculous. You're a hypocrite, Imogen Anderson. What's a hypocrite? Maya asked. I peered around Mason. Someone who tells someone not to do something and then does it themselves. She frowned. Like when Mama tells me no chocolate before dinner, then eat some? Just like that, Mason said. Also known as celebrities who tell us to watch our carbon footprint, then go and fly around the world in their private jets. You just had to bring that up, didn't you? I sighed. Hey, I'm not the one telling everyone to mind their green footsteps or whatever they are, he replied. You should mind your green footsteps, Grandma said. You've trudged grass all over my kitchen floor. I laughed. You're in trouble now. And you, Imogen, stop eating my cheesecake. I fake gasped. That was Mason. I don't care who it was. I told you to leave it alone. Both of you. She glared at us both with the force of an army, and we both shrunk back. Maya sidled over to Grandma. Miss Jen, can I have a piece, please? Grandma bent over as far as she could. A piece of cheesecake? Wide-eyed and innocent, Maya nodded softly. Gosh darn it, of course you can, sweetheart. I shared a look with Mason as Grandma bustled over to the cheesecake and cut her a small slice. There you go. You go take that to the table and be careful not to get it on your lovely pictures now. And you were worried about how she'd fit into your life. Mason snorted and stepped aside to look at Grandma. I think she's whipped. No kidding. She's not even that nice to me, and she's actually my grandma. I stared, dumbfounded. Enough of you two, Grandma said, waving her hand. Go and be useful outside. Mason, you missed a spot. Imogen, well, you're annoying me. Love you too, Grandma, I said, walking outside. I'll remember that next time you want a drink. I hid it. Not very well. It's on the top shelf of the cupboard where you can't reach it, Mason said quickly, then ran off into the backyard to the mower. Grandma gasped. You wouldn't do that to me. Your own grandmother. Oh, be quiet, woman, I shot back. Are you really going to set Hannah up with someone? I don't know. I just said that to annoy her. She closed the cupboard after confirming I had, in fact, put her beloved Jack out of her reach. Keep her on her toes, you know? She's keeping the kitten, you know. Of course she is. She named it. Everyone knows once you name it, it's yours. Or in this case, she belongs to the cat. That was true. I walked over and kissed her cheek, squeezing her shoulders gently. You're the best grandma in the world. You're not having a slice of this cheesecake. Go away, then. She laughed as I walked out to the back porch where Dolly was sleeping in the sun. Convince Mason that my hydrangeas are roses, and I'll give you two. Done, I said. I just have something to do first. I darted back inside and grabbed Maya, who had already finished her cheesecake, and carried her upstairs to the bathroom. You want to get Daddy? Her eyes lit up. Yes, Emmy. I passed her 2 water balloons and took the other 4 myself. Mercifully, none spilled, and we carried them downstairs. Grandma watched us with amusement as we conducted a ninja experiment to get onto the back porch without him noticing, then down onto the grass. Ready, set, run, and throw, I whispered. Maya launched herself off with a war cry Tarzan would have been proud of. Her first balloon hit Mason square in the stomach and soaked him from the waist down. Before he had a chance to react, I threw my first one at him and hit him. Maya's second missed, but my next 3 all hit him. Maya's laugh bounced off the walls, echoing through the air as she ran away from Mason. He caught her easily, sweeping her off her feet and spinning her around in the air. "You little monkey," he said, tickling her and making her squeal. "Daddy, no!" she laughed, shrieking every other breath. "No!" I laughed, bent over at the waist. Oh, God, that was fun. I dropped my head so I was looking at the ground. But the next thing I knew, I was tackled from the front and sent flying backward. I screamed as my life flashed before my eyes. I hit the freshly cut grass with a gentle thud, and Mason flattened himself on top of me. "And you. I know that was all you." He resumed his tickling, but this time it was on me, and holy shit, I couldn't breathe. I writhed beneath him. "Stop! Ah! Oh, my God, stop!" I forced out between laughs. "You're making me wet." "Good. Then you'll be ready for later." He laughed, pinning me to the ground. "You're corrupting my child. You gave me permission for water balloons. I rescinded. I don't give a damn." He laughed, dropping his forehead to mine. "Of course you don't, Emmy. Why would I? That was fun. Even though half of you is covered in grass and the other half is soaking wet." I smiled, looking up and meeting his eyes. Even though half of me is covered in grass and the other half is soaking wet. Totally worth it. Mason grinned lopsidedly, then dropped his lips to mine. The warmth of them was a stark contrast to the coldness of the water that now coated both of our bodies. "Hey, stop making out in my yard," Grandma yelled from the porch. There was a giggle and a rush of freezing cold water as a water balloon exploded over both of us. "Oh!" I squealed as Mason rolled off me. "Jennifer!" he yelled. I wiped my eyes in time to see a giggling Maya run back to the porch with her arms waving like crazy. "Nobody wants to see your porno," Grandma yelled. "What's a porno?" Maya asked, just loud enough for us to hear. Grandma paused. "I'm gonna let her explain that one," Mason muttered. I snorted. "I wouldn't. She'll tell her the truth." "Jesus. Jennifer!" Mason scrambled to his feet at the exact moment Grandma guided Maya inside. "She's 4. Jennifer!" I rolled onto my side, laughing my ass off. This wasn't how I'd expected my life to change in the last few weeks. When he'd rolled up in the moving truck, I hadn't thought for a second that what we once had could be rekindled. And in a new, more adult, mature way. Water balloons notwithstanding. And at this moment, watching Mason scoop Maya up and cover her ears as I laughed, I found myself thankful. Thankful for the day he broke my heart all those years ago. Without it, none of this would have happened. We may have survived this long in a relationship, but I really doubted it. Our old relationship was immature and childish. Without that heartbreak, he never would have had Maya, and he never would have found his way to my hometown, much less the house next door. And I was so thankful that he had. Because of it, I now had a wonderful relationship with Mason, one where I smiled every day and laughed every hour and felt loved even more frequently than that, even when we bickered. I had the sweetest little girl in my life who brightened every second, and even Fran was quickly becoming one of my closest friends. I was blessed beyond measure. And as I saw Grandma exit the house onto the back porch with an armful of water balloons to chase Mason, God only knew where she got those from. I knew one thing. I was, beyond a doubt, the luckiest girl in the world. "Take cover," Mason yelled, running toward me. "It's a mutiny. We need more water balloons." I looked over with enough time to see Maya appear with a mixing bowl full of them and a manic look in her eye. Mason dragged me up off the ground toward the shed. "We're on the same side. Pay attention, woman." I was laughing so hard I could barely breathe. Never mind pay attention to a water balloon fight. Spoiler alert, we lost. This recording of Frenemies was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2020 by Emma Hart. Sound recording copyright 2020 Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.